The story begins with a story about the main character named Sam, who is a professional in computer games and passes any game at the maximum level. His favorite game is Love in 10,000 Worlds, where you have to charm a variety of girls in different eras. There are different ways to win a girl's favor, both through physical conquest and through blackmail. Sam has already got 100 of the hottest girls in the game, which no other player has managed to do before him. Our hero manages to seduce even the toughest and most warlike girls, and he considers himself a professional in this business. Winning over girls comes so easily to him that he secretly makes a wish to get into his favorite video game. And then the light in the room started to flash, the computer monitor started to make scary sounds, and it seemed that he was about to be sucked right into the computer. The wind in the room grew stronger and had already turned into a hurricane, emanating from the center of the monitor. The main character was being pulled right into the screen with all his might. And despite the fact that the guy was much wider than the screen, surprisingly, he did not feel any pain. There was a loud bang and the room went silent, as if the man hadn't been sucked into the computer screen a few seconds ago. Sam was falling down. It seemed like he was going to vomit. All his organs were compressed, and he had a feeling that he was going to crash. The hero landed softly and immediately sat up. There was no more pain or fear. The place he was in resembled the character creation screen in his favorite game, Love in 10,000 Worlds. He saw a girl in a short white dress that barely covered her underwear. He recognized her as the fairy of 10,000 Worlds. Sam began to ask the girl very emotionally how he could get out of here, and whether it was possible to revoke his wish and go home right now. The girl answered the hero that he knew everything perfectly well himself. He just needed to do what he did best in the online game. The girl also said that our hero's old game account no longer exists, and he will have to go through everything again, with a 0 skill level. The hero was very angry and promised that as soon as he gets out of here, he will immediately sue the developers of this game. The girl replied that after signing the license agreement, his life is in the hands of the developers of the game. The hero asked if he was entitled to some ability so that he could complete the game faster. Of course, the creator has prepared 5 abilities for you that correspond to the 5 attributes in the game. Talent helps you gain more abilities to become the strongest. Variability allows you to use shadow abilities and become invisible. Physical strength gives the opportunity to pump up the body. Intelligence helps to master all kinds of spells, with the help of which one can destroy the world with one gesture. Sam asked what benefit charisma could have. The fairy replied that charisma makes him more attractive. He thought it was not a very good joke and did not want to choose charisma when there were other options. The hero was about to press the intellect, when suddenly something pushed him from behind and he did not see where he pressed. Sam opened his eyes and was horrified he accidentally chose, in his opinion, the most useless skill. He started swearing loudly and shouting that he had been set up and that he had not intended to choose this skill. The fairy said that nothing could be changed and that we just had to start the game. The girl disappeared. A bright whirlwind swirled under the hero's feet, which began to pull him back to the beginning of the game. The action moves to the first game location, created on the basis of the city of Yunzhou, very picturesque and atmospheric. Before us in all her glory appears the snow shadow sorceress named Ciri, a student of the great master who kills evil spirits and protects the peace of the city. The sorceress walked through the market square and looked at some jewelry for herself. Suddenly, a bright beam appeared in the sky and hit directly one of the towers where the baths were located. The sorceress saw how a beam pierced the roof of the tower, and something large, the size of a man, flew along this beam. The main character opened his eyes and did not immediately understand where he was. His head was spinning. His arms and legs did not want to obey. The hero heard women's screams around him, looked around and realized that he was in the women's side of the hot springs. Looking at the gentleman who suddenly appeared, the girls began to behave very freely, inviting him to swim together without clothes. The hero was not prepared for such a rapid development of events and began to run away with all his might from the place where the girls were about to attack him in order to drag him into taking a bath with them. The hero was also chased by the palace guards, since the presence of men in the women's bathhouse is strictly prohibited by the law of this kingdom. The hero ran away, and they shouted after him that he was a pervert and would certainly be punished. Even though the girls called the hero a pervert, they did it with admiration and adoration in their voices. They found him very attractive. The guards continued their search for the unknown pervert. Sam was very angry about the situation that had happened, which he could not influence in any way. The guard noticed the hero, but he decided to open the skill log and saw that he only had an evil smile of defense in his attributes. Sam was angry at what a useless skill he got. There's nothing to do but use this skill and come what may. He began to use this skill clumsily, and the first time it didn't turn out very well. After one of the guards saw the smile of the defense, he became even more convinced that the main character was a pervert. Sam was just furious. He knew he had to try again because the grimace he had made wasn't evil. He began to try the evil smile defense skill again. And then something incredible happened. The guard stopped, was confused, and a moment later he was beaming and saying to himself that he had fallen in love with a man for the first time. The guard said with a smile on his face that it was love at first sight. Sam picked up a brick from the ground and swung it at the guard's face. While the guard was falling, the protagonist told him that he loved girls and was not going to reciprocate the feelings of a man who, just a few minutes ago, wanted to bring him to execution. Our charismatic hero was put on the wanted list after attacking a guard. Now he was threatened by even more guards. They opened fire to kill, launching several dozen arrows at the criminal. The hero tried to dodge. It was difficult. One arrow grazed his shoulder and he saw blood spray across the ground. Sam realizes that he won't be able to defeat the guards with any skills, and there is only one way out. Run wherever your eyes look as far as possible. But then Sam accidentally stumbles upon a brothel. He tries to run inside as quickly as possible, and he literally bumps into the girl, but there was no blow. Something softened the collision. The girl was very surprised by such a swift and unexpected meeting. The hero, not having time to catch his breath, asked the girl if she could help him. The girl, without listening to the end of the man's request, said that for such a handsome man, she was ready to do anything. She turned around and shouted to someone, "Girls, meet the guests." The hero saw 4 incredibly beautiful girls come out into the hall, wearing outfits that made him want to get to know them better. By the time the guards ran into the house, the girls surrounded the hero and covered him with themselves. When asked where the criminal was, the leading girl replied that there were no strangers here. The commander of the guard detachment did not believe the girl and ordered a search of the house to find the hiding criminal. However, the girl said that if he dared to invade her house, she would report the situation to their commander-in-chief, who was a frequent visitor to this establishment. The owner of the business appears and says that there is no need to embarrass the guards because they are doing their job. She allows the guards to search the house and says that they have nothing to hide because they are not doing anything forbidden. At this moment, Sam is under the long dress of the mistress. 4 beauties took him away while the first eldest distracted the guards. The hero smells the body of the mistress. It turns him on a lot. After half an hour of searching, the guards returned with a report. The hostess stood motionless in the same place. The head of the guard apologized to the hostess for the inconvenience caused. The owner said that they could stay in their establishment since it was almost opening time, but the guards refused. Sam, who had been kneeling for more than half an hour, was already barely holding on, and in order not to fall, he grabbed his mistress's smooth, tender leg. It was very unexpected, and the hostess screamed. The head of the guard began to suspect something and looked closely at the clothes of the salon's hostess. But fortunately, someone managed to inform the guard chief's wife that he had already been in the brothel for more than half an hour. Her angry appearance frightened not only the squad leader. The guard's wife, with a deft, sharp movement of her hand, grabbed him by the ear and dragged him home. The hostess breathed a sigh of relief. Everything worked out as she had planned. Sam had no more strength left. His muscles were numb. He could not stand in such an uncomfortable position. He began to fall, holding onto the legs of the salon owner, and they fell together. As they fell, the hero's neck got stuck between the mistress's legs and she strangled him. Sam lost consciousness. The girls working in the salon were very scared. The hostess saw that he was wounded and blood was flowing from his shoulder. The hero lay motionless. Beads of sweat were running down his forehead. Someone started calling for a doctor. The hostess did not lose her composure and tore her dress so that she could bandage the wound. After a while, we are transported to a room where the hero lies with a bandaged shoulder, and above him stand 3 charming girls in vulgar clothes who looked after him while he was unconscious. The owner of the salon enters the room. She has medicinal herbs in her hands, and she is wearing the same dress. If she had torn the dress a little higher, you could have seen her underwear. The girls discuss how to give the hero medicinal herbs. One of them suggests giving the medicine mouth to mouth. The girls argue about who is best suited for this role. The owner of the brothel enters the game and says that she herself is able to help the victim. The girls leave the room in disappointment and leave their hostess alone with the wounded guy. The hostess drinks medicine from a spoon. Look at the guy with loving eyes, and with the help of a kiss, he passes the medicine to the patient. The hero immediately woke up and quickly found himself on top of the girl, without opening his lips in a kiss. The hero dreams that he is in a forest and two slugs attack him and fall on his face. He doesn't understand why he can't tear them away from his face. It turned out that he had imagined it, and he pressed his face into his hostess's chest. In his delirium, he began to shout loudly that he would kill these slugs. The scream was so loud that all the brothel workers heard it. The hostess was taken aback by the stranger's behavior and thought that he really was a pervert. The hero received a slap in the face for his behavior. Since Sam had come to his senses, he was invited to tea. He thanked the girls for their help and apologized for his behavior. The girls offered him several options for how things would develop. Either he stays in the salon and works for them, or they hand him over to the palace guards and say that in addition to his past crimes, he has committed new ones in their salon. The hero has no choice but to pretend that he agrees to their terms. Sam asks what he will have to do to work off the debt for saving him. He thought that he would have to fulfill the love whims of the girls from the salon. However, he was forced to clean up the entire salon. He certainly did not expect such difficult physical work. But everything turned out not to be so bad. Almost every girl in the salon was eager to help the hero. They promised to do the work for him in exchange for him spending the night with them. Each girl considered it her duty to be the first to win Sam's favor. The competition for the hero's heart was just beginning. The hero understood that if he charmed as many girls as possible, he would be able to get more experience points and advance to the next level. Night fell, the hero was in the room provided to him. He was finally able to test his gaming experience and was pleasantly surprised that he managed to gain an additional 1,000 points during this time, which he could exchange for new skills. Sam saw that he could purchase the Book of 1,000 Desires, which gave him the opportunity to increase his experience points multiple times if he had an intimate relationship with a girl. But there was one big problem. This skill costs 100,000 points. The fairy who accompanied Sam into the game decided to help him because she saw how many difficult trials he had to go through. She made an exception and gave him a 99% discount on skill acquisition for 10 minutes. The hero was incredibly happy with this bonus and decided to definitely take advantage of it. When purchasing the skill, the hero rose into the air. He was enveloped in purple swirls. He felt a strong gust of wind. Sam was glowing both inside and out and felt an incredible surge of energy. The next morning, leaving the room, he began to stumble upon the insanely languid glances of girls. They literally undressed him with their eyes. The hero heard the girls say that he had become even more attractive than he was yesterday. At this time, there was a visitor in the salon named Stone, who was angry that all the girls stopped paying attention to him and were watching the main character. Sam, feeling a clear superiority over the man, answered him with a grin that there was no one in the room more dazzling than this man. Stone became even more angry and threatened him from this tone. The man grabbed the hilt of the sword and asked Sam if he knew who he was talking to. At that very moment, the owner of the salon intervened in the quarrel and asked the gentleman for forgiveness for the new employee. The gentleman realized that the hostess would now be able to make concessions to him and do whatever he asked, if it did not humiliate her dignity, and then he offered her a glass of wine as a sign of reconciliation. But he thought everything through in advance and, in the confusion, added a hot heart powder into a glass of wine, which awakens any girl's desire for intimacy. The lady, suspecting nothing, drank a glass of wine. Stone asked how much it would cost him to spend the night with the owner of the salon, because he liked her madly. The owner replied that she was not selling her body, and that he should not dare ask her such questions again. But the man already knew that the powder would have to take effect very soon, and she would have no choice. After 15 minutes in her bedroom, the lady could already feel the heat spreading throughout her body. Because of the heat, she began to take off her clothes. At this moment, Sam decided to come to the lady with an apology for his behavior. The hero began to thank the hostess from the entrance, but then he saw her and his eyes widened. The hostess was only in her underwear, and the hero saw her elastic forms. At that moment, the hero ran out of the room at the speed of light, shouting that he had not managed to see anything. But after a few seconds, a gentle, fragile hand pulled him back into the room. The girl sat him down on a soft bed and leaned over him so that her hand was between his knees. She asked him for help. The hero was scared. The girl said that there was a powder in the glass of wine that increased attraction and desire, and now she can't think of anything else. She began to untie her bra, and she threw it on the hero's face. 3 times our hero had to help the lady until she felt better and returned to normal. Meanwhile, Stone decided to go to the hostess's room, but he opened the wrong door. As soon as he entered, the door slammed shut and he thought his plan had worked. He saw the girl's sweet lips at the entrance, but he didn't expect that this was not the room. He was met by a girl, but she was a little bigger than he expected. Stone did not expect to meet a girl of such size. He tried to run away from the room. However, he was still unable to open the door to leave. Plaster began to fall from the ceiling. The girls working on the floor below couldn't understand what was happening. One of the girls began to guess what caused the slight collapse of the ceiling. Loud and rhythmic moans could be heard from the hostess's room. The occupants of the cabin had to listen to these sounds for a long time. There was blood left on the bed. Sam quickly got dressed and tried to run out of the room. He still couldn't come to his senses. He didn't believe that he had succeeded. The owner said that he shouldn't be nervous because nothing terrible had happened. Sam told the owner that he didn't expect that the girl working in the brothel hadn't been with a man yet. The girl, in a fit of emotion, threw a pillow at the hero and started scolding him. The hero ran away, and the girl looked after him. She didn't understand her feelings. Just a few minutes ago, she had experienced incredible emotions, and now she felt empty and used. Sam went out onto the balcony of the floor and was surprised at how real everything was, and that it had not resembled a game for a long time. He saw Stone running away and asked him what happened. The man looked very bad and whispered to himself that he would never forget such a disgrace. The girls in the salon shied away from him, thinking that he was sick. The hero shouted to the exhausted Stone that his plan had not worked. While the gentleman was running with all his might through the salon towards the exit, Sam thought that thanks to the man he had advanced to the next level as quickly as possible. It was a great opportunity to practice the techniques. Now our hero was on the next level, where he had technology. It's called Charm of Living Creatures, and judging by the picture, it's activated by snapping your fingers. It seems clear, but it needs to be checked. Here's the first test subject. Come here, kitty. The Charm of Living Beings. As expected, it worked perfectly. I will use it. Sam was already thinking up new plans for charm in his head. He went to the market square to buy a gift for the girl he would need to get. There she was, the very same student of the great master Siri in the square. An incredibly beautiful girl in white, whom he saw as soon as he came into this world. The girl asked the seller about the cost of different jewelry, and he promised her a discount for beauty. Siri thought the discount was a very good option. She pointed to the hairpin she wanted to buy. The hero appears and asks the seller how much such a hairpin costs. The seller said that this was a very valuable piece of jewelry because it was made of ice stone and the finest jade, which is so rare for this area. Very skillful and expensive work. Is she really real? Asked our hero. How dare you say that I am deceiving people? I would really like to believe you, but I think I'm right. The hairpin broke in the hero's hands. The girl was interested, and the hero said that she needed to be more responsible when choosing jewelry in stores. How dare you try to deceive me? I will not tolerate such treatment. The owner of the jewelry store was very angry with the guy for breaking the goods and making him look like a fraud in front of the great master's apprentice. The store owner called 2 security guards to deal with the hero and teach him good manners. The Snow Shadow sorceress decided to deal with the big guys herself and was already prepared for battle. But the hero stopped her. He needed to show himself. He said that he was capable of dealing with these unfriendly guys himself. A third guy came up, introduced himself as the older brother, and said that this battle would not be as easy as he thought. We are professional fighters who graduated from a martial arts academy. They began to show different fighting stances. This was supposed to scare the hero, or so they thought. They looked powerful, but not very scary. The sorceress told the hero that despite the fact that they looked like 3 pumped-up clowns, they were still worth fearing. Don't worry about me. I can handle it. Stay away and don't interfere. How manly and handsome he is, Siri thought. Enough bragging, time to get down to business, catch my fist of death. The hero dodged and struck straight into the stomach with the seductive essence strike skill. The older brother's breath caught, his pupils dilated, his pulse quickened. The fighter lay on the ground and said to himself how pleasant and easy it was for him, while his brothers were at a loss to understand. What kind of spell have you cast on him, evil sorcerer? The brothers asked. If you continue fighting, the same thing will happen to you, the hero replied. But they didn't believe him, and within a few seconds, they were in the same loving euphoria as their older brother. They could no longer continue the fight. The spell of love proved stronger than their muscles. A moment later, the people in the marketplace tried not to get close to the muscular guys. Siri noted that she had never encountered such a strange yet effective fighting technique before. The hero said something unintelligible and changed the subject. He asked what the beautiful girl's name was. The sorceress introduced herself as a student of the great master, and Sam said that it was an honor for him to meet her. Siri said that soon there would be a selection of students to prepare for participation in the tournament for the title of the best wizard, and he could take part in it. Suddenly, a gentleman from the Intimate Services Salon intervened in the conversation and addressed Siri. He called her his sister and said that he had been looking for her for a long time. They must have had a strained relationship because Siri responded that she didn't have to report where she was. Sam decided to take advantage of the fact that the relationship between the sorceress and her brother was not the best, and added fuel to the fire by asking him how long ago he had been in a brothel. Siri, hearing that her brother was visiting brothels, was a little surprised, or rather furious. Stone called the hero a vile dog and asked his sister not to believe a single word he said. Sam replied that at first they had fun together in a brothel with girls, and now he calls him a dog. Stone realized that he could not win the verbal battle, and that all he could do was justify himself to his sister. He promised to take revenge on Sam, but the hero grinned and said that he would certainly wait until the hour of reckoning came. They went their separate ways. The blonde sorceress was also nowhere to be seen, and the hero went to the salon. Today was his day off. Night had fallen. The full moon brightly illuminated Rose Street, where the Intimate Services Salon was located. The owner of the salon stood in front of the mirror in her room, wearing a new bright red dress, its slit reaching to her waist, indicating that she was not wearing any underwear. She looked at herself in the mirror and could not understand what was happening to her. For several days, her thoughts had been only about the hero. Sam met the owner and decided to make amends. As a gift, he presented her with a gold hairpin, stolen from a deceitful seller at the market. The girl couldn't believe her eyes and ears. Our hero expressed his understanding that this gift was very useless, but he wanted to please her and make amends. "I like your gift," the girl said with warmth in her voice, the warmth spreading like a wave through her body. "To be honest, I'm very glad that I could please you," said the hero. While Sam was speaking, the girl deliberately dropped the handkerchief. "Oh, don't worry, I'll definitely help you lift your scarf." The hero bent down to the hostess's feet to pick up the fallen red scarf. Before he could sit down, the girl stretched her slender long leg to the hero's chin. He could smell her skin. It could not leave him indifferent. The hero looked up and saw that the girl was not wearing any underwear. The smell of her body was disturbing the guy's consciousness. He could no longer control himself, but the hero continued his game and said that if she wanted to spend the night with him, it would cost her dearly. The girl said that she was able to pay any amount for time with such a gorgeous man. The hero abruptly pressed the girl to himself, held her by the waist with his right hand, grabbed her by the neck with his left, and kissed her hard. The girl melted into the hero's arms. She felt her heart wanting to jump out of her chest. Sweat appeared on her forehead. Her lips were very wet. The hero took off the girl's dress and laid her on her back. Nothing else held the hero back. There was no longer a businesslike and strict tone in the girl's languid moans. She was at the guy's mercy, and she liked it. The next day arrived. The hero woke up and saw no one nearby. There was a note on the table next to the bed. In the note, the girl said goodbye to the hero and asked him to remember her, because she would never forget this best time in her life. The notification system reported that the character's game card has been received and added to the achievements section. The hero was happy with the unlocked achievement, but he felt somehow sad. He decided to leave the salon and go on his way. The caretaker found out that the hero wanted to leave the salon and expressed her regret. The hero thanked the girl for her hospitality and help. The girl said that she could not stop him from leaving the salon, but she would not let him go that easily. At that very moment, 3 more girls ran into the room and began to hug the hero and take off his clothes. The hero had not yet recovered from his night of fun with his hostess, so he decided to use the means at hand. The groans from the salon were heard throughout the area for an hour. The hero gained new experience, including gaming. The girls were still suffering from cramps in their hips. They lay there exhausted. Sam left the room satisfied. He went out into the city and again ran into the brother and sister he already knew. Stone followed his sister, a disciple of the great master, and asked her to go with him to the clan and help prepare for the initiation ceremony of the new generation of disciples. The girl said that she still had business in the city, and there was no need for her to rush to the clan right now. To make the meeting look more natural, he made a surprised face when the sorceress looked in his direction. The hero told the girl that he had just been looking for her and was very glad to see her. She asked how she could help him. Sam asked her to take him to the clan to meet the teacher and start training. "Great," Siri noted. "We were just about to join a clan." The girl's brother was confused because she had just said that she was not going to join the clan. The man told the hero that he could not join their clan because to do so he would have to fly through the air, and only clan members had this ability. The girl noticed that it was absolutely not scary, and she would help the hero get there. The man shouted something after the hero and his sister as they left, but no one listened to him. The girl told the hero to hold on to her tighter as they made their way to the clan's location. Sam replied that if she allowed him to touch her body, he would never let him go again. They rushed over the rocks and plains with the speed of the wind. The girl's brother was hanging on their tail. They were moving at an incredible speed, and the girl was telling the hero to hug her tighter, or maybe she was deliberately moving at such a speed to make the hero hug her as tightly as possible. The hero grabbed her just below the waist. He inhaled the scent of her flowing hair, felt her body trembling. Sam decided to tell her how pleased he was that the girl decided to help him. She was confused. The girl's brother really didn't like watching his sister being hugged by some stranger. The hero understood this and decided to anger the man even more. Stone was furious and decided to solve the problem at its root. I took out a box of paralyzing needles, aimed straight at the hero's back, and he released a dozen charged needles at the unsuspecting hero. The girl heard the sound of needles flying in her direction. She suddenly turned 180 degrees and covered the main character with her chest. At that very moment, she was paralyzed. Sweat appeared on her face, and a quiet, "Why, brother?" flew from her lips. The man himself did not expect that such a situation could happen. The girl and Sam found themselves in free fall. The hero did not know how to fly. Stone made no attempt to save his sister. He only thought about how he could justify himself to the clan elder. He thought that even if he saved his sister, she would tell everything to the master, and he would not forgive him. And if no one finds out about his actions, then he will be able to live peacefully. With these thoughts, the man went further into the sky. The girl was drowning. She couldn't move. The needles immobilized her with poison. She mentally said goodbye to this world, but suddenly, the main character swam up to her, managed to take a full breath of air, and was able to share it with the girl through a kiss. Ciri opened her eyes and came to consciousness. The sorceress's saber was approaching them, but it flew straight into Sam's hand. Could he really also have the abilities of their clan? In that case, I can save us and deliver us to the clan's location. The hero raised his saber up and mentally gave the order to fly. At that very second, there was a splash on the water. The hero held the girl in one hand, and with the other, he pointed the saber upward. They flew at high speed. They couldn't fly for long. The girl needed rest. She still felt unwell. Having settled down in the shade of the trees, the boy and girl thought that the danger had passed. They did not expect that in just a moment they would have to face a new enemy. There were a few more enemies than the hero expected. The alert system sent a message about the enemy. It was a bloodthirsty wolf, a level 2 enemy. There is no choice. We will have to fight, because at stake is not only the guy's life, but also his companions. The enemy did not intend to give time to think, but attacked at the first opportunity. Sam decided to use the points he had received to acquire combat skills, and in a second, only the skin remained of the bloodthirsty wolf. The hero saw how experience points were added to his balance for destroying the wolf. With the professional movements of a fencer, the hero scattered the bloodthirsty wolves from side to side, leaving them no chance to profit from the flesh of his companion. The hero swung his blade left and right, and the enemies kept coming. He felt fatigue in his hands. The situation was getting more complicated. They had to come up with something. Otherwise, they wouldn't get out of the forest. The hero wanted to take the girl and retreat back, to run away. But their path was blocked by something huge, of unimaginable size. The animal let out a roar that echoed throughout the forest. A huge animal, similar to a grizzly bear with bright red wild eyes, a sharp blade on its skull, stood on its hind legs and roared at the top of its lungs. It was a forest demon, a 4th-level enemy animal. How untimely this all is, thought the hero. I need to think of something urgently. The animal rushed at Sam with a wild roar. He used the art of seduction, but did not know if it would work. Damn, did it really not work, and now death will overtake me? The animal held Sam with its huge paws. A second later, the huge bear, like a friendly dog, was licking the hero and wagging its tail. A dozen wolves did not share the bear's mood and continued to show with all their appearance that the hero was their prey. The bear cub clearly didn't like the fact that they wanted to eat his new friend. The impact sent some of the wolves flying 200 meters away. A blow, and the second part of the evil creatures flew far from the place where Sam was. Those who could still stand on their paws wanted to return to the fight, but the bear let out a roar so loud that they tucked their tails between their legs and ran into the forest as fast as they could. Night fell. The moon illuminated the rock where the hero and his friends were located. The crackling of a fire could be heard in the cave. The hero thanked the bear for saving his life and providing him with a place to spend the night. Yes, it was a bear. She didn't speak, but she hugged the guy with all her might and began to rub her muzzle against him. The hero approached his exhausted companion and said that he needed to try to remove the toxins from her body. It is necessary to remove outer clothing to find the places where the needles entered. The site of the injury was found. The gun hit the girl right in the shoulder. The hero began to suck the poison out of the wound. The girl felt a pleasant sensation. "The poison is very strong," the guy said, spitting. "You can't stop. Otherwise, the poison will continue to spread throughout the body and lead to death." The hero sucked out the poison, but saw the girl delirious. She moaned and said incomprehensible phrases. "Continue, don't stop. I feel so good." Morning came. The sun's rays illuminated the cave in which Siri slept. She woke up, she was cold, she was weak. She looked around and saw that she had no clothes on, and there were drops of blood nearby. She thought that while she was unconscious, Sam had taken advantage of her. Meanwhile, the hero returned to the cave, holding wild berries in his hands. The girl attacked him with a blade, and the tray with berries fell to the ground. The girl said that she would kill him because he took advantage of her helpless state. The hero began to justify himself and say that he did not touch her, but only tried to save her life. The girl pointed the blade at the guy's throat, but the blade resisted. The girl turned to the blade and asked why it was resisting. Was the guy really telling the truth? The hero choked in fear and splashes of red liquid flew out of his mouth. "What's wrong with you?" the girl asked. The hero replied that while he was sucking the poison out of her wound, he was poisoned, since it was the first time he had done this, and now he was mortally ill. In fact, the hero deceived the girl, and it was not blood, but the juice of red berries that he did not have time to chew. The girl said that she remembers how the needles flew at her, but also one needle hit him. Why was he not affected by the poison? Sam said that his friend gave him a jade pendant in the shape of a maple leaf, and the needle went straight into it. Siri thanked the hero and said that she could teach him her clan's technique, which rids the body of toxins. "I'm not a member of your clan," the hero noted. "I don't want to steal your secrets. You saved my life, and so I will repay you by revealing a few secrets. Especially after what you did, the head of the clan will agree to take you as his student." "Thank you very much, madam. I will not forget this." "It's time to start training. Call me mentor," Siri said. Sam was glad that his plan for years had worked. Meanwhile, in the Hidden in the Clouds clan, the clan leader was furious when he heard that his best student had died, and Stone was unable to help her. Stone began to tell how on the way to the clan, they were attacked by an unknown robber who wanted to steal the clan's secrets, tried to take away Siri's blade. Stone managed to repel the attack, but at the last moment, the robber dragged his sister under the water. The head of the clan immediately called all the wizard fighters and sent them to search for his daughter, telling them not to return without her, alive or dead. The fighters promised to carry out the teacher's order and set off on their journey. Stone asked to be sent to search for the girl. As he understood that the truth could be revealed, he needed to be on the safe side. "I believe you," said the teacher. "Go and find Siri. You will succeed." Stone was already thinking about how to make sure the girl would never be found. Stone's father, who was the brother of the clan leader, brought an elixir for the girl in case she was found badly wounded. "Be sure to give the princess the elixir to drink. It can save her life." The man left the temple and set out on his journey. "Chief, you must remain clear-headed, remain calm. I understand your concerns, but the clan is counting on you. I can't think about anything until I know if my daughter is alive." Meanwhile, the main character is fishing on the shore of a reservoir. He fails to catch a fish, but he does not give up this activity because he needs to feed his mentor and the bear. "It's a shame I can't apply my charm to fishing. It seems he was wrong and charisma works for everyone." Almost 100 fish rushed out of the water towards the hero. He did not expect that he could charm even a fish. A moment later, several dozen fish were already lying on the shore. The hero thought that the charisma skill was not as bad as it turned out. With it, you can even get food. Sam turned around because he heard the sound of air being cut. Men in white cloaks were flying across the sky. They were flying on swords. The hero immediately understood which clan they were from. "So they are looking for Siri. Very interesting." The hero hurried to the cave to tell about what he saw. At this time, the girl meditated. The chakra thickened around her, and her body was cleansed of poison. Quick footsteps were heard, echoing throughout the cave. "You're finally back. I'm hungry," said the girl. But the person who entered the cave was not the one she expected to see. "Hey sis, I see you haven't been wasting your time," Stone noted. Siri told her brother that she would report to the clan leader that he had attacked her. "I don't know how you survived, but I'm going to fix it now, sister. You left me no choice." The princess told her brother that if he dared to attack her, There would be no way back. How dare you, you naughty girl, speak like that to me? A great warrior of light, I will destroy you. The man drank the pill he received in the palace. Now his regeneration power was at its maximum. The medicine also enhanced his magical properties, and the chakra was blazing all around. The girl was scared. She had never seen the power of the experimental pills that were made in their secret laboratory. So, know the power of the hidden Cloud Village clan warrior. The energy emanating from the man seemed to destroy the cave. The princess understood that in her current state, she was no match for Stone, who was full of strength and had taken the pill. The man opened his mouth to cast a spell when suddenly got hit in the face by a huge fish. Sam greeted Stone and asked if he had hit him in the face with a fish too weakly. The hero knew that the princess was weak and he would have to cope on his own. The girl warned the hero that her brother had arrived to take both of their lives. Stone said it was great to have the hero here and not have to find him later to finish what he started. The hero had to borrow a sword to face such a strong opponent. The fight began. The opponents began to quickly approach each other. The crack of swords echoed throughout the cave. No one was going to retreat. The hero managed to dodge, strike back, and wound the man's face. Stone noted that while Sam is a very good fighter, they are at different levels of combat training. Lightning blade technique. The hero tried to hold back the blow, but it was all in vain. The blast wave threw him back with incredible force. The hero stood on all fours and tried to catch his breath. The man grabbed him by the collar and lifted him into the air with a light movement, and said that no one would stop him from achieving power and becoming one of the leaders of the clan. The hero got his bearings in time and decided to act as best he could. Charisma technique, seduction. The hero looked at the man. He was motionless. There was emptiness in his eyes for a split second. The man stood and looked up at the hero with loving eyes. The hero realized that he needed to act right now and summoned the sword, which was already flying at the speed of sound. Hit again. Stone's severed arm flew through the air with the sword. Everything seemed to be in slow motion. The hero held the sword tightly in his hands, and behind him, blood was flying out of the man's shoulder in all directions. The man was shouting something loudly, but the hero no longer listened to him. Perhaps Stone would have managed to escape from the cave, if not for one thing. They were already waiting for him at the exit. He hit his head on something soft. She was a kind but for some not-so-kind new friend of our hero. He screamed at the top of his lungs until he lost consciousness. And on the hero's orders, the bear spared the scoundrel. A few hours later, the heroes were able to reach the clan hidden in the clouds. The girl told her father how everything happened, how an unscrupulous brother used a hidden poison weapon against her, and how her friend had to save her and risk his life. The head of the clan said that for such an act, any member of the clan would be punished by death. But for past merits and due to injury, the criminal will be under house arrest and will also be stripped of all titles and ranks. The criminal, who had lost his honor and respect, was taken away from the clan leader's room by his father. The head of the clan said that he would generously reward the hero for saving his daughter and asked what he wanted. Sam replied that he simply wanted to become the head of the clan's apprentice and be useful. The chief replied that he would gladly accept a young man with such a kind heart as his student, but according to the general rule, he would have to pass a test. The girl began to ask her father to allow him not to undergo the tests and to immediately enroll him into the ranks of the students. However, the hero said that he respects the principles and rules of the clan, but wants to pass the tests and join the clan officially. The clan leader was very pleased with the young man's answer and praised his aspirations and warm heart. In the meantime, the girl decided to give the hero a tour of the clan's holdings. She showed him the very heart of the clan, the magical tree that gives energy to all living things. The girl said that there was no time to admire and that he needed to undress as quickly as possible. The hero did not understand what she was talking about. He asked if it was too early for her to ask him to undress, since they hadn't gotten to know each other properly yet. The girl was very angry with the hero and said that she brought him here to practice the technique of melting the snow of the 6 suns. The technique of melting snow develops maximum concentration of energy for subsequent use of any equipment, including combat equipment. Mastering this technique is impossible without a mentor, so the princess was always nearby. The hero successfully reached the 3rd level in this technique thanks to the help of the princess. She watched how strong his power and chakra became. The hero reached almost level 4 of technology incredibly quickly. However, this was the first training session, and the body could not withstand such heavy loads. The girl did not understand why the sacred place did not extinguish the fire inside the hero. Is there really no choice? And I have to help him release this burning energy? The girl couldn't believe that she would have to do this for the first time, and the hero was getting worse and worse. The pangs of conscience did not leave the princess. She could not decide, but she also could not leave the hero to die. She gradually began to move her legs in stockings in the direction of the hero's belt. Closer and closer, shameful, scary, awkward. She had never done this before. She began to massage part of the hero's body with her feet, and he began to make strange moans. She was ashamed to hear the groans of a man who could not control himself. Several hours passed. The hero came to his senses and did not understand what had happened. Even though the sorceress was glad that the hero had come to his senses, she felt dirty and disgraced. She said that she had to save him, to free his body from the accumulated burning energy. "Thank you very much for saving me, but why are you so upset and your face is red, as if you just ran?" Sam felt a new, powerful energy flowing through his body. His power and strength were at a new level. Suddenly, he felt danger behind him and turned around. Saw an unknown entity flying in their direction. The unknown person attacked the hero first and directed a palm full of energy into his body. Their palms came together, and the unknown person uttered some kind of spell. There was a cold blue explosion that sent them flying in different directions. For a split second, the hero was sure of the enemy's weakness, but he was wrong. The palm that had recently parried the opponent's blow was covered in ice, and the ice continued to encircle the entire arm. Another moment, and the hero turned into an ice statue. The princess wanted to free the hero, but a stranger stood in her way. He was already rushing towards her at speed in an attempt to strike. The girl could not withstand a blow of such force. She had not yet recovered after helping the hero. The blow was so strong that the girl was thrown 20 meters away. However, the princess was able to stay on her feet because at the last moment, she recognized the technique of the enemy's strike, which was using her clan's technique. Despite the cold outside, a fire was raging inside the hero. He knew that the ice technique was not able to restrain a wizard who had mastered the 4th level of the solar technique. The ice quickly turned to water and evaporated. Sam gathered all his free chakra to strike back. He was absolutely not interested in the motive of the enemy, because of which he decided to kill them. Solar Gate Technique Level 4. The hero moved faster than ever before and was able to reach the enemy's chest with the first blow. The clothes were torn and he saw large, firm female breasts. The hero was slightly surprised by this development of events. The girl went on the run. Her level turned out to be lower than the hero's new level. The princess asked the hero not to pursue the enemy, but to help her patch up her wounds. She said that the enemy used her clan's technique, and it turns out that their own wanted to destroy them. "Are there really traitors in the clan?" the hero asked. "Let's not talk about that. Look at my wound instead, it hurts in my chest area," the princess answered. "Then you need to take off your clothes. Otherwise, we won't see your wound, princess." The hero began to help her take off her outerwear. The girl was very embarrassed. It hurt her, but she wanted to continue. The hero touched the princess's chest. She received damage from the ice technique and was very cold. It is necessary to rub the affected area using the hot palms technique. The hero said that not only the chest was damaged, but also the area below the waist, and moved the girl into a horizontal position. An hour later, the hero got off the princess and said that now her body would never freeze. The princess said that her wounds were healed after half an hour, and she does not understand why the hero did not stop there and used her for another half hour. Sam said it was to prevent possible side effects. Siri replied that she understood that the hero simply took advantage of her condition, and even though he saved her, she would not thank him. The hero asked if they could continue the preventive measures tomorrow. The girl wanted to use her most powerful technique on the hero, but he said in time that he was joking. "How can we figure out who the girl who attacked us is?" asked the princess. Sam replied that he had wounded her during the battle and that a wound should form on her chest, and Siri should start watching the girls from their clan more closely. Meanwhile, in the forest near the location of the clan hidden in the clouds, the girl who attacked the heroes arrived at the meeting place with the person who ordered the murder. "Our plans were disrupted. I was unable to defeat the newcomer," said the clan assassin. "So, we were fooled again. This new guy is not so simple," noticed the younger brother of the clan leader, and also the chief alchemist, who developed the pills that increase regeneration. He gave the girl his medicine so that no one in the clan could identify her by the wound she received in battle. The girl was glad that she would not have to leave the clan for fear of being caught in treason, because the scar could give her away. Several days passed, and the day came to take the exam for the opportunity to study with the great master. Sam noticed how lively it was in the main square today. He liked the atmosphere. Siri wished him luck and told him that he had only one choice: to pass the test. Otherwise, she would kill him with her own hands. The princess's older sister Maggie intervened in the conversation and expressed interest in Sam, saying that her sister had been talking about nothing else lately. The princess was embarrassed because she didn't want the guy to know that she was secretly in love with him. The hero noted that the princess had a very beautiful sister, and he was very glad to meet their entire family. The princess warned the hero not to even think about rolling his balls towards her sister. Not only the sisters from the main family were crazy about the hero, but also the other girls from the clan kept looking at him and sighed languidly after him. The boys from the clan did not like the close attention of all the girls in the village to the newcomer. They planned to get rid of him at the first opportunity. It was time to begin the selection. The clan leader greeted the candidate disciples and the spectators of the competition. The task of the first test was announced. The participants need to collect 10 flowers of the magic herb that grows on the top of the sacred mountain in 3 hours. Most of the participants considered this test to be completely childish. The head informed the test participants that if anyone felt that they did not have the skills to pass the tests, it was better to refuse at the beginning. The test begins. The participants took off from their seats, and only the hero was in no hurry to speed up. He stood and watched from the side what was happening. The princess ran up to him and asked what was the matter. Did he really not want to pass the tests and be closer to her? The hero said that the princess shouldn't worry about him. The girl was surprised. She didn't understand what he was planning. Meanwhile, other participants were actively searching, but without success. The two candidates walked and discussed how difficult the test actually was, and in a few hours they found only 3 flowers. Suddenly they saw something beautiful and stopped. This was our hero. He went into the hot springs completely naked. Turning around, he used the skill, Malevolent Smirk of Love. He invited 2 girls to swim with him. One of the sisters felt awkward, because this was their first meeting. The second one was more determined and accepted the invitation of the attractive young man. A moment later, the older sister walked into the water without clothes. Even though it was scary, the younger one wasn't going to give up the guy she liked so much so easily. Each of the sisters wanted to get to know the hero better and get ahead of her rival in this matter. But the hero replied that he would not be able to give them due attention, since he had little strength, and he had not yet found a single flower. The sisters replied that if the hero needed flowers, they would definitely get them for him. The hero pretended to be very flattered by their friendly gesture. The girls said that it was a great honor for them to help such a handsome man. The hero stayed at the hot springs to reflect on the delights of the life of a man who sits on a girl's neck. As soon as he watched the sisters leave, a girl jumped into the water. She asked what she needed to do for the gentleman so that he could spend a wild night with her. The hero said that he was glad for such attention, but he felt her chakra. He snatched the seaweed from the water, which had been binding his leg for several minutes, and the girl turned into a water witch. Sam said he knew she only wanted to suck the life out of him and refused to spend a wild night with her. The evil spirit gathered green chakra around itself and directed it towards the hero. Green algae surrounded Sam on all sides. In a moment, he was already bound with dozens of strong seaweed. The green monster said that because the gentleman was handsome, she would not kill him, but would simply take all his energy. The hero looked at her with a languid gaze and said that she didn't have a single chance against him. He used the 4th level Burning Sun technique. The monster began to scream in pain. The algae were burned. The green evil spirit asked for mercy, because it did not have time to harm him, and paid him a compliment. The young man decided that she could avoid execution, but she would have to bear the punishment. The girl gave herself to the hero and was completely in his power. The groans of evil spirits could be heard in the area. The guy praised the skills that the evil spirit possessed and wished her correction. The green beauty thanked him and promised to improve if he would do such educational work with her at least once more. Cries for help were heard in the forest. 2 sisters were trapped by a tree demon who was guarding the flowers they needed. The tree demon was a huge oak tree with slits for eyes and a mouth, from which insane chakra oozed. He pointed a sharp branch at his younger sister, which flew straight at her head. The girl had already said goodbye to life and dreams of spending the night with a handsome man. A moment before the girl's death, using the dragon constellation technique, the hero cut through a thick oak branch in one motion. The tree swung its branches from side to side in a rage, destroying everything it touched. The hero said that he would not allow anyone to harm his future sisters. The evil spirit had captured many more girls than the hero immediately noticed, but each of them was immensely happy to see him. All attention was focused on the handsome young man who was about to destroy the evil spirit of the forest. The battle began, and a dozen sharp branches like spears flew at the hero. With one blow of his blade, the hero smashed into pieces all the branches directed at him. However, the chips also proved dangerous. The hero began to take the enemy more seriously and watch his every move. The girls were upset, but mostly because a scratch had appeared on the young man's beautiful, perfect face. They could no longer watch their handsome man being disfigured, and in a few seconds they freed themselves from the demonic embrace. The forest guard was at a loss. The hero watched as the girls used various techniques to deal with the demon. He saw that not far from the battle site, there were the very plants that would allow him to complete the task. A few minutes later, the demon lay motionless on the ground and looked like an ordinary felled tree. The dying tree was told by the girls that it was a mistake to hurt the most handsome boy. But the young man was no longer there, and he did not know how the duel ended. He kept walking, but could only find 6 plants. There was a sound of air cutting. Again, someone wanted to kill the hero. His quick reaction allowed him to dodge without taking damage. It was unexpected to realize that it was not just enemies who had attacked him. 4 test participants attacked, finding only 1 plant each and wanting to take away the ones the hero had collected. What luck, Sam thought to himself. The men could not understand why the hero was looking at them with such interest. Level 4 Sunstroke Technique. A moment later, 4 men stood with broken faces, bruises under their eyes and bumps on their heads, and held out their flowers to the hero. He thanked them for their generosity and set off on his way. The time allotted for the test was almost over, and the square was filling with participants. The head of the clan announced that the winner of the first stage would be able to immediately become his student. The hero thanked everyone for the opportunity to participate in this test. The princess was very glad to see him return not empty-handed. The participants continued to admire the handsome man and offered him a room in the women's dormitory. The princess realized that she was not the only one who fell in love with the hero. She didn't understand what feelings were overcoming her. She had never experienced jealousy before. Siri secluded herself on a snowy mountain and thought about him. Sam arrived just in time, before she could get angry that he didn't share the joy of victory with her. She asked why he wasn't having fun with the other girls. "I want to thank you, mentor. Thanks to you, I have reached such heights and become part of the clan." The girl said that today is the night of purification, and everyone who has sinned will certainly come to the holy spring, including the girl who attacked them. And when she comes, we will be able to see the scars you left on her body. The hero asked the princess not to risk herself and not to try to detain the girl herself. The girls were taking a bath in a hot spring, and he said what a pity it was that he didn't have a handsome brother nearby. The princess looked around but did not see anyone with a wound on their chest. The hero lay in the room and thought about why the princess was acting so distant lately. The hero's cotton and pants began to smoke in the groin area, and he became frightened. Smoke filled the entire room. The fairy guardian appeared and said that if he was thinking about the princess, then he should ask her what was bothering him. "What are you doing here?" asked the hero. The fairy replied that as an observer she could be anywhere, but she could not influence the plot of the game, and no one could see her except Sam. The hero said that he would like to follow the fairy's advice, but he cannot go to the women's bathhouse because he will be thrown out. The fairy advised him to transform into a girl and go talk. This plan was viewed with distrust. The fairy advised me to go to the system store and acquire the necessary skill. And indeed, there is such a skill in the system, and you can become a girl without surgery. The hero acquired illusion spells that went well with his pumped-up charisma. The hero asked why the fairy was giving him hints if she was forbidden to influence the course of the game. The fairy said to consider this a system hint and enjoy the game. It's very interesting who the hero intends to become. From the initial changes, it was not clear who he was turning into. Long legs, short white dress, white hair, blue eyes, golden bow on the chest. The fairy was very surprised when she saw herself, but not in the mirror. The hero said that he made himself according to a template that was in front of his eyes. But I still changed something. I made my chest bigger. He looked, and from her displeased expression, he realized that everything had gone well. Of course, what girl would like it if we talk about her small breasts? At this time, the princess was keeping an eye on the hot springs, but she never saw anyone with a scar. The hero and female guys came to the pond and called the princess. She didn't understand what was happening and what the unfamiliar girl wanted from her. Sam revealed his secret and asked the princess to keep her mouth shut. Siri couldn't understand what was happening and how he managed to do it. The hero explained that he did it as a cover and wanted to help her catch the criminal. The princess was worried that the hero would see her naked. The princess's older sister appeared at the springs. She immediately noticed the hero and female guys and complimented him, thinking that this was a real girl. The princess had already started to tell who was hiding under the guise of a stranger when Sam stopped her. He introduced himself as Tsunade, the daughter of the ruler of the Hidden Leaf Village. The older sister said she was pleased to meet you. Sam said that there was no one living in these parts who did not know the daughters of the main family, Maggie complimented our hero in female form once more and retired to take a bath. The princess asked why the hero did not let her tell her sister about him, to which Sam replied that she also needed to be checked for scars. The princess said that she would not dare suspect her sister of plotting against her. Sam noted that he suspected everyone, including her sister, and until he was convinced otherwise, no one needed to know why they were here. "What should I do?" asked the princess. The hero already had a cunning plan. He climbed onto a rock and started shouting that there was a poisonous snake in the pond. A slight panic began, but the hero still hadn't seen anything. He decided to check his older sister right away and pretended that the snake was swimming towards her. Sam shouted that the snake had gotten under Maggie's towel and he would save it. The towel was torn off. The hero achieved his goal. He began to examine his older sister's breasts closely. He didn't see any cuts and was upset by this. Maggie continued to scream and kick the water, fearing a snake attack. She held the protagonist's head, pressing it to her chest, his pulse growing stronger. A notification has arrived that if aroused, the illusion spell will dissipate. The girl stood close to the hero and began to notice something oblong right under the water. She thought she saw a snake and tried to grab it with her hands. And then Maggie caught her. But I couldn't understand why the snake felt so hard to the touch. The hero looked at her with fear, and she held his snake in her hand and squeezed it tightly. Because of the steam from the holy springs, no one except Maggie noticed the hero's transformation from a beautiful girl into a guy. She covered him with her body from the girls and told them to run away quickly. Since the snake was very dangerous, cunning, and possibly not alone, the girls decided to listen to their older sister, because she was from the main family, and they had no reason not to trust her. Maggie asked Sam to explain what was going on here, and what kind of tricks he was doing here. Sam replied that he couldn't concentrate on the story while his sister Maggie was standing in front of him without clothes. A little later, two princesses and Sam were sitting in the gazebo, who was explaining to the eldest of them that they were trying to find the killer in this way. The detectives were very embarrassed to say that they suspected Maggie of such things. Maggie invited Sam to examine her breasts, feel them, and check them in any other way he wished. Sam liked the idea and was already thinking about how he would check his older sister's body. But at that moment, the younger sister threw her fist with all her might into his impudent, satisfied face. Maggie didn't know whether she liked this situation or not. On the one hand, she liked Sam, but on the other hand, her little sister liked him too. The younger sister refused to help her older sister and decided to deal with the pervert herself. Maggie said goodbye and said that they needed to deal with the attack as soon as possible and find the killer who attacked them at the sacred place of energy concentration. Having thanked their sister for her participation and excitement, the heroes were left alone. Meanwhile, in the laboratory of the clan leader's brother, a meeting with the killer takes place. It turns out to be Maggie, who says that she is already under suspicion and that she won't be able to hide for long now. The chief's brother replies that in a few days he will refine the divine pill and become the strongest person in this mortal world. Maggie says that the divine pill is strictly prohibited by law, and if anyone finds out, they will face the death penalty. The man replies that he is not afraid of anything and asks Maggie to simply hold the heroes back so that they do not get in the way. The man says he now has only one goal: to avenge his son, who was crippled by the fault of his younger sister and her arrogant friend. The events take us to the Hidden Cloud Square, where the main master demonstrates the training of his new student. Sam demonstrated the skill palm of the Scorching Sun, level 5. He smashed to pieces a huge block of ice standing in the center of the square. The impact was so hot that not even a drop of water remained from the ice block. Everything evaporated in a split second. The master praised the student for mastering the 5th level of the technique so quickly. Sam noted that he achieved such heights because the princess helped him, but this is not enough for him, and he wants to master the final 6th level of the technique. The master replied that the 6th level could not be reached alone, but that it was necessary to merge with a female master who could sacrifice her honor for him. The hero did not believe that in order to master the technique he needed to have sex with a girl during training. The master said that during the ritual the girl must lose her virginity with the hero. But will he be able to find such a girl? A dozen girls in the square squealed and screamed that they were ready to part with their innocence for the sake of the hero. The master was shocked by this development of events, turned around in embarrassment, and headed towards his palace. As he was leaving, he replied that he could not help him in this matter, and that he should sort it out himself. The hero first offered the princess to help him master a new level of technology, telling him about the nuances. The sister was outraged by the proposal, but inside she knew that she wanted to perform the ritual with Sam. Sam said that if she didn't help him, then he had no choice and would have to find someone else. The hero had not yet announced the casting for the role of his assistant in mastering technology, when the first girls had already gathered in front of his doors. He asked the girls to be quiet while he performed tests on them. The waiting ones heard loud, rhythmic slaps and moans coming from the room. They were delighted at the thought that they would soon be in his girlfriend's place. The princess was very angry at what the hero had done and watched what was happening from afar. Sam said loudly that the first girl was not suitable because she would not be able to withstand the hard training. The girl left the room exhausted, half naked. Her dress was torn and her underwear was missing. Sam said that he had very little time and asked the girls to quickly come to his room. An hour later, the princess could not bear the jealousy and burst into the main character's room. There were sweaty, half-naked girls lying on the floor of the room, breathing very heavily. Princess Siri burst into the room and started yelling at Sam for using the sister mentors. Sam knew that sooner or later the princess would visit his room. She was taken by surprise by the fact that the hero was expecting her arrival. Sam said that he considers Princess Siri to be the mentor with whom he wants to improve his level of the scorching sun technique. Siri didn't know what to answer the young master and asked what he had been doing here with the sister mentors for over an hour. Sam said that he would show her now if she was not afraid and helped him become a master of the 6 solar paths. A moment later, Siri was lying on the bed, sighing heavily and clutching the sheets with all her might. The princess's moans echoed throughout the entire floor, but only a small portion of the girls understood what was happening in the room. Sam gave the princess a magical foot massage, which gave her an incredibly emotional boost. She didn't expect that a foot massage could bring so much pleasure. She couldn't breathe. She writhed on the bed like a snake. It seemed that she was having convulsions, but she did not tell the hero to stop. Sam replied that he liked the reaction of her body the most, and that she was able to hold out longer than the others. Maggie watched what was happening from the street. She understood that if they continued training together, then even her uncle's pill wouldn't help. Upon learning of the joint training of the princess and the upstart who had ruined his son's career, the uncle was at a loss. He gave Maggie a poison that stops the development of any spiritual techniques and told her to slip it to her opponents. Maggie asked why they weren't just poisoned, to which her uncle replied that he wanted to kill them in the most horrible way possible. Uncle said that before he died, he wanted Sam to see his son marry Princess Siri. Princess Maggie was overcome with strange feelings. She did not know if she was on the right path. Meanwhile, the heroes devoted all their free time to training. The princess stopped and said that Sam should have mastered the 6th level technique by now. She raised her head, looked at him, and couldn't believe her eyes. The hero's hair turned white and had a silvery tint. There was a knock behind the door. The older sister wanted to enter their room. Sam was very wary. He still didn't know who the killer was, and his suspicions about Maggie remained. The younger sister left the room and asked the older one why she came. The eldest replied that she knew how tired they were during training and brought them chicken soup to replenish their strength. Maggie's mouth dropped open when she saw Sam's white and silver hair, unable to believe her eyes. Sister Siri thanked Maggie for her care and the chicken soup, which smelled very nice. Maggie said that the soup should be eaten as quickly as possible before it gets cold. Sam said that they couldn't eat the soup because they didn't know if it was poisonous. Maggie pretended to be very upset that Sam still didn't trust her. The hero took out his sunglasses, pretended to be a tough guy, and said that he knew who attacked them, and it was Maggie's sister. My sister began to make excuses and say that they checked her for a scar, which she doesn't have. The younger sister began to stand up for Maggie and say that she had known her all her life, and she could not betray her. It is unknown how you managed to get rid of the wound, but you still miscalculated when you talked to us. In that conversation, I only spoke about the wound, but I didn't say a word about where the attack took place. And then Maggie remembered how, as she was leaving, she had said that they needed to deal with the attack as quickly as possible and find the killer who had attacked them at the sacred place of energy concentration. It was just my guess. You can't judge me based on that phrase alone. Sam quickly got his bearings and offered Maggie a bowl of her own soup to prove her innocence. Sister Maggie realized that she had been caught off guard and needed to drink the soup because it only contained power-dispersing powder, not poison. She drank the cup of soup with shaking hands, hoping that she had not been deceived. The hero was a little confused, but still did not believe Maggie. He thought that she had drunk the antidote in advance. Siri, so as not to offend her sister, quickly drank a bowl of soup. Sam didn't know what to do because he knew there was something wrong with the soup. He yelled at the princess, but it was too late. The powder was absorbed into the blood. My head was spinning. My body was burning from the inside. The elder sister could barely stand on her feet and cursed her uncle who had deceived her. Meanwhile, the clan leader's brother waited for the powder that burns from the inside to take effect. The man told his son that he was doing everything for him, for his happiness. The traitorous brother had been sitting there for several weeks, smiling and delirious, and his father thought he had lost his mind. At this time, the divine pill was being prepared, but to complete the preparation, a guide was needed. The heart of a loved one. The father decided to take the heart of his son, who was now useless, and took out a blade to strike. But before he could turn around, dozens of needles with immobilizing poison pierced his back. The man could not believe that he had been deceived by his own son, because of whom he had come up with a plan for revenge. The son admitted that he had been waiting for this moment for a very long time, constantly pretending to be sick and crazy in order to learn more about the pill. The father, lying on the floor, begged for mercy, but the son was only interested in the divine pill. The son was mad and did not hear anything. He wanted to rip out his father's heart to complete the ritual. Meanwhile, the princess's two sisters were burning from the inside, and the fire could only be extinguished by merging with a man. The hero understood that what was happening was what he had already seen in the battle against his traitorous brother. The girls surrounded Sam, breathing heavily into his neck and hugging his waist. The younger sister asked to save the older one, because it was not her fault that she was deceived. And the elder one asked to save the younger one first, since she would not be able to live if she died because of her fault. The girls did not wait for the hero's consent and took off their dresses, remaining in their underwear and stockings. Sam had to save both sisters at the same time. He had no experience like this before, but he liked it. Sam leveled up and unlocked a new skill, Enchanting Mirage, which can stop high-level opponents. The younger sister thanked the hero for his generosity and salvation. The older sister was very ashamed that he saved her, although she tried to kill him. The hero lay on the bed, exhausted, unable to get dressed. Maggie revealed that she agreed to become her uncle's assistant because she was jealous of Ciri, but she regrets it very much and asks for forgiveness. Ciri said she was willing to forgive Maggie if she promised to improve. Maggie asked that as punishment for her misdeed, Sam would use her as his slave for a long time and do whatever he wanted. Ciri got angry and said that now was not the time for jokes, because the enemy was not sleeping. Maggie said that Uncle was refining the divine pill, and if he was not stopped, disaster would happen. Sam began to ask the sisters about what the divine pill was. He was told that the pill was a secret forbidden drug that instantly developed a person's abilities to the limit, but he lost control of himself. Sam said that it was time for him to visit the family of traitors and punish them for what they had done. Ciri gave Sam a magical blade, a relic of the Hidden Cloud clan, which can only be wielded by a warrior who has reached the 6th level of the Scorching Sun technique. Sam thanked Ciri, and taking the blade in his hands felt incredible energy. Before Sam could leave the bedroom, he felt a wild energy approaching the roof of the house. A few seconds later, a huge explosion destroyed the wall and roof of part of the house. With Sam's new abilities, he was able to create a protective barrier during the explosion. He again saved two sisters who could not sense such a lightning attack. On the roof of the destroyed house stood the traitor brother named Gao Gun, safe and sound. The princess asked where he got his healthy arm and the strength to use such powerful techniques. The traitorous brother said that his father, whom he sacrificed, had refined the divine pill, and now Gao Gun was invincible. Sam rushed towards Gao Gun with all his might to deal him a crushing blow, but Gan stopped the blow of the blade, moving at incredible speed with one hand. He said that he was now at an extreme level of strength and could not be stopped by an ordinary blade. The hero asked what about the blade called Snow Slayer, which has the power of divine flame. And at that moment, the blade burst into flames of incredible power, and the hero dealt the traitor a crushing blow to his sore arm. Gao Gan's hand was smoking as if it had just been taken out of an oven. Sam thought that he was just a few blows away from defeating the enemy and prepared to attack. Gao, laughing an evil laugh, showed the hero his whole hand and said that he was immortal. At that moment, several magical blades flew into the chest of the self-confident villain. The blades were sent by Maggie's elder sister, who gathered her mentor sisters around her and rushed to Sam's aid. It was clear that Maggie's blades had reached their destination, but there was not a single scratch on Gao Gan's body. The hero asked the sisters not to interfere in the battle against the immortal enemy, but Maggie, feeling guilty about herself, could not stand aside, and decided that she would do everything possible to detain the enemy. Together with the other sisters, she began to gather chakra to use one of the clan's secret techniques. The enemy knew that he was immortal, but was still afraid to experience such a high-level technique. The sisters gathered energy and used the demonic Rainblade technique. The damage was so severe that it would have destroyed hundreds and thousands of units of ordinary enemies. Dozens of blades passed through Gaogan, red liquid oozed out from his body, but he still stood. The sisters celebrated their victory. It was impossible to think that anyone would remain alive after such a powerful technique. But the enemy raised his head. A trickle of blood flowed from his mouth, but a mocking smile was visible on his face. With a powerful energy flow, the enemy fired blades that pierced his body in the opposite direction. The girls had to defend themselves. No one expected such a turn of events. Maggie tried to rush to her sister's defense, but she didn't have time. The immortal brother grabbed her by the throat and did not give her the opportunity to help her sisters. The enemy told Maggie that she had a chance to come over to his side and serve faithfully. But the girl refused her evil brother and called him a coward who could never compare to the main character. Then Gao Dan said that she left him no choice and that he would have to kill her. And after that kill, her vaunted Sam. At that very second, Sam used a magic blade to separate the traitor's hand from his body and freed Maggie. Siri was waiting below, helping her sister land without injury. The enemy was quickly able to grow a new arm and decided to destroy the hero first. Sam tried to joke with his opponent and tell him that success with women is about attractiveness and charisma, not strength. Sam combined the power of the magic blade and the Six Suns snow-melting technique and delivered a direct blow to the opponent's chest. Gaogan was confident that a normal blow would not be able to harm him, so he did not even try to defend himself. The hero's face showed that his plan had succeeded and that his arrogant opponent would soon regret their meeting. Gaogan didn't understand why his wounds weren't healing and instead were getting bigger. The hero explained that thanks to the magic blade and reaching the 6th level of the technique, he was able to place the energy of the sun into the enemy's body. After this, to ignite the solar energy, the hero struck the enemy with his blade 10 more times. The sun began to burn inside the traitor, his body burst into flames, and he, like a meteorite, began to fall to the ground emitting loud cries. The princesses ran to the hero, fearing for his life, because he had spent so much energy. Sam, as usual, kept a low profile, because he didn't want to look weak in the eyes of his sisters. But then the hero saw unimaginable fear on the face of one of the girls. Behind Sam, almost from the ashes, a figure engulfed in flames was rising. It was Gaogan, the flames burning him, and the immortal body became one. The hero, without thinking or planning, rushed to attack the enemy who was blazing in flames. The enemy, with one movement of his hand, produced a wave of fire of incredible power. The hero felt that he was fighting no less than a demigod who could destroy half the world with the snap of his finger. Sam felt like every part of his body was being tortured, and his internal organs were exploding. The enemy was furious and asked Princess Siri why she continued to protect the weakling. Sam came up with a plan. He decided to play on the enemy's jealousy towards Princess Siri, and he used the recently learned technique of mesmerizing mirage. Gaogan continued to shout that normal techniques wouldn't work on him. In the mirage, the hero created a picture in which he and Princess Siri are together in the same bed, about to study new techniques. In order to further anger the enemy, Sam added his older sister Maggie to the illusion. The evil brother was simply furious at such impudence. He did not understand that this was still just an illusion. In an artificially created deception, Sam and the girls discussed Gaogan's inferiority. He couldn't stand it and became even more angry. In the illusion, the princess offered the hero privacy right in front of her worthless traitor brother. The enemy, who had completely lost his mind, decided that if he didn't have eyes, he wouldn't see what was happening between Siri and Sam. Gaodan gouged out his eyes, but the illusion still did not stop, and he saw what he feared most in the world. The princess asked why the traitor tore out his eyes and did not restore them. Sam replied that he had created an illusion that the enemy did not want to see. The princess asked what it was, but the hero could not give a clear answer. Gaogan continued to have an unpleasant dream and muttered something about Siri licking some places. The princess guessed what kind of dream the traitor in love with her was seeing and gave the main character a thrashing. 3 days have passed and we are shown a prison on the territory of a clan hidden in the clouds. The chained traitor sees the same vision despite his lack of eyes. The clan leader speaks of an unforgivable and terrible betrayal of the clan, which will be remembered by Gaogan's lifelong imprisonment. The master turns to the protagonist and says that he is going to hand over the reign to him, as well as his beloved daughter Siri. The princess looks confused, but is very happy with her father's words. Sam thanks the master, but says that he will not be able to accept the rule of the clan and marry the princess. The girl asks Sam why he doesn't want to stay with them. The hero replies that he has unfinished business and needs to hit the road. Sam headed to the room to collect his things, but was stopped by the master. He pounced on him to give him a fatherly thrashing, as he had grown attached to him with all his heart, since he had always wanted to have a son. It was late evening. The stars illuminated the hidden Cloud Clan palace. Ciri decided to say goodbye to the hero and went to his bedroom. But before I opened the door, I heard the loud voices of Sam and Maggie. Groans were heard from the room. It was unclear what Sam and Maggie were doing. Ciri, overcome with jealousy, ran into the room and started yelling at them indiscriminately. It turned out that they were stuffing bulky things into a duffel bag. The friends decided to drink tea before the hero's departure from the clan. Sam drank his tea in one gulp and decided that it was time for him to leave, as the journey promised to be long. Older sister Maggie looked at Sam suspiciously, as if she was planning something. After drinking the tea, Sam began to feel very strange, as if everything inside was burning up. The older sister said that she could not resist and added a magic powder to the hero's drink. She told her younger sister that the three of them should spend the last night with the hero. The sisters decided that they would not forgive themselves if they did not try the hero's body before he left the clan. Ciri was very shy, but she couldn't refuse a magical night with the hero. Thus, the hero achieved the achievement of conquering Princess Ciri, and also at the same time received a card for Princess Maggie. In the morning, the girls woke up but did not find Sam in their bed. They were very sorry to part with Sam, because he had become the closest person to them. The girls promised themselves that if they met him even once more, they would never let him go. Meanwhile, the hero was on the playing field and watched the girls from the side. He was a little sad. The game fairy told him not to be upset, because this was not the last breakup in his game profile. The hero did not admit that he had become attached to the girls, and that he was sad to realize that this round was over. The fairy said that he had earned a lot of points and could try out new features of the system. She told the hero that the place he was in could be arranged according to his wishes. Sam replied that he would not waste precious experience points on furnishing a room he rarely spends in. The fairy said that the place could be equipped with forges for improving equipment, a botanical garden for growing useful plants, and other useful things. The hero decided to first install a forge, also an alchemy workshop for creating magic pills that enhance abilities. Now the game space began to look much better. The hero felt a surge of energy. The fairy liked the way Sam had arranged the home space, and she kissed him. The confused hero asked the fairy how the buildings he built would function. The fairy caretaker promised him to sort everything out and hire workers. Instantly, doll workers appeared, calling Sam master and promising to look after the household. Sam asked when he could start playing the next level of the game. The fairy said that the game would start at any time if he wished, but asked if he wanted to study the achievements first. The hero took out the 3/4 level bonus cards he had received and thought that it would be great if his girls were nearby now. The cards in his hand crackled and began to emit a very bright light, which blinded the hero for a moment. Familiar characters appeared on the playing field, the owner of an intimate salon and 2 princesses. They were very surprised to see Sam again. The owner of the salon was in the same state as Sam had seen her last time, in a robe over her naked body. The younger sister grabbed the hero by the collar and began asking him questions about the half-naked girl. The older sister just looked at the hero and couldn't take her eyes off him. The situation was getting tense. No one understood what was happening, and Sam didn't know how he would justify himself to the girls. Sam asked the fairy why she didn't warn him about the possibility of summoning characters. The younger sister pressed the hero the hardest and demanded an explanation. Sam decided to make do as he went along and couldn't come up with anything more interesting than to come up with the idea that he wasn't quite human. He decided to introduce himself as an angel who had descended from heaven to carry out a very important mission. He came up with a story that he had been expelled from heaven for his misdeeds, and now, in order to return back, he must endure 100 love disappointments. The younger sister did not quite believe him and decided to punish him for his deception and dissolute lifestyle. The elder sister said that she believed him, because she had never received such divine pleasure with anyone. The younger sister and the owner of the salon thought the same thing, that they had never experienced such emotions in bed with anyone as with the hero. The fairy decided to give each girl a spiritual ring that would be able to transport them to the hero's home gaming area. Princess Ciri said that she did not want to communicate with a womanizer, and she also became the head of the clan, and she had little time. The older sister liked the idea with the ring, and she was interested in whether it would immediately transport her to the hero's bedroom. The younger sister did not like Maggie's reasoning, as she was jealous of Sam with all the girls. The owner of the salon touched the water on the shore of the lake with her feet and gave herself over to memories. She remembered the times when the hero was very close to her and missed him. And then, as if by magic, handsome Sam appeared. He greeted the girl and asked what she'd been doing since he left. She said that she traveled and studied magical musical techniques of seduction. Sam asked her to demonstrate her skills in playing her favorite musical instrument. The girl took the jade flute in her hands and said that its playing could cloud the hero's mind. Sam said that his level was too high for the girl to harm him. The girl took the hero's words as a challenge and decided to show him what she was capable of. The girl began to play. Magical music came from the flute and a fire began to burn inside the hero. The hero attacked the girl, not letting her finish the game. He couldn't control himself. Sam said that her magical flute playing had lit a fire in his heart, and he wanted to let her play his flute. The girl pretended that she was not ready for a joint orchestra right now, but she herself really wanted to find herself in his arms. The girl decided to give herself to the hero and do as he wanted because their desires coincided. The girl played the flute while the hero gave them both pleasure. 3 days passed, and the game assistants did their best to improve the hero's gaming space. When the hero had rested and settled down in his home playing field, he decided to move on to the next level. The hero asked the fairy if she could take him to the next level in a different way than last time, so that he would not have to run from the guards. The fairy noted that the landing point and the hero's identity were chosen randomly and wished him good luck. Sam was once again caught in a whirlpool of gaming energy, sucking him into a new level. This time he found himself locked in a dungeon with slaves who were about to be auctioned off. His appearance changed. His nose and ears were pointed. It was not clear what kind of creature he was. Next to him in the cell he saw beautiful creatures in rags. They had strange pointed ears, and some even had horns. A girl with yellow eyes and ears like a fox approached the hero and asked if everything was okay with him. The hero didn't answer. He grabbed the girl by the ears to check if they were real. The girl asked him not to touch other people's ears because they are very sensitive. The hero asked everyone what kind of creatures they were if their ears were real. The girls replied that they were half humans who had been captured and were going to be sold at auction. We are shown the city of Gaia, where humans, demi-humans, and demons live together and contribute to the development of the city. 500 years ago, a war broke out between humans and demons, and both sides suffered great losses, but humans eventually won, after which the Church of the Divine Color proclaimed humans to be the superior race and demons to be the inferior, and later the demons became slaves in the hands of humans. The hero realized that he belonged to the demon race, and asked why the half-human girl was also imprisoned. The fox girl replied that people had stopped taking into account not only demons, but also half-humans. Their villages were being captured, and they themselves were being taken prisoner. For the same reason, the other girls from the Uzumaki clan, the horned ones and the slugs, are here. Sam said that he understands why they can kidnap beautiful girls from demons and demi-humans, but why they kidnapped him, because he is a man. The girl explained that men are considered even more valuable for kidnapping. After all, men can be bought by the richest ladies of the city and used for their perverted fantasies. The hero thought that this was a very good plan. To get out of captivity, he just needed to please a rich lady. The girl from the Uzumaki clan said that she had never heard of any of the male slaves ending well, because there is no guarantee that it won't be bought by a rich perverted man. The hero was upset and did not understand how to get out of captivity and pass this level successfully. The hour of the auction had arrived, and the richest people of the city had gathered in the hall. The masked rich discussed slaves bought at previous auctions who had been fed to dogs or killed in other ways because they had misbehaved. The person conducting the auction was already presenting the 7th lot. It was a very beautiful young girl from the cat clan, wearing a chic dress, and there was fear in her eyes. The rich began to hold up signs with their numbers and name prices, ranging from $3 to $6 million. One of the oligarchs, with sign number 599, said that his collection was missing just one more cat and offered $9 million. The deal for the cat girl was closed, and she was placed at the disposal of a rich gentleman. The gentleman grabbed her hand tightly and was ready to take her to the room for carnal pleasures. He was impatient to try her. The girl attacked the gentleman and bit him very hard on the arm. The girl ran with all her might. It seemed to her that she could escape and no one would find her. But the people who kidnapped her and brought her to the auction had foreseen all the unforeseen situations. One of the leaders pressed a button that stopped anyone who broke the rules. The button was responsible for detonating the collar that was on the necks of all the slaves at the auction. There was a strong explosion. Nothing was left of the girl, only burnt shreds of her dress flew to the sides. The hero was shocked by what was happening. He did not understand why it was necessary to kill the girl, because there are other ways of control. The fox said that this was the rule, since any animal that bit a person must be killed. The hero was very angry. He did not perceive what was happening as a game. He wanted to punish the people who were doing this to the half-humans. The host said that everyone will forget this incident when they see the new lot, which will impress everyone. He presented a hero who looked simply amazing and carried himself on stage like a master, not a slave. The rich girls couldn't hold back their emotions. They were ready to do anything to get Sam as their slave. Sam said that if someone wanted to buy it, they would have to buy 4 more of the half-human girls standing behind the scenes of the stage. The host asked how the slave dared to put forward his conditions, but the protagonist told him to shut his dirty mouth. The hero was very serious, and the presenter could not say anything to him in response. Using the charm technique, Sam said that he was going to serve the master well, who would buy him and his 3 girlfriends. The bidding started at $70 million, and within a few seconds reached $85 million. The mustachioed man in the mask looked indignant as he saw everyone arguing over the goods, but then he suddenly jumped up, shouted that from today on he liked men and was ready to pay $150 million. A rich, beautiful lady in a short skirt entered the game and placed a bet of $500 million. The girls were surprised by such generosity, but were upset that they did not have enough money to take such a handsome slave for themselves. The presenter said that in this case, all 5 slaves would become the property of Mistress Ginevra. The hero himself was shocked that his race was willing to pay such a high price for a half-human. The lady looked at the hero with loving eyes, and she could not wait to realize her fantasies with his participation. We are transported to the domain of Madame Ginevra. It is late evening. The mistress's maid asked the hero to take off his old clothes, take a shower, and dress in decent clothes. The hero began to ask the maid about Madame Genève, about what she was like. The girl avoided answering and said that the hero would soon find out everything himself from the lips of the hostess herself. The hero decided to go and change clothes in order to look as good as possible in front of his hostess. In the closet, he saw a lot of role-playing costumes and thought that he would be interested to see the mistress's skills. Ginevra walked into the room in a beautiful outfit. The smell of her perfume could be smelled a mile away. The hero chose a more or less decent men's outfit that emphasized his athletic torso. She entered the room. The hero saw that her level was 5 stars and she was a very strong character. He called her to him and said that he was ready to provide her with satisfaction for the entire amount that she paid for him. The girl liked Sam's self-confidence, and she wanted to test him as soon as possible. The girl pushed the hero onto the bed, bent over like a cat and placed her knee between his legs. She sat astride him and began to take off his shirt to see his athletic body. In an instant, he was bound by magic handcuffs. Now he couldn't move. His hands and feet were tied to the bed, and the girl continued to sit on top. Now the girl suggested talking about business, and it should soon become clear why she paid such a sum for him. The girl showed the hero her fangs and ears, which were exactly like his. The hero was interested in what she had planned and why she needed him. It turned out that everyone in the girl's castle was the same demon as he was. Ginevra revealed that she was a subordinate of the Demon King, who was sealed 500 years ago. She bought his life so that he could help destroy the hammer and resurrect the king, who was sealed by the 7 sages of divine light. The girl has been trying to find a way to destroy this hammer for many years, but she hasn't succeeded. The hero said that he knows the legend of the hammer, and also knows that any demon who touches the hammer will be dead. Ginevra said that she knows a way to remove the seal, but only Sam can do it. She said that all 7 sages of divine light were long dead, and there was only one heir who was holding back the seal, Irina. If Irina is eliminated, the seal will be broken, and the Demon King's heart will be freed. Because the members of the Hammer of Light are holy people, if they fall in love with a demon and surrender to him, the seal will be broken. The hero said that he could not destroy an innocent girl to free the main demon. The lady said that she had foreseen his answer, and had learned that she did not need the hero in his entirety. The hero, with fear in his eyes, began to ask what these words of hers meant. The girl said that to complete the mission, all that was needed was a holy spring, which she could cut off for him and sew onto another. The girl swung the knife very hard and wanted to cut off what was so dear to Sam. Sam managed to shout some kind of spell to try to protect himself. From the blow to the hero's groin, the blade in Ginevra's hands bent, and she received a bruise on her hand. She didn't expect that getting his magical source wouldn't be so easy. The hero lay quietly. He managed to use the technique of the stone magic source. This gave strength to his whole body, and he easily got rid of the handcuffs. The girl realized that the hero was not an ordinary demon, but a wizard who could do more than he seemed at first glance. Sam decided to try the seduction technique again, but he had to try hard, since the lady was a level 5 character. The girl asked him to work off 500 million in kind and give her heavenly pleasure. She fell onto the bed and relaxed to get the most out of their encounter. Sam turned her over onto her stomach and told her not to strain herself if she wanted to fly to heaven. His movements were so gentle and fast that the girl sometimes lost consciousness in ecstasy. But the hero did not stop there and demonstrated to his mistress new techniques of mastering his and her bodies. The girl called the hero very resilient even for a demon and praised him for his skills. Sam's friends, whom he had taken with him, turned around at the moans of the hostess. They were sad that they were not in the place of the owner of Geneva, because she moaned so sweetly. The stormy night passed and a calm, sunny morning arrived. Sam woke up Ginevra, wished her good morning, and asked how she was feeling. The girl said that despite the fact that he is the first man in her life, she is sure that no one else gives pleasure like him. The hero was surprised that for a woman like her, he was only the first partner. The girl asked how the hero did not recognize her as an inexperienced girl. Sam attributed her skills to natural talent and incredible charisma. The girl confessed to Sam about her plans, in which her first man should be the Demon King. Sam reminded her that he was not going to help her get her king back and kill or seduce an innocent girl. Ginevra, using virgin blood, used the magic of the pure blood chain. She said that if the chain broke, they would both die, and she was ready to die for her master. Sam didn't expect to be hit by a spell of such power, and that his life might be in danger. Ginevra, holding the magic chain in her hands, said that she was asking the hero for the last time to help her return her master. The hero felt pain in his heart and realized that the jokes were over. The girl promised to remove the spell of blood chains and also reward the hero if he helps her. Sam said that he would definitely complete all the tasks and defeat the Church of Divine Light. The girl gave the hero the route along which the heir of the Hammer of Light, Irina, can move. Sam asked not to hurt his 4 girlfriends while he was on a mission. 3 days later, the hero was already in the distant forests where Irina's path passes. There was a roar and blows of the hammer as Irina scattered the creatures from the underworld in different directions. The girl looked stunning, from her curls to her shiny armor. Irina heard cries for help coming from the nearby forest. She didn't know what was happening, but she rushed to help the one in need. Our hero, dressed in a strange white and red outfit, was screaming for help. He was attacked by underground creatures with huge fangs and a bad smell coming from their mouths. But Sam was not going to fight. He was expecting to be saved, hoping that Irina would come to his cry. And his plan worked. Very quickly, the very warrior, the heir of the 7 saints, was approaching the scene. She struck the ground with such force that the soil disappeared from under the feet of the underground creatures. After the blow, none of them were able to get up. The hero did not check if they were alive. The hero thanked his savior and introduced himself as a priest from a nearby village. The girl introduced herself as a holy knight from the Church of Divine Light named Irene. Sam replied that goblins had entered his village and kidnapped one of the villagers, and since the village could not afford to hire a knight, he went to save her. Irina said that despite his courage, he did not have enough strength to deal with the goblins. The hero replied that he believed in divine light, which would bring justice in any case, even at the cost of his life. The warrior did not understand why her heart began to beat faster. She looked at the hero with admiration. Irina suggested that the hero set off on a journey together, destroy a horde of goblins and save a kidnapped girl. The hero realized that gaining the warrior's trust would not be difficult for him. Irina cast some kind of spell with the magic hammer. When the hero asked, she replied that it was a divine light spell that helps detect goblins. She pointed to the black aura and explained that that was where the goblins they needed to defeat were. She was excited about the journey ahead and said it was time to set off. Turning around, the girl saw a dark aura on the main character and asked what it meant. Sam was sure that it was all over and his plan had failed, but the girl said that he was probably imbued with demonic energy during the battle with the goblins. Sam really liked her version and began to say that Irina was very smart. The girl said that if he were a demon, she would not spare him and would destroy him with one blow. In fact, Irina lied because several years ago, when people were destroying the goblin settlement in the valley, she had such an opportunity. She found 2 small goblin children but did not kill them, and she protected them from people with a divine light barrier. She helped them hide and thus saved their lives. She herself did not understand why she did this. Now, together with Sam, they were in a cave, which was very hot. The hero said that goblins choose places near volcanic mines, and also asked Irina to take off her armor so as not to get heat stroke. He didn't expect that she would listen to his advice and start undressing so quickly. The girl remained in her sports underwear, which emphasized her figure. The heroine noticed how Sam was looking at her, and he felt ashamed. Irina said that she exercises every day, which is why she has such a good figure. The hero decided to compliment her using charisma and said that her beauty and strength attracted him very much. But Irina said that they needed to hurry and walked quickly deeper into the cave. Sam heard the ground crunch under Irina's feet and tried to stop her. But it was too late and the warrior was already falling down into a deep hole. Having landed, Irina examined herself and realized that she was not hurt. But I noticed that I had stepped on something dirty and disgusting with my hands and feet. The hero screamed that it was a slimy acid and that he needed to get out immediately before the body dissolved in it. Irina was very scared. The liquid burned her skin and dissolved her clothes. Warrior Irina's sports stockings also began to dissolve. The hero tried to give the girl his hand in order to save her and pull her out of the pit with poison. He succeeded, but the girl still had poisonous mucus on her, eating away at her delicate skin. Irina tried to cleanse her skin using the divine light technique, but she failed, and she thought that now she would not be able to wear such revealing outfits since her skin would be damaged. The hero said that magic is powerless here and that we need to turn to folk methods. The hero was ashamed to admit what kind of method this was. Irene had no time for embarrassment because in a few more minutes her skin would no longer have the same beauty. Then the hero sat her down on the ground and took her long, luxurious leg closer to himself. The girl did not fully understand what he was going to do to help her. The hero was worried, but could not allow the girl to be harmed. The hero began to lick her foot, each finger separately. He moved higher and higher, and the girl writhed in his strong arms. The hero continued to use his tongue. Irina could not restrain her emotions and control her body. The girl asked him to be gentle and said that she had never been with a man before. The hero received a new achievement that made the tongue so dexterous that it could be used to knit a sweater. An hour later, the heroes completed their rescue operation, and Sam gave his outerwear to Irina. Irene enjoyed the smell of Sam's clothes, but she still felt weak. They moved further into the cave, Sam helping her walk. Meanwhile, a fragile girl with a beautiful figure lay tied up on the floor of the cave. The goblins looked at her, licking their lips, dreaming of trying fresh human meat. There was a loud blow from the mace on the ground, and the goblins were blown away by the blast wave. An enraged woman appeared, screaming and asking the goblins why they had brought the girl if she had ordered them to kidnap strong men. One of the goblins pointed to the man in the cage, to which the woman stated that strong and fat were two different things, and with such men, she would not be able to create strong offspring. She was shown a half-human with a bull's face. She replied that this was not the race she needed. They pointed to the man. She said that he was too old and weak. The woman heard footsteps coming from the cave, which caught her attention. The heroes showed up, and Irina told Sam that they were in the Goblin Queen's lair. The Goblin Queen saw Sam and was so astonished that she could not immediately formulate her thoughts. In the woman's eyes, Sam looked amazing. She had never met such guys before. Sam's charisma was already having an effect on the woman, and she couldn't take her eyes off him. Irina called the woman a monster and ordered the kidnapped people to be released. To everyone's surprise, she quickly agreed, but decided to set some conditions. She decided to exchange the prisoners for the main character in order to take advantage of his ideal genetics. The heroes were a little surprised by this development of events and did not know what to do. The Goblin Queen said she wanted to taste fresh flesh, but not to kill and eat, but to create perfect offspring. Irina said that she would never give the hero into the clutches of this terrible woman, but the hero feigned that he was ready to sacrifice his body to save the hostages. The queen said that she had had enough of empty chatter, and it was time to talk in private. With a snap of her fingers, the ground beneath Irina's feet began to shake, after which it began to slip away from under her feet. Irina left the meeting place and flew down. How far, no one knew. She still had the magic hammer with her, and with its help, she was able to land on her feet. She realized that she was in a magical labyrinth, and she urgently needed to get out to save Sam. Meanwhile, the Goblin Queen sat half-naked on her luxurious bed. The bound hero stood on his knees before the queen and waited to see what would happen next. The girl said that Sam had nothing to fear because she didn't feed on people. She said that the kidnapped people were brought by mistake by goblins. She only asked them to find her a man with good genes to give birth to an outstanding goblin. The hero was flattered by her choice of man, and the queen said that after he helped her, she would let him and the locals go home. The hero replied that he agreed to her conditions if she promised to fulfill what she said. The girl said that she would untie Sam and warned him that her character and habits in bed might seem wild to him. Sam tore the ropes that bound him apart in an instant, thus making it clear that he was not afraid of her wild behavior. He said that she would still beg him for mercy because he was confident in his strength. With one touch, he tore the queen's clothes, and now nothing separated them. Sam asked if he could use her toy to enhance the pleasure. The girl replied that this toy could not harm her and he could try. She turned her back to him and leaned against the headboard. Sam took the spiked bat in his right hand and began rhythmically touching its queen. The queen moaned, not from pain, but from pleasure. Very soon he took out his spikeless bat and was already wielding it inside. Even though the queen was very strong and resilient, she no longer had the strength even to say enough. Meanwhile, Irina wandered through the labyrinth and tried to find a way out. The girl decided that if she couldn't find a way out, she would definitely make one herself. The girl began to pass through walls thanks to a magic hammer. She waved it left and right, and now she was confident that she would get out very soon. In the queen's bedroom, it was all over. The woman could not speak. She only nodded. Sam asked the queen not to tell Irene or other people anything. The wall in the room began to crack, and the blows became louder and louder. The wall of the room was blown to smithereens. It looked like an explosion. Irina ran in, shouting that she was going to save the hero from the dirty goblin queen. Irina noticed that the queen was lying half naked on the bed. Sweat was pouring off her, and she was unable to speak. The hero pretended to be performing a sacred ritual to cleanse the queen's soul from demons. The queen began to play along with him and say that she had thought everything through and was ready to take the path of correction. The girl asked how Sam managed to correct the real evil living in this woman. The hero said that he gave her a lecture on the path of divine light, and she rethought her life. Irina asked how one could trust her after she kidnapped people from the village. The queen said that she had done them no harm, had already sent them home and asked for forgiveness. The warrior said that she would forgive her the first time, but if something like this happened again, there would be no more chance. Sam thanked Irina for her trust and said that they were both tired and needed to return to the village to rest. Before letting Sam go, the queen asked him to guide her on the right path a few more times when he had free time. We moved to the village of Sima, located a few hours from the Goblin Caves. The hero shows the village where he supposedly serves as a priest and gives Irina a tour of it. People gathered around Sam and his companion. Everyone thanked him for saving their relatives. But Sam started telling everyone that he could never have saved them on his own, and that they should thank Irina from the Church of Divine Light. The girl said that it was her duty, as the heir of the 7 great saints, to help people. The children came running and began to praise Irina for her beauty and say how lucky Sam was to have such a friend. The girl was confused and did not know how to respond to such a statement. But Sam came to her aid and explained to the children that he and Irene were just friends. The girl did not understand why she was overcome by such emotions and why she wanted to agree with the children. The hero asked Irene for forgiveness, since there was no hotel in the village, and he had to offer her a bed in his room. Night had fallen. The village was illuminated by a full moon. There was something romantic about it. The hero did not sleep. He thought about how to move on to a closer relationship with Irene. He knew that he had almost won her favor. Ginevra appeared on the hero's bed and said that they needed to meet periodically so that the chain would not lose its elasticity, otherwise it would break. The hero was afraid that Irene might see them, but Ginevra said that she had cast an invisibility spell. Therefore, it is absolutely not important how loud the groans will be in the room. Irene was sleeping, and behind her, 2 bodies were merging, beating in ecstasy with pleasure. Irene felt the room shaking, but she couldn't see what was happening. It seemed to her that an earthquake had started. Irene thought she was imagining things. She really wanted to turn around and see the hero sleeping, but she was embarrassed. The 2 bodies were intertwined a few centimeters from the warrior, and this excited Ginevra greatly. A drop of sweat from Ginevra's face rolled straight onto Irene's cheek, who felt it at the same moment. She immediately realized that it was demon sweat, as she felt a strong, burning sensation on her skin. Irene jumped up and screamed that there were demons nearby, and they needed to be ready for battle. Sam, hiding the girl under the blanket, said that there was nothing to worry about, because there could be no one here. Irene said that she could not be mistaken, because her body had been subjected to divine baptism and was very sensitive to demons. The hero began to joke and say that a demon could not fit in such a small room. Irene noticed that the hero had a red face and asked if everything was okay with him. The girl under the blanket continued to test the hero's strength and did not let his body out of hers. The hero tried to prove with his whole appearance that everything was okay, but inside there was a fire burning. The girl said that she felt the heavy breathing of the demon and would definitely find him. She noticed the hero's blanket, which was rising and falling unnaturally. She rushed to the bed to rip the blanket off the hero and see what she was looking for, but there was no one under the blanket. The hero was extremely embarrassed, but this was not noticeable on his body. Irene looked at the hero with big eyes, and began to stutter and stammer when she saw him without a blanket. Ginevra watched from the side. Under the spell, she managed to escape. And now she thought that she did not want to part with Sam, even after the mission. Irene remembered Sam's body. She felt awkward, but the desire grew stronger. She tried to sleep so as not to pounce on Sam right now and take him by force. She dreamed of a temple of light, in which the chief priest was Sam. He fascinated her with his appearance and asked if she was ready to accept the Pope's holy baptism. She didn't try to resist. She was ready to do whatever was required of her. She knelt before her father and begged for the sins she wanted to commit. The Holy Father held her by the hair and asked if she was ready to accept the divine light of the Holy Father into her body. Irene woke up. Sweat was running down her forehead. Everything inside was burning. The desire to be with the hero was overwhelming her. The hero was not in the room, and Irene thought that it was for the best. Sam entered the room, wished her good morning, and invited her to breakfast. Meanwhile, Sam played with the children and gave them sweets. Irene considered Sam a good man with a sense of justice and respect for adults and children, and she wanted to invite him to join her church. A member of the Church of Divine Light named Stan arrived in the village. He said he was looking for his warrior sister named Irene. A small chicken ran up to him and dirtied his new shiny leather shoes. Stan got angry and decided that the one who dared to humiliate him should not live. There was a loud slap of the sole, a short whistle, and all that was left of the chicken was a wet spot. The villagers were ready to pounce on the evil man because they loved the baby so much. Stan said it was just a chicken and there was no need to make a big deal out of it. But the residents were not satisfied with the killer's answer, because the baby was the talisman of their village. Stan said that he was too important a figure in society and could not ask forgiveness from just anyone. A huge piece of turd flew into his face, covering his eyes, nose, and mouth. The residents continued to throw poop at the boar, with comments about not underestimating the village. Residents continued to throw whatever they could get their hands on at Stan: eggs, poop, vegetables, and garbage. Stan, under pressure from the villagers, retreated back and did not notice how he approached the cliff. He stumbled and fell down, unable to do anything to avoid falling. A surprise awaited him at the bottom. He fell into a pit of waste that gave off a foul odor. He was very angry and promised to punish all the villagers who had defamed him. Irene found herself near the garbage pit and asked Stan what he was doing there. He replied that he was worried about her and missed her very much. She asked him not to come closer, as his smell was reminiscent of a mixture of dead animals and rotting vegetables. Stan told how people from their village attacked him and threw him into a waste pit. The villagers asked since when the members of the Church of Divine Light were allowed to oppress ordinary people and kill animals. The hero said that the killed chicken had been a symbol and amulet of the village for several years, and if Stan did not apologize, the residents would not calm down. In order not to look like a fool in front of Irina, Stan publicly apologized for his unworthy behavior and compensated for the damage financially. Stan took a bath and said that the mission was completed and they could return to the Church of Divine Light. Sam said that he enjoyed meeting the girl and hoped that they would meet again someday. The girl began to ask the hero to join the Church of Divine Light and follow her. Sam said he was a simple priest and not worthy of being near them. But inside, he was glad that the plan had worked. Stan began to talk about how not everyone can join the Church of Divine Light, especially a village priest. The villagers intervened in the conversation and began to say that Sam was not just a priest, but the pride of the entire village. Irene said that everyone is equal before the divine light, regardless of background and circumstances, and therefore she vouches for it. The hero promised to do everything in his power to justify her hopes. Stan agreed, but said that he would still have to pass the test just like everyone else. Stan invited Irene to ride a horse with him and offered the hero a separate horse. But Irene refused the offer and said that she would go with Sam. Stan was worried that he had ruined his impression of himself in front of Irene, and that it would now be difficult to restore it. Stan's horse fell and lost consciousness. He didn't understand what happened to it. The hero said that it was because of the stench from the garbage pit, which would not wash away for several more days. Irina suggested that Stan meet at the destination, near the Church of Divine Light. The hero was very happy to travel alone with Irene, because this way they would be able to become closer to each other much sooner. Stan was very angry with the hero and promised that he would not leave it like that. Irene would still be his girlfriend. The heroes rode on a white horse. There were only the two of them, and nature was all around. Irene asked if they should go slower, since this was the hero's first ride on horseback. The hero thought that he had seen this scene before and decided to check it out. He hugged the girl tightly around the waist and used the technique of flaming feelings. A fire was burning inside the girl. She felt the blood rushing to different parts of her body. Suddenly, she screamed and realized that it was just a dream, so terrible and sweet at the same time. The girl said that they had almost arrived at their destination, and the holy city was already visible. The city was beautiful. The buildings looked neat and powerful. Irene said that the city is the richest place on the continent and is home to the Church of Divine Light. The hero liked the city and was eager to begin the test of becoming a member of the church. The hero wanted to rent a hotel room, but Irene offered him a room in her house. She said that her house was very spacious and he would like it there. 10 minutes later, they arrived at Irene's house and the hero couldn't believe his eyes. He asked the girl how she decided to tell him that it was just a cozy house. The hero began to wonder who Irene was if she had such a castle at her disposal. The girl said that she inherited the house from her parents. Many years ago, the girl's parents were killed by demons, but she miraculously managed to escape. When it was the demon's turn to kill Irene, she was not afraid of death. She wanted to follow her parents. And then a flaming ball appeared, and the demons died, unable to bear the heat of the divine fire. She was saved by the previous owner of the Hammer of Light, showing an example that demons are not scary to her. Since then, Irene has joined the Church of Divine Light and helps people fight evil spirits. The hero pretended to smile, but was afraid that she might find out about his true nature. At the entrance, they were met by the butler Sebastian, who was delighted to see a guest in the house. He said he was glad to meet Mrs. Irene's young man. The girl said that they were just friends, and he would stay for a few days to prepare for the entrance exam. Sebastian said that while the mistress was away, he hired 2 half-human maids who could help the guest get settled into the bedroom. And then Sam saw his friends, the girls he saved at the auction. The hero was very surprised by such a meeting. He was interested in the question of why they were here. Hannah and Bella said there was nothing to worry about and they would escort the guest to a place where he could settle down comfortably. The girls brought him to one of the rooms of the castle and said that he could come in. It was a guest bedroom. Sam entered the room and said that he was waiting for an explanation from his girlfriends. He was interested in how they ended up there, and most importantly, for what purpose. The friends said that they were sent by the owner of Geneva to help the hero carry out her insidious plan. Sam thought that he still knew very little about the capabilities of Ginevra, but in any case, he could use some help. Hannah and Bella were glad that the hero perceived their presence in the castle in a positive way. They promised to do whatever was necessary. Meanwhile, Sam decided to relax in the bathroom. It was nice to take off his priestly clothes and take a break from everything. But Sam's peace was broken. Someone entered the bathroom. The first thing he saw was slender legs and a towel put on a naked body. It was Hannah and Bella, who were already naked, their bodies covered only by wet towels. They wanted to take a bath with Sam. The hero did not immediately understand why they came and began to ask them what they needed. Hannah said that she and her friends were very grateful to him because he helped them gain freedom and save themselves from death. Now it was their turn to repay him. The girls entered the water. Hannah offered to rub the hero's back, and Bella approached Sam from the front. She dove under the water and Sam felt her hand grab him between his legs. The girl suddenly emerged from the water. Sam was worried about whether she had time to unclench her hand under the water. Bella said that he shouldn't worry. She would do everything so that he would like it and would not regret saving them from death. Sam noticed how transparent Bella had become and asked Hannah what was going on. She replied that Bella was from the Slime Clan, and when in contact with water, she could change her body, taking any form. Sam decided to touch the girl, and his hand went inside her body. He enjoyed these sensations. The girl said that she also felt pleasant sensations from the hero's touch, and she wanted to feel his entire body. It was visible how her watery shell separated and enveloped Sam's body. Both of them were overcome with pleasant sensations. Sam felt like he was on top of bliss. He felt Bella with every cell of his body. The girl's sensations were even stronger. Pleasure spread throughout her body. The girl could not withstand such a quantity of emotions. From overexcitement, her water body began to split into molecules. It seemed there would be an explosion. Hannah managed to pull the hero out of the water body before the splitting occurred. Sam looked towards where the explosion had happened a few seconds ago and saw Bella. But she was not alone. There were 4 girls in the water, and each of them looked like Bella. Hannah explained that this is a skill of the Slime Clan. They can create multiple clones that share common feelings. The hero never expected that he would be able to try playing with so many girls at the same time. He was glad. We are transported to the castle kitchen, where the warrior Irene is talking with her butler Sebastian. The girl thanks the man for a very tasty, freshly squeezed orange juice. Sebastian asks the owner about her attitude towards Sam, who was brought to her house. He thinks she is in love. But the girl, although she blushes at these words, still says that there is nothing between them, and there cannot be. Sebastian looked at the family portrait of his mistress and her late parents, and remembered her mother's words that thanks to the red skirt, the gentleman had fallen under her spell. Sebastian sadly realized that he would never forget the expression on Irina's father's face when the conversation turned to his husband. The girl meanwhile left the kitchen, saying that she still had unfinished business and needed to run. Sebastian understood how much the mistress had grown since her parents had passed away. Meanwhile, in Sam's room, Bella lay on the bed, exhausted. She was human again, and she had only one body. The hero, lying with his head on Hannah's lap, thought that if he weren't a demon, he wouldn't have been able to handle so many girls in one night. Hannah looked at tired Sam with love. She really enjoyed the night spent with him. It was magical. The hero lay down. He didn't want to get up. After such a stormy night, he needed rest. The hero received a 4-star character card and the ability to transform into a fox. The second game card also gave him game points and the ability to transform into slime. The peace was broken by loud and strong knocks on the door of the hero's bedroom. It was Irina, and she wanted to talk to Sam, but it was impossible to open the door for her when there were half-naked girls lying on his bed. But the door was not locked, and the girl said that if he was not sleeping, she would come in. Irina abruptly opened the door to the room. The hero's heart sank even more, and the girls on the bed instantly used their camouflage abilities. Sam was sitting in bed under the blanket. A slug was on his head, covering the tips of his ears, and a small fox was lying on his knees. The hero was stroking it like an ordinary cat. Irina asked where the slug and fox in his room came from and why he was behaving so strangely. The hero came up with a stupid excuse and said that they came from the forest. He fed them and they did not want to leave. Irina believed his stories, said that he had a kind heart, and her choice in his favor turned out to be very correct. She wants to help him pass the test of divine light, and therefore will pass on information about special training. Sam thought it would be very appropriate, but out loud he said that he didn't know if she was doing the right thing. The girl said that during the test, a staff of light would be used against him, which creates illusions, turning people's greatest weaknesses against them. These weaknesses are lust, gluttony, greed, envy, anger. People with these vices will not pass the test. Sam put his hand on his heart and said that his actions and thoughts were pure, and everything he did was for the sake of justice, and therefore he would pass the test. The girl said that she believed in him, because apart from lust, she did not see any other sins in him. Sam acknowledged Irina's position and asked how she could help him in this situation. The girl took off her dress. She was not wearing underwear. Her skin was very soft and her figure was slender. The hero was shocked by her actions and did not understand why she did it. But the girl explained that he needed to tame his lust, to train with her. Then he would be able to resist the illusions during the test. Sam approached the girl, hugged her around the waist, and pressed her to himself, asking what would happen if he couldn't control himself. Irina replied that then her body would be desecrated, but she trusted him and he would not let her down. Sam asked what they would do next to improve his resilience. The girl took out the magic emerald and squeezed it in her fist. A tight-fitting suit began to appear on her body. Her hair fluttered in the wind and gave off an arousing scent. The hero looked at her body. He wondered whether he needed this test. Sam thought that if he just looked at it from the outside, maybe it wouldn't be so hard to restrain himself. He also mentally thanked the fox and the slug that Hannah and Bella had turned into, because the stormy night had relieved the stress from him. But Irina began to come closer, and the situation became more complicated. She began to hug him from behind, breathing heavily into his ear, causing a fire to flare up in Sam's head. The hero held on as best he could, although it was very difficult. Irina tried her best to seduce Sam, but she really hoped that she would fail. After an hour of tormenting the hero, the girl got dressed, said that now he would definitely succeed, and said goodbye to him. The door slammed shut, leaving Sam, Hannah, and Bella in the room. The girls were surprised by the guy's tenacity because they saw how passionately Irina tried to seduce him. He turned around. Beads of sweat were running down his face. His eye was twitching. He said that if they didn't help him, he would burn from the inside. He was overexcited. Although the girls were wary of such a mood, they were not against repeating the night games and having fun once again. The next morning came. The day of testing the Church of Divine Light had arrived. Irina asked Sam why his face looked tired. Sam replied that he was nervous before the test, and that he was fine. The girl led the hero to the church where the test was to take place. Already in the church, Sam saw a man in the robes of a nun with a staff in his hands. This person was a delightful girl named Franca. She introduced herself as one of the 7 sages of divine light and the staff of light. Sam introduced himself as the priest of a small village. Stan appeared in the church and began calling the hero a redneck and also saying that he did not have enough strength to pass the test. Franca said that a person whose thoughts are impure will fail the test and will receive fatal injuries. Sam spoke about his confidence and that he would not let down Irina, who believed in him so much. The girl beamed upon hearing Sam's words. She began to see the hero more attractive. "In that case, come into the testing room, we can begin," said a serious Franca. In the opinion of the hero, Frank, she looked very cute, and he thought that passing the test would not be difficult. Irina told him not to be deceived by Frankie's appearance, because each of the 7 sages of divine light has very strong abilities. Franca is a staff of light and is known for her love of torture. No one can withstand her torment. Sam walked up to the door leading to the testing room and said he was ready to begin. Franca said that he could come in and a test would begin that would put everything in its place. The girl took off the blindfold and told me to look into her eyes. They were very unusual. Sam tried to compliment her eyes, but she interrupted him. The girl told how she was wounded in a battle with demons and lost her sight, but the divine light gave her the power to see right through people. She entered Sam's inner world and decided to take a look at what he was like. Franca was very surprised when she was greeted. She was met by 5 model-looking guys, all of whom looked like Sam, but were dressed in business suits instead of priestly robes. Inside Sam's world, the girl had different eyes, and she saw everything. She was interested in studying the strange inner world of the hero. Sam, in a business suit, invited Franca to sit down and talk to get to know him better. The girl accepted the hero's offer. She liked this kind of communication. Sam poured alcohol and offered her a glass of red wine. The girl did not know how this would end, and she persuaded herself to stick to what the divine light had bequeathed. Franca said that as the staff of light and one of the 7 sages, she is not allowed to drink alcohol. Sam said that they are in his world and it's all just in her head, so there's nothing stopping her from breaking the rules. Franca thought Sam was right. She wanted to believe him. She began to drink glass after glass, forgetting why she was in Sam's world. 2 hours passed. The alcohol in the bottles disappeared very quickly. Despite the large amount of alcohol that had been drunk, the girl asked for more. Sam told the girl that she was already drunk. Everything went according to the hero's plan. Franca blamed Sam for her condition and promised to punish him in the name of divine light. He gently took her hand and said that he understood her soul, understands her loneliness, which has already become a part of her. Franca replied that she did not need anyone or anything except the divine light, for which she was ready to give her life. But at the same time, the girl thought about the quiet conversations behind her back. They feel sorry for her, because she cannot even see the divine light that she serves. So she hurts others to drown out her own. With every word, the girl realized that Sam was right. Sam said that such a young and beautiful girl needs to try all the delights of this life and not limit herself in anything. He snapped his fingers and the location changed. Now the girl was sitting on a large, soft bed in a red room, which conveyed the internal energy of lust and debauchery. Sam said he could show her something better than the divine light, but the girl was afraid. The hero said that what was happening was unreal and she had nothing to fear, because it would not affect her in real life. He extended his hand to her and told her to follow him into a world of delight and lust. The hero took out his staff of light and showed it to Franca. She was pleasantly surprised. Their bodies merged together and Sam inserted his staff into the girl, spasms of pleasure accompanying her body. And then she felt a pleasant, warm energy spreading throughout her body. She couldn't control herself and let out a long moan. The hero received an achievement card and the ability to use divine light. The girl woke up in the real world, in the hall where the test was taking place. She saw that she and Sam were lying on the floor and some of their clothes were missing, and she realized that everything had happened in the outside world too. Sam replied that it didn't matter whether it was fantasy or reality, but the main thing was that Frankie liked it. She asked Sam who he was and why he did this to her, to which he replied that he was just a priest from the village who believed in divine light. Sam said that if the girl doesn't want anyone to know what happened between them, then she needs to count the test against him. The girl realized that she had no choice, and now the situation had changed radically. Now it was not she who kept people in fear. Now she was afraid. The girl almost screamed. She only now noticed that her vision had returned. Sam, putting on his shirt, said that the reason she was blind was because her mind and soul were not one, but when she began to listen to her desires, she was healed naturally. The hero said that Franca should arrange her personal life. Then everything will work out in other areas of life. The girl was delighted to meet the hero and could not refuse his requests. The two of them left the testing room where Irina was waiting for them. Franca said that the test was over. Irina began to ask how everything went and what the outcome of the test was. Stan was prematurely happy, even offering to help take Sam to his village on his own horse. But Franco loudly declared that Sam's faith in the divine light was stronger than ever, and that he had passed the test. Irina sincerely congratulated the hero, said that she believed in him and was very happy. Stan was very upset that Sam was able to pass the test and become closer to Irene. Iena also noticed that Frankie's vision had been restored and asked how she managed to do it. Franca didn't know how to tell anyone about this miraculous healing. Sam intervened and said that Madame Franca had been rewarded with divine light for her devotion and sincerity. The lady replied that everything was so. Her body was filled with divine light and healed. Irina was very happy and told Sam that successfully passing the test should definitely be celebrated. But Franca stopped them, saying that Sam had just joined the church and he needed to go there to accept the teaching. The hero said that if the instructions required it, he agreed to go to church right now. Sam and Irina walked towards the exit of the castle. Stan glared at them. He turned to Franca, said that he did not believe Sam was honest, and asked if she had made any dubious deals with him. The girl replied that she respected Stan, but she thought that he was meddling in something that was none of his business, since taking the entrance exam was her business. On the way to the church, Sam and Irina stopped at a cafe where the guy bought a milkshake from a cowgirl. She looked very attractive. Then Irina suggested that the hero go to her favorite clothing store. They were met by an attractive girl who greeted Irina and said that she had not visited them for a long time and asked what her boyfriend's name was. Irina sheepishly answered the girl that she and Sam were just friends. The girl said that she understood her, because everything starts with friendship, and then invited her into the hall to choose purchases. When Irina headed into the hall, the girl quietly turned to Sam and said that he made the right choice, because Irina was a very good girl. Irina asked Sam to come to the changing room so that he could help her. She couldn't fasten the clasp on the back and asked Sam to do it for her. She was very shy. She said that last year this dress size was just right for her, but now she can't get it to button. The hero decided that this request would not be difficult for him, and he would cope. However, the clasp did not give in to the hero, and he decided to use magical power. He pulled the clasp with such force that it tore out of the dress. It came apart completely and began to fall from Irina's beautiful figure. He didn't expect that this could happen. And now he didn't know where to run to avoid Irina's wrath. The girl let out a loud scream, calling Sam a pervert. It could be heard far beyond the store. Sam also received a blow to the face with his palm for his pranks. But it was a burst of emotion, and the girl quickly regretted what she had done. She told the hero that she would meet him later and left. She felt awkward. The hero thought once again that he needed to be more careful, because if Irina found out about his essence, she would definitely kill him. We move forward 3 days to the place where Mrs. Franca lives. The girl lets out a muffled groan as her strength runs out. Sam says that with each prayer they share, his faith grows stronger. He can't say anything to the girl. He just nods his head. The hero has tired her out. The hero notices that the girl is worried about something and asks him about it. The girl says that Stan is up to something bad, and the hero needs to be wary of him, because he is a very powerful sage of the Divine Church of Light. Sam said that he had nothing to fear, because Mrs. Irina was next to him and Stan would not dare to harm him. The hero went to the castle across the street. It was deep night. He heard someone sneaking behind him and said out loud that the pursuer had better leave. He turned to look at the man who was following him. There were 5 men with weapons standing behind him. They were aggressively disposed. A fight was inevitable. From their outfits, Sam determined that they were mercenaries, and that they were following the orders of the customer. And it was true. One of them, with a bald head, said that their task was to cut off his head. The hero decided not to give them a chance, and to attack first, he used his magic. He called upon Princess Ciri for help, throwing away her achievement card. Ciri shows up and immediately reprimands Sam for throwing her card so hard. But after a few seconds, her mood returns to normal, and she asks how she can help him. Sam says that mercenaries who received an assignment from an unknown person want to kill him. The thugs do not take the princess seriously and offer each other to have fun with her before killing her, because she looks very attractive. The girl asked the hero if he wanted these stupid, impolite pigs to die. The hero said that she had the opportunity to have fun and practice on weaklings. The bald leader of the gang told them to shut up and surrender or face a harsh death. The battle began. The long-haired bandit sent a fireball at the heroes. Princess Siri easily blocked his blow, cutting the ball in half. She was attacked by two other mercenaries, but she easily repelled each of their attacks. Sam admired his sister Siri's fighting technique. She had noticeably become a better fighter. Suddenly, another member of the gang snuck up from behind and plunged a long blade into Sam's chest. He believed that if Sam died, the summoning technique would dissipate and Siri would disappear. However, after the blow, Sam's shadow clone dissolved, leaving the enemy stunned. The hero said that he knew more about attacks from behind than anyone else, and therefore thought out escape routes in advance. But the blonde did not give up. He said that the village priest would not be able to defeat him and his gang, and was already flying towards him with a knife in his hand. Sam weighed the pros and cons and realized that the enemy was counting on his magical power. And he decided to act hand to hand, and with his right hand he hit the enemy in the jaw. The impact was so strong that the asphalt beneath the fallen man's body broke in 5 places. Probably many bones were broken since the enemy could not move. Sam was clearly pleased with his knockout punch and felt he was in good physical shape. Princess Siri also had everything ready. No one except the two heroes nearby could stand on their feet. The girl said that he should find out who was behind the attack so as not to wait for such a thing to happen again. Sam replied that he had an idea who the customer might be and would look into the matter. The hero thanked Princess Siri and said that it was time for her to return to her world. The girl asked if he really considered her just a tool that he could use at any moment without giving anything in return. Sam felt awkward and asked what he could do for her so that she wouldn't think of him as a bad friend. The girl said that if they spent that night together, he wouldn't owe her anything and would be able to call her again if he needed help. We moved to the hotel, where the manager asks the heroes if they have a preference for the love room. Sam said he wanted to try the most unusual room they had at the hotel. Princess Siri was confused and surprised by such a hotel, which has unusual love rooms. Sam told the princess to put aside her worries and trust him, even though he himself did not know which room they were going to. In the room they saw various oblong-shaped objects. The girl said that this was the first time she had seen such strange objects and was not sure she wanted to use them. The object began to move and vibrate. Siri fell into a stupor and could not say a word. Sam said there was nothing to worry about, and they would figure out how to use it as the evening progressed. The girl lay down on the bed. She did not understand why she felt ashamed. We suddenly cut to the Church of Divine Light, where Irina, Sam, and Stan are standing. The hero yawns because he spent the whole night exploring various oblong-shaped objects with his girlfriend. Irina asks the hero why he didn't get enough sleep. Sam says he spent the whole night learning new techniques and didn't have time to sleep. Stan warns that when the church's archbishop arrives, Sam needs to behave decently and not like usual. Sam said he was much better behaved than Stan the Stinker, who liked to kill small animals. Stan gets angry and promises to impale the hero when they leave the church. The archbishop appears on the stage, greets the arrivals, and addresses the newcomer. Sam greets the boss and feels the fashionable aura emanating from him. The archbishop gets straight to the point and says that demonic activity has increased recently, and he has 3 tasks for them. Stan needs to destroy the demons that are killing merchants outside the city. He accepts the task. Irina's task is to track down the demons that inhabit the city and destroy them. The girl accepts the task. The hero is sent to the Red Moon nightclub, and without listening to the rest of the assignment, he immediately accepts it. Then he realizes that he has already heard about this club and asks again about the task. The archbishop says he has information about the sale of demon slaves in this club, and his task is to prevent the transactions from being made and the demons from entering their city. Irina asked why Sam had such a difficult task. The chief replied that the Church of Divine Light does not need useless people, and if she believes in him, then he will cope. Sam confidently stated that he would cope with the task and would not let Irina down. The girl was pleased to hear the hero's words, and she decided that she needed to help him in his mission. Irina took out a bag full of money and gave it to the hero. The girl said that he needed a lot of money. Since he would not be able to get it out past the guards, he would have to buy the slaves. Sam realized that the Church of Divine Light was not as simple as it seemed from the outside. The hero thanked Irina, but refused the money, saying that he had a plan according to which he would not have to spend her money on slaves. The girl asked what his plan was, but Sam said that she would see for herself when the time came. Night had fallen in the city. The moon lit up the main street. A man leading a horse shouted at someone on the road to get away. There was a girl lying on the ground, with a very familiar hair color, and her whole appearance showed her hopeless situation. The horse driver told the girl to get out of the way and not to disturb his important master. A clearly rich gentleman, covered in gold chains, looked out of the carriage and asked what was going on. The girl apologized, saying she had no choice, and she began to make eyes at the master using the magic of charisma. The man immediately fell in love with the attractive woman. The carriage moved towards the Red Moon nightclub. The carriage shook the whole way, either because of the bad road or because of something else. The horse driver listened to the sounds coming from the carriage the whole way. Upon arrival, a man got out of the carriage, but as you already understood, it was our hero, who turned into a rich gentleman and told the servant not to enter the carriage since the girl was resting. Sam was glad that his plan had worked, and now he would be able to participate in the auction in the guise of a rich man. Meanwhile, the gentleman himself was resting in the carriage. At the reception, the girl recognized Mr. Stone because he was a regular customer of their establishment and loved to spend time with their slaves. Sam, in the guise of Stone, said that he needed what he always wanted, and now he was already lying in the room and waiting for the girls who were about to arrive. Two half-naked girls entered the room and said that they missed Mr. Stone. While he was not listening, they said that it was very easy to make money on him, because the entertainment with him lasted only a few minutes. The hero thought to himself that today they would not be able to get their honestly earned money so easily. An hour later, Sam called the manager and said he needed help. He said that the girls she sent to him had failed their mission and had passed out earlier than he needed, and asked if there was any fresh stock. The manager replied that the client's wishes were their law and that they would be able to help him with his problem. She invited him to the dungeon where new slaves were sitting behind bars. She showed him 3 tied-up girls who had very short dresses. She said that these demons were a very rare race and asked which one he wanted to choose. Sam said that it was not serious to offer such a rich gentleman only 1 girl, and he would take 3. The girl asked how he was going to pay, cash or check. Sam said he would pay with a check for any amount, because money is not a problem for their family. The girl asked Sam, in the guise of Mr. Stone, if he could buy her if he had so much money. The hero said that he could buy her next time, but now he asked to pack these 3 girls. The girl said that she would go get their clothes, and in the meantime he could get to know them. Sam walked up to the cage and told the girls that he wouldn't hurt them. The girls were afraid of the hero, because everyone who wanted to buy a slave said that he would not cause harm. Then Sam took off his mask for a while and told them that he was a demon just like them and had come to save them. The girls were very happy about the amazing rescue and thanked the hero. Sam said there was nothing to worry about and they would be free soon. The manager returned with clothes, but Sam completely forgot to return to the guise of Stone, and there was silence. Sam used charisma magic and ordered the woman to obey. The manager obeyed and knelt down in front of the new owner. Sam transformed into Stone, told the girls to change their clothes and follow him, and to act naturally. When Sam was leading the girls, the other guests of the club envied him for the amount of money with which he could afford to buy 3 slaves at once. Sam acted like a tough guy and answered rudely, asking why they were looking at him like that. They left the club. The hero's plan had succeeded, and now they needed to go to a safe place. But then the real Mr. Stone appeared and began shouting that the imposter had to be stopped, and the slaves returned. Sam realized that he had been exposed, and there was no point in hiding any longer. The hero and the girls began to run away, and the nightclub security was chasing them. Irina passed by and asked what Sam was doing there. The hero shouted that he needed help, and he would explain everything later. The girl reacted very quickly and rushed to the hero's defense. She used magic and created a barrier of divine light that her pursuers could not pass through. 30 minutes later, Sam and the demon girls were already at Irina's castle. The girls were exhausted and scared. They were afraid that they would be killed, because they knew what the castle was. Irina asked Sam why he brought the demons to her house, since the archbishop told him to destroy them. Sam said that he was not going to kill them and wanted to give them freedom. Sam said that it was wrong to kill creatures just because they were not of the same race as you, because there were evil people among people who killed others. Irina said that they could no longer be in the castle, to which Sam replied that he would teleport them to a place where they would not have contact with people. And indeed, Sam used the device to transport the girls to another location. The girls were moved to a safe place, to the hot springs, to a place where our old friends, Princess Maggie and the former owner of the Intimate Services Salon, will take care of them. The princess looked at the girls. They were confused. The girls didn't know what awaited them, but the situation was favorable. Sister Maggie said that she would teach them how to survive and they didn't need to be afraid of her. She began training the girls one by one, with the goal of increasing their endurance for the further satisfaction of Brother Sam. We are transported to the house of Franco's sister, where the hero has arrived. The girl says that he is in danger because he failed the first task and did not destroy the demons as the archbishop ordered. The hero says that this is why he came to her, to ask for help, and also to connect him with the Archbishop for a conversation. The girl says that he is lucky and can atone for his guilt, since today the only daughter of a rich businessman was kidnapped, and if he saves her, he will be forgiven. Sam was very happy about this situation and asked Franca to tell him more about what happened. The girl put her leg in stockings on the hero's shoulder and told him not to worry because she could help him. Franco said she would exchange information about the businessman's daughter for a sensual and gentle foot massage. Sam said that the lady would be pleased because giving pleasure to girls is the meaning of his spiritual path. Loud female moans began to be heard from the room. Parishioners heard that they were coming from Mrs. Franco's bedroom. People said that Mrs. Franco was punishing the infidels for the safety of all believers. The girl held her mouth with her hand, barely holding back a scream, waves of pleasure convulsively spreading throughout her body. Sam decided to make a joke and said that in the eyes of people she was still as holy as she was before she met him. Franco replied that nothing had changed since then. He had simply opened her eyes, and now she saw the path of divine light even better. The hero said that it was time to discuss the information about the businessman's kidnapped daughter. The girl said that with the help of her magical vision and magic, she found out the location of the kidnapped girl. She is in the lair of a gang that calls itself the Razor. We cut to the Razor Gang building where Sam is already trying to come up with a plan to break in. The hero decides to use a plan that always works. A pop, a smokescreen, and we realize that Sam is turning into an attractive girl. He approaches the entrance to the building in the guise of a girl, and he directly asks the guards how he can find the Razor Gang. It is worth noting that Sam chose a very elegant appearance in order to save the girl as quickly as possible. The security guards sheepishly asked the beauty why she needed the Razor Gang. Sam decided to come up with the most elegant lie and said that he was invited by the leader of the gang, and if he did not arrive on time, they could get hurt, so they needed to let him through. But the guard turned out to be not so simple. He knows that his master does not bring girls home, but goes to have fun outside of it. Sam has to use his seduction skills to keep the situation from getting out of control. The men thoughtlessly decide to listen to the hero and let him in. Sam, in the guise of a girl, thanks the guards and goes into the house. Sam walks through the house and notices how huge it is and how richly renovated it is. Sam notices two large men guarding the door to the room and decides to go through that door. Sam greets the men, calling them handsome, and asks them if they would like to spend their time in a healthy way. Men also easily fell for the charisma of the hero in the guise of a beautiful girl. And while they were still drooling and lost in thought, he knocked them down on the floor with 2 knockout blows. Sam burst into the room where the captives were and said that he had come to save them. 2 girls in short dresses, one younger, the other older, sat tied up on the floor. Sam began to untie the young girl, who he thought was the daughter of that same rich businessman. But when he freed her mouth, she screamed that the second girl had to be freed first. The hero smiled and said that he would save the maid too, that nothing would threaten them anymore. But the girl screamed that she was the maid, and the tied-up girl was the businessman's daughter. The hero did not understand how he could have made such a mistake, because the first girl looks younger and more beautiful than the second. The girl screamed that she too was beautiful and young. Sam apologized, using his charisma skills, and the girl stopped screaming. Sam assumed that the girl was beautiful, but she had just been hit in the face for a very long time. The businessman's daughter said that no one beat her and that this is her normal appearance. Sam then decided to buy the floating fist skill, which can edit people's appearance. He grabbed the girl, pulled her towards himself, and swung with all his might. He dealt dozens of blows to the businessman's daughter's face. Her head began to spin. She asked the hero to stop. The maid began to worry about the young mistress. She thought that she would be killed now. But Sam finished his technique and decided to show what came of it. The girl's face changed, her features became more gentle and sweet. He succeeded. The maid was shocked by such changes. The businessman's daughter noticed this and angrily asked her if she really thought she was ugly. There were claps and someone entered the room. It was the boss of the knife gang, and he asked Sam how he dared come to his house and try to take hostages. Sam suggested that the gang leader come out and talk like men to find out who was right. The leader asked who he worked for and whether he knew how to fight at all. Sam said he worked for the Church of Divine Light, which was led by the Supreme Archbishop. The man said that he had no business with the Church of Divine Light, and that anyone who came to his house without asking should be punished. The leader ordered his maid to kill Sam. She said she would carry out the order. The girl held a golden whip in her hands. Apparently it was a weapon that she knew how to handle. The gang leader headed towards the exit of the room, leaving the girl to destroy the hero. But the girl had long ago noticed how attractive Sam was. He asked her why she was doing the boss's dirty work. The girl said that she likes it and she loves cruelty. Sam met her gaze and cast the same spell he had used on Mrs. Franco. He transferred them into an illusion. The girl stood in a brightly lit room all alone and wondered where she had ended up. Sam said that now she was in his power and would play by his rules. The girl turned out to be very self-confident and said that such tricks would not work on her. However, Sam used his powers to take her whip, tie her hands, and hang her from the ceiling. Her legs began to tremble. She began to beg Sam to take her by force, a fire of desire blazing inside her. The girl screamed as Sam began to use her whip against her. The hero said that he would allow her to enjoy the cruelty if she wanted it so much. The girl said that even if he hit her 10,000 times, she would not ask for mercy. After 2 hours, the girl had received almost 3,000 lashes, but the girl continued to laugh. It seemed like she enjoyed it. An hour later, the girl came to the chief's office to report on the work done. Her appearance excited the gang leader. He asked if she enjoyed having fun with the young guy. The girl walked around the man from behind, showing fake interest, and asked him to close his eyes. The man submitted to her and was trapped. The girl used the whip to strangle him. His life was in her hands. Sam appeared in the office and said that the bald old man made a mistake by asking him to kill a young attractive girl. And now Sam will decide who lives and who dies. The girl, her name was Maxime, began to squeeze the whip harder, and the bald old man began to lose consciousness. With all his might, he tried to reach Sam, but with every second, he became weaker. He quickly lost consciousness and could not control his body. Finally, he slumped in his chair and did not move anymore. The hero asked Maxime if there were explosives in the house. When asked why, he replied that he wanted to set off fireworks. Having done everything he planned, Sam turned into a bald old man and, together with the girls, went out to his gang to tell them that he was going to hand over the hostages and ordered them to stay put. The gang members wished him a good journey and remained waiting at the site. The door slammed shut, and on the inside, the gang members saw a mechanism with a clock. They couldn't immediately understand what was happening. Everyone crowded around the door and tried to examine the clock mechanism. A bright light filled the knife gang's main office. A monstrous explosion woke up the city, and the gang of knives went down in history. Sam and Maxime escaped the explosion in a very epic way. The mission was successfully completed. The hero was proud of himself, and the girls admired him. Sam arrived at the house of a wealthy businessman to return his daughter to him. At home, they were met by a butler who said that the girl's father was already hurrying home. The girl said that her dad was very rich and would generously thank Sam for bringing her home. The hero said that it was not necessary, but he himself remembered that he had changed her appearance beyond recognition, and now it was unknown whether her father would recognize her. The door swung open and the girl's father ran into the house, and it was that same Mr. Stone who likes to have fun with girls of easy virtue. The hero was also a little shocked by the realization that he had just recently left him tied up, naked with a gag in his mouth, in his carriage. Mr. Stone began to cry, hugging his daughter and saying that he could not go on living if something happened to her. The only thing Sam didn't understand was how he recognized his daughter when her appearance had completely changed. The man replied that any parent would recognize their child among 1,000 others. Their family also has a distinctive mark, a birthmark in the shape of a star on the neck. The man began to look closely at Sam and asked where he could have seen him. Sam said that there were a lot of people in the world who looked alike, and he was sure that he was seeing Mr. Stone for the first time. Stone's daughter said that whether they had seen each other before or not didn't matter. The main thing now was to thank the hero for saving her life. Stone said that in honor of his daughter's rescue, he was organizing a banquet today and inviting Sam, where he would give him a big gift. Sam accepted the invitation and said that he would definitely be present at the celebration. Meanwhile, at Stan's house, the maid brought him a fresh newspaper with news. On the front page, he saw the man he hated most. Every news of his victories made Stan angry. He crumpled the newspaper and threw it at the wall. He believed that it was unacceptable for a stinking country bumpkin to act in the name of the Church of Divine Light. He took out his anger on the demon slaves chained to the wall in the basement of his house. The girls asked him to stop, begged for mercy, but Stan began to beat them even harder, saying that they were unworthy of living. All this was observed by a servant girl who wanted to stop the violence. She was holding a small mirror in her hands. Meanwhile, the hero returned to the castle and called his girlfriends to him. He asked the girls to help him prepare for the evening event. They were happy to be of service to the gentleman. They quickly moved into the room, and the girls said that they wanted to relax him first. Sam didn't immediately understand what they were hinting at, but the girls had already decided that the gentleman should be pleased. They immersed him in their magical illusion. He felt good. In the illusion, gentle water caressed the hero's body, and in the present one of the girls gave him pleasure. Sam received the next achievement card and with it the Bull Dash skill. And the next card with the Dragon Transformation skill fell into his piggy bank. The girl from the Dragon clan said that the hero needs to contact Madame Ginevra in the evening via a magic mirror, and be careful that no one sees it. The hero asked where this magic mirror was. The girl said that she was in a hurry when she was getting ready to come here and forgot it in the toilet. Sam didn't know how to react to this, but there was nothing to be done. He had to go to the toilet. In the toilet, he opened the toilet lid and saw a gold mirror glued to the inside. Madame Ginevra appeared in it and greeted Sam, her expression stern. The girl was clearly angry. She called him an uneducated demon who doesn't even know about magical objects like a magic mirror. The hero still found it funny, because Ginevra didn't know from which part of the room she was talking to him now. The girl said that a few days ago, a scouting squad was attacked by a divine light sword, and the entire army was destroyed except for 3 demon girls. They were captured and taken to the Divine Light prison. She said that it was Stan who did it, who keeps them in his dungeon and mocks the prisoners, and is also plotting against the hero. She found out this because her spy was able to get into his house. Sam told Ginevra to be very careful, as this guy has a good nose for demons. The connection was interrupted, which could have happened if someone entered the room where Sam was negotiating. The butler came into the toilet. He was very surprised that Sam was sitting over the toilet. He asked what he was doing. Sam said he felt unwell and nauseous, so he sat down near the toilet and the butler sympathized with him. It's time to celebrate the miraculous rescue of a wealthy businessman's daughter. The hero was dressed in a very beautiful and expensive suit, which made him feel rather uncomfortable. Irina reassured him, saying that he didn't need to worry around her because everything would go well. She was wearing a gorgeous dress with a deep slit on her right leg, and she looked amazing. Stan appeared in a business suit. He complimented Irina and bowed. Without showing any emotion, she thanked him and said that he looked good too. Stan said that he doesn't like such pompous events, but as a famous person he couldn't refuse the invitation. All the inhabitants of the house looked in their direction and said that they had never seen such a handsome guy. Stan took the compliments personally and said that they shouldn't fall in love with him, because his heart belongs to the Divine Light. But the girls had already surrounded Sam, because these compliments were addressed only to him, and no one was looking at Stan. Stan couldn't look at the hero without anger, and said to himself that soon everything would end, and he would take back everything that belonged to him. Sam finally fought off the fans and was able to get to the toilet. He thought that his level of charisma was very high, because he didn't even try to seduce anyone now, but there was no end to the girls. Ginevra entered the toilet and told the hero that he was in danger. The hero asked what danger she was talking about, because he didn't know what she was talking about. The girl said that Stan had obtained evidence that Sam had participated in the slave auction, and Stan was going to make this information public at the party in front of everyone. The hero asked what he should do to keep his secret from being revealed. The girl said that he was a very important ally in their common plan, and that is why she found a solution to the problem that arose. Ginevra also said that Stan has a device that detects the breath of demons and can destroy his disguise. Sam asked how she was going to solve his problem, since she still hadn't told him her plan of action. The girl led Sam by the hand into a toilet stall, locked it, and said that she could absorb his demonic chakra so that Stan's device could not detect it. Stan asked if Sabrina was really going to suck his demon chakra. She said that she knows what she's doing, because she's an expert in protecting demons from humans. Stan tried his best not to groan, but he could hear someone in the toilet stall. At this time, Stan came into the toilet. He was thinking about how sweet the victory over this village upstart would be. He heard groans coming from the toilet stall and became wary. He started shouting throughout the entire toilet, calling for the one hiding in the toilet stall. Sam came out of the booth, clapping his hands and saying that he had heard about Stan's great plans. Stan said that his knowledge of this situation would not help him in any way. It would still reveal his true face. Sam didn't argue with Stan, but simply told him that he should be more careful. Ginevra, pleased with herself, remained sitting in the booth so that no one else could hear her. The party began. The number of people in the hall grew, and the hum of conversation spread throughout the mansion. Mr. Stone appeared, with the Archbishop by his side, and the gentleman publicly thanked Sam for saving his beloved daughter, and also expressed gratitude to those who took part in the celebration. Mr. Stone's speech was interrupted by Stan, who asked him to begin by saying that everyone present had been brazenly deceived. He began to point his finger at the main character, and said that he was hiding his demonic origin, and that he had hidden goals, which is why he joined the Church of Divine Light. Irina began to stand up for Sam, saying that he had passed the test of the staff of Light, and Mrs. Franca confirmed this. Sam was as calm as possible. He said that he did not need to be defended and asked Mr. Stan to continue his speech. Stan said he had hard evidence. The crystal showed Sam being sold at an underground auction. Stan threw the crystal up so everyone could see what he wanted to show. The crystal turned into a transmitter and began to tune in to show the recording. He was sure that now everyone would see Sam's real face, and he was filled with gloating. The guests looked up at the screen with shame on their faces. They couldn't look at it for long. Sam asked Stan to stop this disgrace because he was in decent society. Irina lowered her eyes to the floor. She could not look at this disgrace. On the screen was a recording of Stan, wearing women's stockings and underwear, being beaten with a whip by a demon girl. Stan was furious and yelled at Sam, saying that he had switched the crystal to make him look like a fool. Sam interrupted him, saying that Stan himself suggested that everyone show this recording, and also stated that the sacred sword of light is not worthy of being in the hands of someone who is being whipped by demons, and asked to hand the sword over to him. Stan's rage knew no bounds. He was ready to pounce on the hero and kill him right on the spot. The High Archbishop told everyone to be silent, because they were on the same side, the side of divine light. He also said that even though they cannot verify the authenticity of the recording, so as not to discredit the Church of Light, Sam and Stan must pass the test and prove who is more worthy to wield the sword. Sam said he was ready to fight, but would Stan accept his challenge? Irina stood up for Sam and said that he did not yet have the necessary fighting skills to confront the Sword of Light, that is, Stan. Sam said that he believed in the true power of light, and the duel would put everything in its place, and if his intentions were pure, then he would not lose. Although in fact, Sam knew that he had every chance of winning. The hero took off his jacket and prepared for the fight. Stan told him to take a weapon, as he could not afford to beat up the weak and unarmed. The hero said that in order to defeat a villain like Stan, the power of divine light would be enough for him. Screaming that the holy light does not illuminate demons like Sam, Stan pounced on the hero, swinging his sword. He used the holy light strike technique against Sam, a fiery aura rushing behind the sword, cutting through everything in its path. Sam managed to break the distance between them and step back. Stan didn't plan to kill Sam with this blow. He wanted to trap him, and he was sure he succeeded. But Sam took a jade stone out of his pocket and pointed it at his opponent. He used the holy light jade technique and blinded the enemy. The girl was also blinded and thought to herself how Sam was able to master the secret techniques of their church so quickly. The girls were ready to go blind just so they could keep their eyes on the hero. Sam decided to use the power that he received from one of the 3 saved friends. He rushed at Stan with great speed, breaking the air that separated them from each other. It was the bull run move that proved so effective in this situation. The enemy flew to the other side of the room and crashed through the wall. He hit with a roar. Sam thought the reception was too strong and he might have overdone it. The smoke from the exploded wall cleared. Everyone waited to see if Stan would be able to get up after such a blow. Yes, he was able to get up. And not only was he not injured, but he was no longer wearing that business suit. Stan donned the armor of the Holy Church of Light, which greatly increased his powers. Sam also felt the incredible power emanating from the holy armor. Stan said that each divine light artifact has unique abilities, and in this armor he is invulnerable. Stan used God Realm mode and charged at his opponent with the speed of holy light. Sam knew he couldn't stop such a fast strike, and decided to use another one of his friend's skills to throw slugs at the enemy. But while he was trying to use magic, he was wounded in the left hand by a holy blade. He began to retreat, not understanding why his magic wasn't working, because he couldn't throw the slime at Stan. Stan said that demonic magic doesn't work against magical artifacts. He attacked Sam again using his sword of divine light. Irina screamed at Sam to try to defend himself or he would die. Sam summoned his sword and used the 6-gate ice cleave strike he learned from Princess Ciri. Stan was surprised, because no one had ever been able to reflect this blow from his sacred sword. They engaged in a sword fight, Stan believing that he had no equal in fencing among those living. Sam knew it himself, and he needed to come up with another battle plan or he would die. He decided to try to piss Stan off and say that he was so brave only because he had the most powerful weapon in his hands. But without a sword, he was just a vile coward. Stan asked the hero if he really thought he couldn't handle him without a weapon and threw the sword aside. Sam took advantage of the moment and struck Stan in the body with his sword, but he easily stopped the blow. This is something the hero could not have expected. A new plan was needed. Stan said that even without his sword, he was able to deal with the stinking demon. Sam's brain continued to generate ideas, but he couldn't come to the right conclusion. Before Sam could process his thoughts, He received a punch to the face from his opponent, and now he was flying into the far wall of the large hall, breaking the wall behind him. Stan said that such a filthy beast could never defeat a great master of divine light. Sam could barely stand on his feet. His face was broken. He now hoped only for his charisma, so he winked at the girls in the hall. The girls started shouting at the top of their voices that Sam was their hero, and Stan was a villain who was just a nobody without his divine things. Stan continued to not understand why all the girls were not on his side even now. The girls shouted that his superiority in strength over Sam did not make him a great man, because he was and remains a scoundrel. Stan was infuriated by all the comments made about him. They called him a useless and evil person who was not worthy of the Church of Divine Light. All this drove Stan crazy. He lost his mind and his sacred armor burst and shattered into pieces. He had no control over his powers and did not understand how it happened that his armor fell apart. Sam's plan worked because in order to control the artifacts of holy light, you need to have unshakable self-confidence, and the girls killed this faith in him. Sam did not attack the unarmed Stan and asked him to stop this war, but Stan wasn't going to listen to the stinking redneck and grabbed his blade. And he attacked him with the words, "Die, dirty pig." But the blade was knocked out of his hand by an arrow from another member of the Church of Divine Light. The girl's name was Lucia, and she told Stan that if the Divine Light had abandoned him, it didn't mean he could act so lowly and attack the person who had offered a truce. Stan called Lucia a dirty girl who had no right to tell him how he should behave. The sword that Lucia had knocked out of Stan's hand flew towards Sam, glowing with divine light, and the hero caught it, feeling hot energy spreading throughout his body. The sword glowed brighter than it had in decades. Sam asked if it had an off switch. Stan couldn't believe that his sword was now giving its power to the stinking demon. The Archbishop declared that everything was decided, and that Sam was now promoted to the 7 sages of the Holy Light, while Stan, who had lost his light, would be banished from the church. Sam received a sword of light that increased damage to evil creatures by 100%, as well as armor of light that could be created at will. When it was all over, Sam approached Lucia, the bow of holy light, and thanked her for her help. The girl grabbed the hero's hand and pressed it to her chest. She said she would be happy to receive his thanks that evening at her home. Irina took Lucia's words as a joke, but Sam understood that it was far from a joke. Lucia asked Irina if there was a relationship between them. The girl replied that there was nothing between them. She said with sadness in her voice that they were just friends and nothing more. The hero also felt sad from Irina's words. But Lucia was an experienced girl and understood that Irina had not yet admitted it even to herself. The clinking of glasses could be heard, and the celebration spread throughout the castle. Irina congratulated Sam on the fact that he was now one of them, and they would be able to work together more often. Sam asked the girl if she drank too much alcohol and if she would get sick. The girl admitted that she really doesn't know how to drink, and that's why Sebastian prepares all the drinks for her, and he will never let her get drunk. Sebastian, meanwhile, was thinking about the fact that he had made the wine much stronger than usual, especially for such a celebration, so that all the guests would like it. He believed that even if the lady was drunk, Sam, being a real man, would not take advantage of her condition for his own purposes. Sebastian spoke to Irina's late parents and said that he would be happy if she had a child next year. Irina herself began to notice that she was very drunk. Sam noticed it too and began to worry about her. He offered to take the girl to her bedroom and put her to bed, to which she replied that he was not allowed there and that she still needed to take a shower. Sam brought the girl to the bathroom. She began to call Sam to take a shower with her. Sam didn't immediately understand whether he had heard correctly what she was saying. She fell silent and he began to worry, asking if everything was okay, but she remained silent. Sam burst into the bathroom to see if she had passed out in the shower, and then her hand grabbed him by the collar and pulled him inside. She hugged him and kissed him hard. He couldn't leave. A few seconds later, the girl was sitting in a hot bath, but she was very sad. She asked the hero why he refused her, because she showed enough initiative. Sam reminded her that she had spoken about the prohibition against desecrating her body. The girl said that since he was appointed one of the 7 saints, their union would not stain her body. Sam asked her with bitterness in his voice if she would like him if he were a demon. She said that even if he was a demon, he was now a holy demon, and she would follow him both to heaven and to purgatory. Sam said that he was very glad to hear such words addressed to her and also wanted to spend this evening with her. The girl opened up to him and they united as one. The pleasure experienced by these two was indescribable in words. The 5-star character card is now available in the hero's playing field. We are transported to Stan's mansion, at the entrance of which there is a guard of 2 priests. Sam screams. asking why they won't let him into his own house. One of the priests punches Stan in the face and tells him to speak nicer to them. They explain to him that all his property now belongs to the church again, and all his past merits now mean nothing. The members of the Church of Light are very angry at Stan because he has caused great damage to their faith. Stan leaves, leaving his mansion. He has nowhere to go. He wanders until the night. And then he meets two demons. The demons recognize Stan as a former swordsman of the Holy Church of Light. Stan asks them what they are up to. The demons want to repay his debt, to take revenge for the thousands of his relatives he killed. Stan begins to run away because he no longer has the powerful power that the artifacts gave him. But they surround him from the other side and say that it has been decided to take him into account. He tries to justify himself and begs forgiveness from the demons, but they don't want to listen to his dirty words. The sounds of blows and screams of the victim are heard. Morning comes and we are transported to the castle of Lady Irina. She wakes up in her room. Her head hurts a bit after yesterday. Meanwhile, Ginevra comes to Sam and says that she knows about the work he did. Sam asked if the seal on the Demon King's heart had been removed. The girl said that she felt his strength growing, and she needed to wait a little longer. Sam said he had fulfilled his part of the deal and asked Ginevra to remove the death chain from him. He didn't want to feel like a toy in someone else's hands. The girl said that she might want to free him, but of course she wouldn't do it. Sam asked what that meant, since she had promised to free him when he fulfilled her conditions. Ginevra asked what he didn't like, because many demons would dream of being connected by a chain of pure blood with her. The hero replied that not only his life depended on this chain, but also hers, so he could threaten her just as well. And he pulled hard on the ghostly chain sticking out of his chest. The girl screamed. It was obvious how much pain she was in. She didn't expect that Sam would use her trap against her. The hero said that he deserved a reward for his efforts, and she should repay him. Ginevra said that she could give him whatever he wanted and asked what it would be. Now the guy could set his own conditions and said that she should give him pleasure, be his slave, and fulfill his most sophisticated desires. He asked her what she was waiting for and ordered her to kneel. He threw a chain of pure blood around her neck, like a domestic dog, and said that now she would sit on a chain. The girl enjoyed this game. Sam noticed it too and decided to continue. Sam now has access to the Ginevra game card and the ability to use the demonic song skill. We head to a town outside the castle, where demons discuss how the former saint of the Church of the Holy Light was brutally humiliated. They talk about not telling anyone what happened to Stan, because even though he's a weakling now, he could still face revenge from other saints in the church. Stan lay on the ground, beaten and disgraced, and suddenly he saw how the demons who attacked him were blown to pieces with one blow. Stan didn't immediately understand what had happened and who had destroyed them. The familiar robe and boots appeared before his face. The High Archbishop called him his son, said that the Holy Light had not abandoned him, but had only tested him hard, and asked if he was ready to take revenge. Stan said that despite the pain he had endured, he would take revenge on the person who had taken everything from him. The head of the church had an unhealthy light in his eyes, and he invited Stan to follow him and accept his gift. The chief led him down a long circular staircase deep into the secret basement. They emerged into a room unknown to Stan, and the archbishop said they had arrived at their destination. He showed Stan a huge sword that was emitting monstrous evil energy. Stan was in a state of shock. He recognized this sword. At the center of the dark sword's hilt was the sealed heart of the Demon King. The head of the church said that a year after the death of the Demon King, he began to study a spell that could unite the heart of the Demon King with his sword, and he succeeded. And now there is nothing in the world stronger than this sword. Stan asked how he could use the power of the Demon King when he was on the side of the divine light. The leader shouted at him, saying that it didn't matter whether it was pure power or demonic, as long as it could be used in the path of justice. Stan believed the archbishop and went to the sword. He decided to use the power of the Demon King to destroy his main opponent, who had disgraced him in front of everyone. Stan placed his hand on the hilt of his sword. His whole body began to burn as if on fire. He felt the blood flowing through his veins. Dark energy filled the entire room. A storm was rising. And then huge demonic wings began to appear from his back with splashes of blood. He felt wild pain. The archbishop said that with such power, the Church of Divine Light would be able to illuminate the whole world. He was mesmerized by the light that emanated from the Demon King's dark sword. Stan's face and body took on demonic features. His faith changed, although he did not yet understand it. Morning came. Irina woke up in a good mood. Sam came into her room and wished her good morning. He himself looked very bad, and the girl asked what was wrong with him. The hero said that he was tormented by insomnia all night. Hannah burst into the room and said that something bad had happened to the Church of Divine Light, and she also said something unintelligible about Stan. Meanwhile, a dark figure circled over the city, and fleeing passers-by shouted that the Demon King had returned. Also, many saw the characteristic sword that this demon held in his hands. It was Stan, telling everyone to shut up, blood oozing out of his wings in all directions. It got on people's bodies, burned their skin, and caused irreparable damage. She turned the townspeople into bloodthirsty, evil demons who were ready to kill everyone in their path. The little girl, who was not touched by the blood, cried and called for her mother. One of the newborn demons, possibly her mother, wanted to attack the child. But he was successfully cut into 2 parts by an ice sword, and the baby was saved. The hero used the ice sword technique and stood up to protect the townspeople. He was saddened by what he saw and was determined to save innocent people. Irina came running to Sam's aid with her hammer of light. She couldn't believe that Stan had arranged everything. First of all, Stan, in the guise of the Demon King, turned to Sam, said that he wanted his quick death, and turning to Irene, said that he knew that the demon had taken advantage of her. Sam asked if he really thought all demons were filth. Then why did he sell out to their leader? Stan got angry when he heard these words. In a demonic voice, he screamed at Sam to shut his filthy mouth. The shockwave was very strong, but since Sam was also a demon, he was able to withstand it. He thought that if he didn't come up with a plan to destroy Stan, many innocent people would suffer. And then a girl in armor appeared in front of him. In her hands was a sacred shield of light and armor that had tremendous defensive power. The girl said that her name was Carter, and she was the Shield of Light, one of the 7 sages of the Holy Church. Our old friends also came to our aid, the sacred staff and the sacred bow of light. Irina was delighted to see her sisters come to her aid. Franco asked Stan to stop, ask for absolution, and return to their side before it was too late. Stan called them a bunch of idiots who didn't understand anything about following the path of light, and said that they could have followed him, but they chose the demon. He summoned 100 flying demons to his aid and said that it was time for his former colleagues to disappear. The bow of light fired a sacred arrow straight at Stan and said that she would not allow him to destroy this world. Her arrow hit the target right on target. Stan was there, but he was protected by dozens of demons who covered him with their chests. She destroyed several dozen flying creatures with one shot, but Stan managed to dodge. Then the Staff of Light came into play. She concentrated enormous power into her weapon, and with a beam of incredible power, she shot straight at the new Demon King. And again, dozens of demons died defending their king. The powerful blow struck nearly 100 demons. It was Vanessa, the Fist of Light of the Holy Church, who also decided to join the fight against the dangerous enemy. A new batch of demons protecting their king were sent to another world. The girl's name was Trosi. She was the Spear of Light of the Holy Church. Stan was angered by the unity with which the 7 sages of the Church of Divine Light fought and protected the people. He reached the place where Vanessa and Trosi were in one jump and used a demonic blow of darkness against them. The girls didn't have a single chance to stay on their feet. So great was his power. The girls flew, hitting the ground. Having landed and risen to their feet, they began to plan how they could defeat him. While Stan was distracted by Vanessa and Trosi, the Bow of Light went around him from behind and delivered a powerful blow. However, the enemy was able to easily dodge the flying cleansing arrow and caught it at incredible speed. The girl didn't understand why her arrow didn't work on Stan, because no one had ever been able to dodge it. Stan broke the cleansing arrow with one hand and said that he was tired of playing childish games, and it was time to fight. He used a black magic spell and created a demon world around himself, the energy of which was destructive to everyone except demons. The black aura of the demon world spread further and further into space. The members of the 7 saints began to feel the demonic energy taking away their life force. Stan said that his demonic aura will take all the energy of the Holy 7, and then this energy will be transferred to the demon race. This energy affected Sam differently. He felt an incredible surge of strength. After all, Sam was a demon and had an advantage over the 7 of the Holy Church. He tried to attack Stan using the Sword of Divine Light, releasing a scorching flame with the blow. The flame was of enormous power and rushed towards the enemy at speed. Stan cut the flames with one swing of the Demon King's sword, and they disappeared. He said that even though Sam is also a demon, he does not have enough strength to resist the Demon King. The battle took place in the sky. Irina saw that Sam was not affected by the demonic aura. She realized that he really was a demon. Stan said that Sam was still alive only because he wanted everyone to see him suffer, and began generating demonic energy in his hand. A tsunami-like amount of energy erupted from the hand and was directed at Sam. The shield of light rushed to protect Sam. She made it in time, but from the impact, her shield began to crumble into pieces. She lost consciousness and began to fall from a height to the ground. The fall was very fast. No one managed to catch her, and the ground under her feet broke from the fall. Irina asked why the shield of light helped Sam. Because he is a real demon who deceived everyone. Carter called Irina a fool and said that the race of a creature does not matter if it stands guard over the divine light and fights for the lives of other creatures. Irina was surprised to hear this from Carter, but she was very pleased, because she still loved Sam no matter what. Stan told Sam that the Holy Seven could not save either him or themselves from death, and there was no point in trying. Stan said it was time to end these games and move on to more serious combat. Sam stood on the demonic barrier, while Irina shouted at him that the other saints would pass their powers to him through their sacred weapons so that he could confront the Demon King. At that moment, artifacts of other saints began to appear on the sacred blade of the sword, and Sam began to feel an even greater surge of strength. There was more and more energy in Sam's body. It grew and began to displace the demonic dome created by Stan. And then the hero felt how the chakra became stable, and its level increased sixfold. A loud bang and clouds of smoke filled the space where Sam was. The smoke began to clear. Something had happened. Sam stood there, and in his hands was still the restored and improved shield of light. The Night King was surprised that Sam managed to restore the artifact he had destroyed. Sam thought how cool the battle would be, because it contained everything he had ever heard from ancient stories: 7 artifacts, 7 sages, the Demon King, the demonic barrier. The Demon King looked at the hero and didn't understand if he should be afraid of him, or if he was just the same dirty piece of shit as before. Sam said that he might not consider him his equal, but he should know that his strength had increased many times over. The hero took out a spear of light. It was also improved. The Demon King became increasingly worried, as he had never seen one person hold 2 sacred artifacts in his hands. Sam used the tornado technique, and Stan was swept up in the mad energy of the 7 sages' powers. He couldn't protect himself and stopped spinning under the rush of energy. And then Sam, taking advantage of the moment, used the Fist of Light to strike the enemy. With the help of the 3rd artifact, Sam was able to strike an enemy who had recently been out of reach. Stan recovered fairly quickly after the blow and got back on his feet. But he couldn't believe that some weakling from the village could strike the Demon King. He still didn't consider him a strong opponent. Stan decided to summon servants from hell because the power of the Demon King allowed him to do this. He ordered the demons to kill everyone and anyone they encountered on their way, and asked the hero if he could now protect the city's inhabitants. Sam began to get on his nerves, asking why such a strong and powerful Demon King was only doing this by calling soldiers to help him. Sam also managed to activate a barrier of light, which increases his skills and damage to demons by 100%. The barrier of light began to act on the demons in a murderous way. They tried to escape from it, and the hero asked them to go back to their purgatory so as not to die fighting for the wrong Demon King. They listened to Sam, because they saw that he was also from their race. Stan became angry when his servants listened to Sam's words and left the battlefield, saying that he had many more tricks up his sleeve to kill Sam. But Sam fired a sacred arrow from the bow of light and distracted the enemy. He said that he was not going to wait for the Demon King to use a new move and swung the hammer of light at his opponent. The blow was delivered straight to Stan's body. He had no chance to dodge. He flew across the entire city square, unable to stop. Sam used the technique of concentrating all the energy in one weapon, hanging in the air to accumulate it. And the hammer of light in his hands, having combined with other artifacts, turned into an improved blade of light. Sam has a new ability, Demonic Wings of Light. He raised his new blade up and began to gather the energy of light and darkness. It was like he was now a Demon King, but fighting on the side of light, the fire blazing, fanned by the sacred aura. He used a divine light strike and directed all the energy at the enemy. There was an explosion. The ground shook underfoot, but this fire did not destroy anything living. Only the Demon King received damage, and now we see Sam standing in the middle of the square, exhausted and trying to catch his breath. He succeeded. Stan disappeared. The demonic aura began to diminish, but she did not leave the city completely and continued to fly in the air. Ginevra appeared. She was shocked by what she saw and decided to help get rid of the Demon King, and said that the black aura will not dissipate until it finds a new body, then it can be sealed. We see the broken sword of the Demon King on the ground, with his heart pulsating in the hilt. Ginevra says that she has a plan to seal the Demon King forever. but it is very dangerous. The hero asks her how to do it. The girl says that only a very strong demon who is not afraid of the sacred light will be able to try to seal the Demon King within himself. Sam asks what might happen if this fails. Ginevra says she doesn't know because no one has ever tried it before. It's just an ancient legend, and it's unknown if anyone's body can withstand the power of the king and not succumb to his dark heart. Sam's in-game interface shows that the task is complete and he can finish the mission. Meanwhile, a dark aura begins to fill the city again, and the members of the Holy Church begin to lose their powers. The hero decides to stay and help the people who believed in him, despite the fact that he belongs to the demon race. He takes the dark sword with the heart of the Demon King in his hand, and he feels pain piercing him from within, his body burning and his mind turning off. He begins to cough up blood and feels like his internal organs are melting. The saints don't know how to help him, but they really want to save him. Ginevra says that he can be helped, but for this we need as many people as possible. He says that they can absorb the Demon King's power from Sam's body and destroy it in small portions inside their bodies. Ginevra used her demonic power and began to create a place to suck the energy out of Sam's body. She created a large room with a huge bed, on which she laid Sam. He was ill, shaking. Ginevra asked to be the first to come to Sam's aid in the fight against the Demon King. Irina wished her luck and said that she would regain her strength and wait her turn. Ginevra said that she would be able to hold back the infection spreading through the hero's body for a long time, because she has demonic power, so she is very hardy. Irina and Franco waited for Ginevra for an hour until she began to come out. The girl could barely drag her feet, said that she had no idea that it was so serious, and that she could no longer stand on her feet and experience these constant cramps. The next one to volunteer to help the hero was Franca. Irina looked at her angrily and said that she would go with her. 2 hours later, the girls crawled out of the room where Sam was and started asking who else could go into the room and replace them. Here our old acquaintances come into play. The 4 half-humans saved from death by Sam. They looked pleased. Finally, it was their turn. After 3 hours, even these assistants gave up. Sweat was pouring off them. Their legs were shaking, and their voices were hoarse from screaming. Ginevra and Irina didn't know what to do, because the demonic energy had still not been sucked out of the hero's body, and their powers had not yet been restored. The girls were ready to die for Sam, but suddenly the sound of heels and girls' voices were heard. These were the beautiful demons that Sam had released during the fight with Stan. Now they didn't look like inhabitants of hell, because the hero had illuminated them with divine light, saved them, and thus freed them. Ginevra asked the girls if they knew that helping the hero was very dangerous. The girl replied that the hero had given them a new life, and they were ready to sacrifice it for him, especially since quite a lot of them had come. Ginevra thanked the girls and said that they were just in time. The demon girls tried their best. They were young and full of strength and energy, and their large numbers could decide the outcome of the battle. Suddenly, the members of the Holy Seven felt an earthquake. Irina was the first to notice the Church of the Holy Light. A huge figure was moving towards them from the direction of the church. It looked like a 100-meter stone sculpture made with sacred motifs. This monster was controlled by an archbishop, who confessed that his goal was to combine the holy light with the magical energy of the great demon realm to create the ultimate power. The stone sculpture moved towards the place where Sam was, destroying everything in its path. She took out a huge sword to destroy Sam and allow the archbishop to absorb the Demon King's power from his body. A huge, crushing blow was directed at the house where the hero was being helped to free himself from the evil chakra. Debris from the ground and buildings flew in all directions. Irina started screaming in panic, but Ginevra told her not to worry, because she could feel a new level of energy coming from the house and she knew it was going to be fun. We see a hand stopping the huge sword of a stone statue. Who would have thought this is Sam in a new look and a new demonic costume with horns? He holds the enemy's sword with one hand. A split second, and he still breaks this sword with one hand and it crumbles into small pieces. The archbishop is furious. He does not understand how Sam managed to cope with such strong energy. He generates light chakra in the statue's hands and prepares to direct it at the enemy. Sam says that it is difficult for him to control this energy in his body for a long time, so he will finish it all very quickly. He creates a rotating sphere of celestial energy in his hands, and he shoots it straight into the giant's chest where the archbishop is. The result is a fireball of such power that even Itachi would envy it. The fire, created by the combination of light and dark energy, leaves no chance for the archbishop to win. Mission accomplished, enemy defeated. Sam fell to his knees, his demonic god suit starting to fade, still having trouble controlling that much power. A few seconds later, he was already lying on the ground unconscious. Irina quickly ran up to him and tried to help him, but he did not come to his senses. And then she heard someone tell her not to worry and to leave the matter of saving Sam to them. Sam's best friends, the two princesses Siri and Maggie, and the former owner of the salon, Alice, showed up and asked how this guy got into trouble again. Irina clearly didn't trust them, asked how they got there and what relation they had to Sam. Maggie said that the three of them were able to help him, and Alice said that Irina did not know them at all and could not say whether they could really save the hero or not. Siri said that she would tell Irene some secrets about Sam, and she would understand everything herself. We are transported into the system space of the game. Sam wakes up and doesn't immediately understand where he is. He got dressed and left the room, hoping that someone would explain to him what was going on. He had barely left the room when he saw a huge table flying towards him. He was taken by surprise and didn't have time to dodge, and the table flew straight into his face. This table flew into Sam from a blow from Irina, who was trained by Princess Siri, who did not even notice how the table hit the hero. They apologized to him because they didn't expect their training to hurt him. Sam was bleeding from the nose. Irina asked Sam how he felt, whether he was able to conquer the power of the Demon King that had settled inside him. Ginevra explained that Sam can't yet fully control the Demon King's power. He was able to seal it, but not use it at full power. It takes more time. Sam asked Ginevra how she ended up here. She replied that she had always wanted to follow the Devil King, no matter who it was, and now the king's power was sealed in the hero forever. Sam said he understood why Ginevra was here, but why Irina was here too. Why she didn't stay to guard the sacred Church of Light. She replied that after what the Archbishop did, the church lost its authority, and all the power of the Holy Seven was absorbed by the hero, and there was no point in the girls being in the church anymore. Also present were the other girls from the Holy Seven, who said that they did not regret losing their jobs because they were able to find a new worthy leader. Then Hannah suddenly appeared and rushed to hug the hero. She declared that the half-human girls he had saved from slavery and death would also serve him faithfully and follow him to the ends of the earth. Sam became more and more surprised by the number of people who followed him. The rest of the rescued people also confirmed Hannah's words and said that he couldn't escape them. Sam said he would have no problem feeding a few more friends and finding a home for them. Princess Maggie told the hero that everything is not as simple as he thinks. Siri didn't keep the suspense and said that they weren't the only ones who returned to the game space for Sam. Sam couldn't remember who else might have followed him or who he had saved to make that happen. And then several hundred demon girls from hell appeared, whom Sam did not kill, but shed holy light on them and freed their consciousness from the control of the Demon King. Ginevra said that these 200 girls helped free his body from the evil energy of the Demon King, and without them, he would have died. Sam said that although it is very difficult, he cannot abandon the girls in a difficult situation. If they want to follow him, then he will help. Sam decided to use the game system to build a house that would accommodate the required number of people so that they could live in comfort. He spent several thousand game points to build a magnificent palace with a capacity of 500 people and a full infrastructure. He also understood that all his girls were fighters and needed to train, so he built a training camp for them. He also built an alchemy room, a forge, rooms for growing vegetables and fruits, and other rooms. The game fairy asked him to be more reasonable and not to spend so many points if he was not sure about the need for the purchase. He also found a home for himself that could increase his demonic energy and support the energy of light. It was a large mansion with everything necessary for life. Sam's main girlfriends decided to visit Sam's new house. Irina was the first to enter the house, and she was shocked by the sensations that this house gave, because it allowed ordinary people to feel the power of demons. Ginevra said that Princess Maggie has already mastered this energy and enjoys it. Maggie and Ginevra decided to check how much the hero had restored his strength. He had no option to refuse the test. The two new girlfriends felt very confident together, as if they had been friends for years. Maggie even allowed herself to make fun of Genevieve about her weak points. Time passed, and Sam was used to the fullest by his girlfriends. Princess Maggie said that she felt her energy continue to grow and her stamina increase in this magical house. Ginevra also liked the feeling the house gave. Due to the fact that the girl's endurance had increased, it was difficult for the hero to deal with them, since his body had not yet fully recovered. Irina and Siri looked at all this and understood that this place possessed more demonic power than the power of light. This frightened them. They wanted to join, but were wary of the dark energy. Maggie asked Siri why she hadn't yet used the power of this house to experience unprecedented pleasure. The fairy was not happy that the place of energy increase was being used for carnal pleasures. Sam said he can't control his charisma and that's why he's always the center of attention. The fairy said that if he dared to argue with her, it meant that his powers were restored and he was ready to set off on his journey. The hero did not expect that everything would happen so quickly. The fairy added that this time he wouldn't be able to deal with people, and perhaps his charisma wouldn't distract him from the main plot. The floor beneath his feet began to glow, and a transfer portal opened to complete a new mission. The hero thought about the fairy's words as the space around him took on a new appearance. He was in a big city with high-rise buildings. This city looked like the city from his world. Perhaps it was a copy of it. On the screen at home, a girl was telling the news, saying that attacks related to infectious diseases have become more frequent recently, and residents are asked to take protective measures. Sam was familiar with everything in this city. He decided to take a walk and enjoy the atmosphere. He saw a girl running out of the store and turning in his direction. She tried to grab him, but he dodged just in case, since he didn't know what to expect from her. He immediately thought that she had fallen for his charisma and wanted to get to know him, but he sensed something was wrong. She drew level with Sam, and he saw her red eyes, dead skin, sharp fangs, and smelled the foul smell coming from her mouth. He didn't know what she was. He had never seen such creatures before. And then this creature was knocked down at full speed with a kick to the head by an unknown girl in a bright outfit. She braked effectively, leaving marks on the asphalt. Sam asked the girl what happened. She asked how he could afford to walk around the city when such things were happening around him. And why didn't he even try to run away from this creature? Or he doesn't know what zombies are. Sam was a little unprepared for this turn of events. She said her name was Samantha. She was a member of a special rescue squad, and she would take him to a shelter so that he wouldn't be killed by other zombies. The girl said that she would not look into why he did not know about the infection of the population, but he had to be careful if he did not want to die. Men die quickly after contracting the infection, and women become walking dead who have a keen sense of the scent of men and come after them to kill and reproduce. Sam began to think about how he could use his previously acquired skills in this world to survive and pass the level. First, he decided to meet a girl to learn more about the situation and introduced himself as Sam. But as soon as he said this, sharp tentacles flew at them from above. The girl quickly kicked him out of the way of the tentacles. A nimble, tentacle-armed zombie stood on a lamppost ready to attack again. The zombie wasn't going to give Sam and his new girlfriend Samantha a chance to think. She screamed at Sam to run away while she held off the enemy. She pointed the gun at the zombie and started shooting, but the bullets bounced off him like a steel wall, and she failed to harm the enemy. The gun was knocked out of Samantha's hands by a blow from the tentacles and flew towards Sam. He caught it with a slight movement of his hand. He decided to use the gun since his magical skills were blocked. The girl shouted at him not to try to shoot the zombies, because without training he would not be able to hit the target accurately, but would only anger the enemy. Sam told her not to worry and quickly entered the game interface to level up his shooting skills. He traded some of his magical skills for marksmanship. He received confirmation of the acquired skill and he applied it. At that very second, he fired a shot from a pistol, pointing it at the enemy. Despite the high recoil of this powerful pistol, he knew that he would hit his enemy right in the weak spot. And so it happened. With the very first shot, the hero hit the zombie with a precise shot to the heart. Sam was glad that he could be useful in this fight even without magic. But while the hero was distracted, Samantha grabbed him by the collar and dragged him along with her. Sam did not understand what happened, but a crowd of zombie girls was already running after them, ready to pounce on him. Sam realized that his charisma was working against him here, causing more zombies to try to take over his body. He broke into a fast run and was able to get into the car. He had the keys in it, he started the car, and he and Samantha drove off to meet the zombies. They threw themselves at the car and died under its wheels. The hero asked where he should go to leave the area with a large concentration of zombies. The girl said that she didn't know exactly, but she needed to go to the hospital since she was wounded and an infection had begun. Sam pressed the gas pedal and began to drive at full speed through the crowds of zombies. Several of the monsters tried to rush at the car, but were unable to stop it. Sam looked at the dead girls trying to get into the car. He felt sorry for them, but it was necessary to hurry to the hospital to save a new friend from infection. The girl thanked the hero and praised his shooting and driving skills. Sam said it was all thanks to the Mario racing computer game, and so they got to the hospital. It was surprising that there was no one in the hospital, because just a day ago there was a rescue squad base here. And then it became clear why there were no people here. A zombie was running towards them at full speed, and again Sam was the target. The monster was destroyed a few meters away. The girl asked how timely it was that she came to them. Sam thanked the unknown girl and asked who she was. The girl said that her name was Lena, and she was the head of the surgical department. She said that her job required her to know how to use a scalpel, and she also learned how to use it to kill zombies. Samantha asked if they could meet later because she needed medical help. And then Sam remembered why he had driven so quickly across town to the hospital. Lena said that she doesn't know if she can help Samantha, since a lot of time has passed since the infection, but she will try to see how bad it is. As they walked to the operating room, Sam asked where all the people who were supposed to be in the hospital were. Lena said that everyone evacuated when the zombies attacked the hospital, and they couldn't reach her because she was sleeping in the morgue and there was no mobile phone coverage there. They forgot about her. Lena told Sam to remove Samantha's clothes so that the examination could begin as soon as possible. Sam said he didn't want to offend her, but she needed emergency medical attention or she couldn't be saved. The girl had no choice. She didn't have the strength to undress herself, but she had to hurry. The hero undressed the girl and laid her on the operating table. She was very beautiful. Sam saw the infection spreading across his arm. It would be a shame if this girl turned into a zombie. Lena warned him that the infection could be transmitted sexually and that he shouldn't even think about it. Samantha's examination began. Lena tried to identify significant changes in her body. Sam asked what was wrong with Samantha. Lena replied that she should have taken an antiviral drug earlier, but now it was unknown whether anything would help her or not. She said that we need to go to the place where the antiviral drugs are stored and bring it here. On the way to get the medicine, Sam asked Lena why after infection girls turn into zombies and men die. Lena replied that no one knows the exact answer, but it is likely that the virus selects women as the breeders of offspring, and men are simply a tool that can be thrown away in the process. They walked along a long corridor, and the hero heard someone crying for help on the street. He looked out the window and saw a guy running down the avenue, followed by a dozen zombie girls. Lena said that you shouldn't pay attention to this guy because he doesn't have a single chance of survival. The female zombies surrounded the guy. Sam couldn't move quickly to him to help. He felt very sorry for the guy, but that's natural selection. Lena said that he needs to distance himself from what is happening around him. He will see many more deaths, and therefore there is no need to be nervous and blame himself, because it is impossible to save everyone. The girls, having killed the guy and taken advantage of him, went their separate ways with a calm look. For a while, they no longer needed to hunt. There was a smile on the dead guy's face. He didn't die the most horrible death. Lena said that the virus puts the man's body into a state of continuous arousal, after which it is used until there is not a drop of the necessary liquid left in it. They say that some guys are looking for thrills and going to certain death. They came to the medical department and started looking for an antiviral drug. It was difficult, since the evacuee group took almost everything with them. Lena said that if they wanted to save Samantha, they had to hurry, because every minute was counting down. The girl will be attacked by a zombie dressed as a nurse. Sam manages to get between Lena and the zombie, but while protecting her, he is bitten by the creature. The zombie bites into the hero's hand and gnaws it with its sharp teeth, drawing blood. Lena uses her scalpel and kills the zombie with a blow to the head. The enemy is neutralized, but another problem appears. Lena asks the hero how he feels after the zombie bite, whether arousal is already setting in his body. But Sam feels nothing, only pain in his arm. Lena tells him to take a virus blocker, despite the fact that he does not feel any changes in his body, since everyone has their own body and it may manifest itself a little later. The hero said that he didn't see the point in it. He felt fine and wasn't going to die. He asked the girl to give the only medicine to Samantha so that she would have the opportunity to continue the fight against the creatures. They returned to save the sick girl. She was all sweaty and her body temperature was rising. Lena gave Samantha an injection. All that was left was to wait. When Sam asked if the medicine would help her, Lena replied that they would not be able to find out for at least half an hour. Lena said that he should think about himself, because no man has ever survived a zombie bite. Sam said he had come to terms with his own death, but was glad to help another person survive. But he went into the game store and decided to exchange a few more skills for the antidote, because it was too expensive to buy. The girl asked him not to be shy if he wanted to ask her for his last dying wish. Sam said he had no wishes, but only regretted that he had to die in the company of such a beautiful girl, whom he never got to know better. The girl asked him if he really wanted this. Lena began to take off her robe. Underneath it was only underwear. The hero was a little embarrassed, but inside he was sincerely happy. The girl said that he was bitten because he was saving her from death, and now she is obliged to repay him if this is really his last wish. Sam pretended to be fulfilling his last wish, but he had already taken the antidote and knew that he was in no danger. Lena said that they needed to be quieter so as not to attract more zombies, as they could sense excitement in the men's voices. Sam liked to manipulate the doctor. She played by his rules. The girl said that as soon as he runs out of strength and male fluid in his body, he will immediately die. Sam said that he wouldn't mind dying on such a beautiful and charismatic girl. Their lips intertwined in a passionate kiss, their pulse increasing. Lena felt helpless in the hero's strong arms. They changed places, and now Lena was on top, and the hero was lying down and trying to hold back the spasms of pleasure. When they finished, the girl asked him to save his strength, because as soon as it ran out, his life would end. She looked at Sam lying on the bed. It seemed as if he was no longer breathing. The girl said that she would try to spend her life for the good of people, because he did it for her. She began to cover his body with a sheet and said goodbye. Lena didn't understand why she was so sad about this separation, because she was used to seeing people die so often. The hero's hand began to move. She was scared. He crawled out from under the sheet with an angry look and rushed at Lena. But at that very second, he was stopped by a powerful kick to the head. He flew across the entire ward, unable to stop. When he landed, he broke the doctor's desk. Lena didn't wait for the hero to recover from the blow and attack again. She grabbed a wooden chair and prepared to plunge it straight into Sam's heart. Beaten. Sam managed to stop the girl at the last second and say that it was a joke. The girl repeated once again that men do not turn into zombies but simply die. Sam asked Lena if she was a zombie because she had so much strength and great speed. The girl said that these were all her reflexes that she had been developing over the years. Sam was a little surprised at how quickly and easily she dealt with him, but he received a game card of her character as a reward, as well as the ability to heal faster. They began to discuss how they could use his unique body power, which was capable of resisting the zombie virus. The girl said that a series of studies needed to be conducted to understand how his body reacts to the virus and create an antidote, or use the hero himself as an antidote. Meanwhile, Samantha woke up. She was not visible behind the screen. Her skin was the same human color as before, only a little pale, but her eyes began to turn red. Sam didn't immediately notice these eyes, and began to greet the girl and rejoice that she had come to her senses. But suddenly, he finally paid attention to her. Her essence demanded a man. She rushed at the hero to grab him, but he dodged and pushed her straight into the wall of the room. Lena screamed at Sam that Samantha was under the influence of the virus and they needed to leave immediately. But Sam didn't want to leave the girl in that state, because he already knew that his body was immune to the virus, and he could try to save her. Lena said that until a full medical examination is completed, they can only guess whether he is immune or not. Sam said that now was the best time to check it out, since he was not going to leave Samantha. He threw his clothes at the girl sitting on the floor to attract her with the smell of his body. She paid attention. The hero began to attract her with his charisma and athletic build. He called her to him. And then the girl pounced on him. He was lying on the floor and did not resist, and the girl lay down on top of him. Sam was ready to enjoy himself and let the girl do what she needed so much. But nothing happened. The girl froze on him like a stone sculpture and did not move. It was clear that she was deep in thought and didn't know how to behave. Lena said that if a girl has never tried to unite with a man in life, then even in the guise of a zombie, she will not know how to do it. Sam didn't know what to do to make everything go according to his plan. The girl huddled in a corner and did not approach the hero, but he tried with all his might to call her to him. He began to explain to the zombie girl that this was the only way he could try to help and return her to her human form. He told her not to worry because he would guide her. Samantha trusted the hero and began to follow his instructions. Lena watched what was happening with embarrassment. It seemed to her that she was conducting an experiment under her own control. Sam got Samantha's game card too. He got his way. After the salvation ritual, the girl slept for several hours. At some point, she suddenly jumped up on the bed and screamed that she didn't want to turn into a zombie. Lena and Sam informed her that she had been saved and that the threat of turning into a zombie was now over. Samantha asked how this could be true if she remembered how the infection spread throughout her body. Lena said that Sam helped her turn into a human, and for this, he sacrificed his body for her. The girl was embarrassed. The girl said she remembered attacking Sam. Sam acted as if he was having a hard time remembering what happened, and it was very hard for him. The girl grabbed him by the collar of his t-shirt, and she told him not to pretend that something humiliating had been done to him, because it was he who had taken advantage of the situation. The hero said that it was just a joke, and there was no need to react so strongly to it. Samantha screamed, her zombie-bitten arm suddenly hurting. This hand suddenly reached out towards the hero and tried to grab him. Samantha grabbed the hero between the legs. He was shocked by this development of events. He asked the girl what she was doing, but the girl replied in fear that she could not control her injured hand. It moved on its own. Lena examined the girl and said that the virus had not yet completely left her body. Sam said he had an idea on how to fix the situation and protect Samantha from the remaining virus. He invited her to come with him to a separate room. Lena heard voices coming from behind the door, Samantha asking Sam why he was taking off her clothes. Lena waited for the heavy breathing and moans to stop. She did not understand what was happening behind the closed door. And then the hero appeared. He looked very happy and said that he had succeeded. A new Samantha came out of the door. She looked like a fighter from a sci-fi action movie. Her infected hand was in a metal glove. Sam said that he created this battle suit especially for Samantha. It will be able to increase her powers and destroy the virus in her body. Lena asked who he was that he could make such complex inventions. She was delighted with his skills, and Sam replied that he had studied robotics a little. Sam decided to show what his supersuit was capable of and pointed the gun at Samantha's chest. She got scared. She didn't fully believe that the hero would shoot her point blank with a pistol, but the hero was determined. He was confident in his abilities and fired a shot. The bullet hit the girl right in the chest, near the heart, and the shot threw her off balance a little. She remained safe, and the hero thought that she would now be grateful to him. Sam said that now she is not afraid of ordinary bullets, and accordingly, any blows that are weaker than a bullet. But Samantha didn't look happy. It was obvious that she was filled with anger. The girl grabbed the gun and shoved it into Sam's mouth, saying that if he shot her again, she would rip him apart with her new all-purpose hand. Lena said that now was not the time for arguments, because the world needed to be saved, and Sam was the best person for it. Samantha asked Lena what plan she had developed to save humanity. Sam, wiping away his drool, also began asking questions about how soon Lena would be able to develop an antidote. Lena said that it was high time to understand that we should do the same thing that was done with Samantha, since he is not only not susceptible to the virus, but can also treat people through close contact. Then we need to do that. Samantha said that first he needs to save 100 people who were part of the resistance and were infected. They are now in quarantine. Sam felt sweat pour down his face when he learned that spending time with 100 zombies was just the beginning of his mission to save the world. Lena said that he wouldn't be able to save that many people with his body, so she needed to develop an antidote so that this virus could be destroyed en masse. Samantha asked Lena if she could create an antidote, to which she replied that she was the best student at her university and also wrote a dissertation on viruses. But in addition to Sam's blood, she needed the source code of the virus. Samantha said that the source code is not available for purchase now, even on the black market, and asked where they could find it. The source code was located in the city's central lab, on the 3rd floor in room 308, Lena said. Lena said that she had a twin sister who was involved in a classified project related to viruses and told her about it, and then disappeared. The hero told Lena not to worry, and to leave the investigation of her sister's disappearance to him. He would try to find traces of her presence in the laboratory. The girl said that she had already come to terms with the loss of her sister, because if she could stop the zombie apocalypse, then her sister had lived her life for a reason. And if Lena succeeds in making an antidote, she will not only save the world, but also gain eternal glory and wealth. And he will also be able to become the chief physician of the hospital and stop obeying stupid bosses. Samantha was surprised by this answer. Sam and Samantha arrived at the lab, and there were many monsters roaming around it. They knew that with so many zombies around, it would be difficult for them to get inside the building. But Sam, as always, came up with a brilliant plan. He was going to distract everyone so that his partner could get into the building unnoticed. He took off his t-shirt and called all the zombies to try a small piece of fresh young meat. They could smell Sam's body and were very excited. One of them shouted at him to stay put. Sam told Samantha that once he escaped from them, he would meet her inside and sped up. He ran faster and faster and urged the walking dead on. He needed to get them as far away from the entrance to the building as possible. With the zombies distracted, Samantha ran as fast as she could towards the lab. She understood that Sam was now risking his life to save humanity, and she could not let him down. Sam, meanwhile, was leading several dozen zombie girls. He decided to get on the bus so that the girls would follow him. When the last zombie entered the bus, Sam closed the doors, asked everyone to fasten their seatbelts and hold on to the handrails. Samantha watched this scene from the sidelines and waited for him to free himself and join her. Sam knew he had to neutralize the zombies and save them if possible. Samantha watched as the bus swayed from side to side. The girls tried to climb out of the windows and asked for help. After a while, each of the girls stood and tried to breathe in the air. Sam did a good job, but Sam decided that once wasn't enough, because they still hadn't turned back into humans. Sam soon emerged with a sense of accomplishment. He was a little hot, because he was saving so many girls in a row. Samantha met him as he got off the bus, but he was surprised that she didn't take advantage of the time he had bought especially for her. She replied that she could not get inside because the doors were bulletproof. This once again confirmed to Sam that they were on the right track, because who would put such protection on an ordinary laboratory? He said it was worth testing the equipment he made for Samantha. She replied that she didn't yet know how to use her new metal arm. The hero said that it is directly connected to the brain, and if she imagines a weapon in her thoughts, then her hand will turn into this weapon. The girl said that if this was such a joke, she would kill him. She began to concentrate on the laser weapon, which was capable of opening a thick metal door like a tin can. Her hand obeyed her. She felt how it was being rebuilt. And now, just a few minutes later, the door was almost opened by a laser beam of light. Samantha was delighted with what she could do with her new hand. But Sam said that now was not the time to be surprised because they were in danger. And indeed, the lab was filled with monsters. But they were a little different from those on the bus. Samantha said that these are stalker-level zombies since they have been turned for a long time, and now they only want to kill. And they also have enormous strength. Sam asked how many zombie-level divisions there were. The girl said that the most important division is between those who can still be saved, who have recently turned to us, and those who have already lost their minds. These zombies no longer hunt for the entire body of men. They only want their brains, and the killed one will not die with pleasure. Sam said that was very good, and he would not feel ashamed that he did not even try to save these ones. Samantha asked to underestimate the guy. These high-level monsters can cause a lot of trouble. Sam took out 2 huge pistols made of sacred stone, which have unlimited ammo and incredible killing power. He warned the monsters one last time that he would shoot if they attacked him. But judging by the girls growling, they didn't hear him or didn't understand. And then Sam showed his skills and abilities in shooting a pistol and began to hit zombies with headshots. Thanks to his skills, Sam never missed a single shot, and every shot hit the target. The girl understood that the weapon in the hero's hands was not a standard pistol, otherwise the bullets would bounce off the zombies like off a wall. While the girl was watching, they started walking around her from behind. The zombie attempted to use its long tongue to kill Samantha, but she already knew how to use her new hand, and she imagined a new weapon in her head. A sharp, double-sided huge blade prepared to meet the attacker. Samantha struck her opponent with a devastating blow, but only once was enough. The attacker's body flew in all directions, as did the blood that filled the entire space around. Samantha struck a dramatic victory pose. It was disgusting to feel the dirty blood on my body. The hero said that the suit has a cleaning function and she can try it. The girl was again surprised by such technology. She liked her costume more and more. Mechanical arms with brushes emerged from the suit and began cleaning. Sam said these brushes could clean even the most hidden corners of her body and suit. The girl was embarrassed. She felt the cleaning work. Sam asked if she liked the feeling of such soft and gentle brushes on her body. The girl felt awkward. She had just experienced a surge of pleasure on the battlefield. Suddenly, the ground underfoot began to shake and the building swayed from side to side. Something huge began to burst out of the ground. The heroes began to worry about whether they would be able to get out of this building alive. A huge, fat, purple monster of monstrous proportions emerged. Samantha said that there was no point in engaging in battle with this monster, because their forces were unequal. She suggested that they go their separate ways and meet in room 308 after escaping. Sam didn't bother to come up with a better plan, but simply started running away, wishing his partner good luck. But since the monster was also a female zombie, she began to catch up with the hero because only men attracted her. She ran very fast, and the word man could be heard in her growl. Sam was too afraid to come up with a new rescue plan, so he just ran as fast as he could. The monster was getting closer and closer with every second. The chances of escaping were evaporating before our eyes. A jump of enormous force smashed half the floor into pieces. Because of the resulting chaos, the monster could not see where Sam had disappeared to. Sam ran into some room and hid. He was very tired and understood that if he hadn't hidden, he would have been crushed like a pancake. His gaze fell on the huge incubators. Perhaps they were growing someone in them. He began to look more closely at the incubators, trying to see what kind of animals were growing there. He was amazed that small children were being raised in an incubator. He didn't understand how they survived, because the zombie apocalypse had already started quite a long time ago. He came closer, wondering if he had found a holy place. But the child opened his eyes and turned his head towards the hero. And now he has already broken the glass and jumped straight at Sam. It happened very quickly, and the hero did not have time to jump back. The little zombie bit his hand. Before Sam could come to his senses, he heard the crack of other incubators and the glass shattered. and new little zombies crawled towards him. They wanted to play. Sam didn't know what to do. They were children, but zombies, kill or save. And is it even possible to save them? Sam decided to call his friend because he didn't know how to handle children, and he needed help. And then she appeared, a beautiful girl. Irina appeared in front of the hero and was a little taken aback by such a sudden movement in space. She asked what kind of help her beloved friend needed. Sam said that he would explain the whole situation to her later, but now he needed to deal with the little children and laughed at the end. Irina said that she feels black energy from them, and they are no longer children, but terrible monsters. The girl began to use a spell to split the black energy, and the room was illuminated with light. The monsters began to dissolve in the sacred light, and the cry of children could be heard. Sam said he was very glad to see her, thanked her for her help, and asked what she was wearing. The girl said that she was in the store and choosing an outfit for herself, so that when he returned she could give him herself in this outfit. But suddenly, she was called into this world. Sam said that he liked her gift and he could accept it in advance. That is, right now. The girl asked him if he had time now, because they were saving the world from evil. Suddenly, Sam's recently bitten arm began to hurt sharply. Irina asked what was happening to him and how to help him. Sam said that he was probably infected with an infection that was transmitted to him through a bite from one of the little zombies. Irina said that it was necessary to suck the poison out of his body to stop the spread of the infection. Sam asked why she needed to suck out the poison if she knew many spells to neutralize the poison in the body. But the girl had already grabbed his hand and began to suck the poison out of the wound. Sam asked if it would harm her own body, since she could also become infected. The girl said that her body is immune to most poisons and toxins around the world. She looked into his eyes and suddenly her expression changed. Irina said that the wound on the hand was too small and that the poison needed to be sucked out from a more effective place. Sam didn't understand whether he and his charisma were to blame for what the girl had just suggested doing. Irina told the hero not to worry. She would be able to block the spread of the poison and save him. Sam felt good as the poison left his body. The girl asked him to be careful next time and not to expose himself to the bites of these creatures. Maggie and Siri stood and discussed the fact that Irina was missing and had been gone for a long time. They realized that Sam had called her and were jealous. Maggie asked Siri why he didn't call her, what happened between them last time. The princess said that nothing happened. She was just helping him solve some problems. And then the younger sister burst into tears. She was upset that the hero did not call her, but Maggie said not to be upset, because she had never been called before, unlike them. And then Irina appeared. Sweat was running down her forehead and she felt out of breath. Siri asked what they did with the hero. The girl couldn't answer because she had poison from Sam's body in her mouth. The girls continued asking questions, but Irina still couldn't answer. And so the girl swallowed the contents of her mouth, winced, and was able to answer. The poison got stuck in my throat a little and I had to swallow a lot of liquid. Maggie moved closer to Irene and sniffed the scent from her mouth. She licked her lips and remembered how she had already tasted this poison stored in the hero's body. The zombies continued to roam the laboratory in search of the hero. He felt much better. His arm no longer bothered him. The release from the poison really helped. The zombies ran towards the hero to grab him. They surrounded him and prepared to eat his brain. But suddenly, they were torn apart by a force of incredible power. Sam felt a surge of strength throughout his body, and especially in his recently injured arm. Sam thought that it was a shame he hadn't thought about how to get rid of the poison earlier, especially since it was related to his main game skill of charisma. Next, Sam saw a game artifact in the form of a stone on the floor. Apparently, it was very expensive and emitted a lot of magical energy, which was of little use to him in this game world. He decided to exchange the artifact for something more useful for this mission. Meanwhile, Samantha continued to run away from the hordes of zombies chasing her. She tried to fight, but they didn't end. Every minute there were more of them, and she had to run. While running away, she tripped and fell. She didn't have time to recover and start running. The zombies were advancing. As if by chance, a grenade flew over the crowd of zombies. A monstrous explosion illuminated the room. Red liquid from the zombies' bodies flew in all directions. The smoke cleared, and Samantha wondered who had saved her. She peered into the smoke, and a new batch of zombies was already approaching. A hero appeared, holding a huge machine gun in his hands and a belt of large caliber cartridges hanging over his shoulder. He told the girl to duck, and he himself, without releasing the trigger, began to fire the entire clip towards the walking dead. Several hundred bullets were fired towards the zombies. The machine gun cooled down and the smoke cleared. The zombies had no chance to withstand such a number of shots. They lay dead on the floor. Sam added another light stone to the piggy bank in the game inventory. Sam knew that these stones would still be useful to him, because they were so expensive in the game store. Samantha asked where he got the machine gun, since he didn't carry it with him from the shelter. Sam said that he found it in the lab on the floor above. The girl noted that if there was such a weapon here, then not everything was so simple with this building and the experiments that were conducted here. Sam said that the owners of this complex clearly knew that their experiment was not so safe, so they had a weapons warehouse. The girl asked if Sam wanted to say that the zombie apocalypse was not an accident, and that it was all planned in advance. The hero replied that he could not say for sure, but they were already near room 308 and would now be able to find answers to their questions. So they approached the right room and prepared to enter. Samantha said she would cover for him, but he still had to be careful. The door was not closed, and Sam pulled the handle and the door opened. When the door opened completely, the trap was triggered and the rope broke. A dozen sharp blades flew at the hero at great speed. Thanks to his good reaction and physical training, the hero managed to dodge the flying knives. He thought that the defense was past and the path was clear, but he felt the cold barrel of a pistol pressed against his temple and the trigger pulled. Sam asked not to shoot him because he didn't come here to steal anything. A small copy of Lena, the girl with the double-barreled shotgun, lowered him and said that if he was not a zombie, then she would not harm him. Sam said that he really wasn't a zombie and thanked her for her discretion. Samantha asked why the girl looked like Lena's younger sister if she said she had a twin sister. The girl asked if they really knew her sister Lena. Sam had heard from Lena that her sister was dead, so he assumed it was a small zombie like the one he had seen in the incubator, only a little older. The sister didn't like how the hero decided to test her humanity. She told Sam that if he didn't stop, her gun would help clear his head somewhere outside of his head. Sam began to tell that they came here on a tip from her sister, who told them about the source code needed for the antidote. The sister said with disappointment that Lena only wanted information and not to save her sister. The girl said that her name was Inga, and she had been defending this room from zombie attacks for a long time. Samantha told Inga that her sister Lena was sure that the girl was dead. Inga said that her sister doesn't think she's dead, but wishes she were. Sam asked why Inga was so small if she was supposed to look exactly like Lena. Inga said that it was because the antidote was prepared incorrectly, that it reduced her body in size and made her look like this. Sam noticed Inga's chest and asked if she thought that some parts of her body were still adult. She replied that her breasts, among other things, had become 3 times smaller than they were. Sam was shocked by this information. He imagined what she looked like before her body was reduced, and his mouth began to water. But Samantha quickly brought him to his senses with a blow to the head with her mechanical hand. Inga said that since childhood she surpassed her sister in everything: studies, relationships, career. She said that if Sam helped her, she would allow him to enjoy her body not only in his dreams. Sam said that she thought badly of him, and he was not going to help her because she offered him her body in exchange. Samantha didn't know what to say to this because she had already studied the hero and knew that Inga's offer was a hit on target. Sam said that he couldn't refuse the girl and asked how he could help her. She replied that her goal should be his goal too, because the antidote would restore her to her former appearance and he would be pleased. Samantha asked how Inga planned to make the antidote and what would be needed for it. She replied that she needed the zombie's maternal genes to create it, which she didn't have last time. She said that there were 3 very first test subjects into whose bodies the infection was placed. They became the first zombies. Sam asked where the 3 were now and what needed to be done. Inga said that all the necessary information is stored on the computer, but it is password protected, and if the wrong password is entered again, the computer will self-destruct. Sam asked what password options there could be and where to look for answers. The password for the computer is Lena's birthday, but for some reason, Inga does not remember this date. Samantha asks how the password associated with Lena ended up on this computer. The password was set by Lena's father, who was one of the creators of the project. He told about the password a moment before he died from an infection he himself created. Sam asked how she could not know this date, because it was impossible. The girl said that she had long ago decided to forget everything that had once connected them, because she had always tried to offend her in childhood. The hero asked why she still hadn't gone to her sister and asked her date of birth. If it was so important for humanity, or because of childhood grievances, she decided to die and kill everyone. The girl said that she couldn't go out all this time, because in addition to the zombies, there was a Class B zombie walking around the building who would crush all of them without even wincing. Sam said he wanted to make explosives, but he needed materials to do it. Inga said that there is explosive, but to destroy a B-rank zombie, it needs to be detonated from close range. Sam said that he is a man and will be able to attract her as close as possible. A huge zombie wandered around the building, carrying the corpse of a young, recently turned zombie in its hand. Sam began to call her to him. She heard a man's voice and became interested. He summoned her using his charisma skill to make her lose her head as quickly as possible, both literally and figuratively. The huge monster rushed towards Sam. He did not move from the spot. The zombie grabbed the hero tightly with both hands, but something went wrong. It turned out that it was a shadow clone created using magic. This clone contained a huge explosive charge inside. There was an explosion. Fire and blood flew in all directions. And from the monster fell another magical artifact from the collection of the most expensive ones. Sam took it and was glad that his plan worked exactly as intended. The girls discussed the hero, saying that despite the fact that he is full of secrets, he can be trusted. He is a good person. The heroes got into the car and headed to Lena, who was waiting for them in her hospital. When they returned, they said they had good news for her. Samantha asked Sam to be quieter because she noticed that Lena was resting. Lena was indeed sleeping on the sofa in her office. She was not wearing a robe, and her skirt was pulled up so that her pink underwear was visible. Sam said that she needed to be woken up quickly and asked her date of birth because it was very important. Inga said that she would endure this until the morning, because she was also tired and was not going to look for an antidote today. Very strange sisters, Samantha thought. Meanwhile, Sam felt pain in his arm again. Sam said it was the virus getting the better of him again. Samantha asked what needed to be done to help him. Sam said that he knew of one way that had already helped him, but it required finding several recently turned zombies so that he could get close to them. The girl said that he destroyed all the zombies in this building, and now they will not find zombies. Sam asked Samantha to help him, but she replied that her battle suit would not allow her to do so. Sam replied that the suit had everything covered for situations where she needed to go to the bathroom, or for an emergency like now, she had a button on the back of her neck to reconfigure the suit. Samantha reached behind her neck and felt the button there, pressing it. And indeed, all the intimate places were freed from the suit. She was embarrassed, because in her memory this was the first time that Sam saw her without clothes. Sam placed Samantha next to the bed where Lena was sleeping, placed the upper part of her body on the bed, and began to work on releasing the virus from his body. Lena was fast asleep and did not hear Samantha's heavy breathing, who covered her mouth with the blanket. Sam asked her to be patient so that the loud sounds would not wake Lena. Sam enjoyed the process. Samantha sighed heavily. She felt good and at the same time ashamed that she had become just a toy. He released the poison from his body straight into Samantha. She felt the zombie poison fill her body, and for a split second she began to act like a monster. And she even bit Sam on the shoulder through his clothes. He said that he is not against such games, and it even turns him on. The girl apologized. She did not understand how a strange force took over her consciousness. Sam said it was okay, but if she wanted to make amends, she could do so. Samantha said she felt like Dr. Lena was awake and could hear everything. Sam said that everything was fine and she was sleeping like a baby because she was tired after all this time. He noticed her gorgeous figure and thought that he wouldn't mind trying to leave his poison to two girls at the same time. In fact, Lena was not asleep, but she felt awkward admitting it and disturbing these two. It was still dark early in the morning. Sam meditated, tuning his internal energy so that in an emergency he could more quickly apply this or that technique. He didn't know what he had to do next, because the salvation of the world was at stake, and his mind had to be clear. To begin with, he decided to go for a walk, to be alone with his thoughts. Suddenly he saw a girl, thought it was Dr. Lena, and decided to go to her and ask what to do next. He came up from behind and hugged her. He decided to tease her, but I realized that something was wrong. The girl was bigger than Sam. He asked her when she had grown so big. She said that this was also the effect of the wrong antidote to the virus. Sam realized that it was not Lena, but Inga, whose body was taking on a small and then a large shape. The girl said that this was normal. Her body was constantly changing in size, and nothing could be done about it until she created an antidote to the virus. The girl said that if he told her the secret of his resistance to the virus, she would reward him. Sam said he didn't know why, but his body was rejecting the virus. That is, after infection, he only needs to release the infection through another male opening to return to normal. Inga asked. The girl said that she would not mind providing him with such assistance so that he would stay alive as long as possible. While they were talking, Lena came up from behind. She asked Inga how it happened that she was still alive. Inga asked what her sister was more disappointed about. The fact that the guy she liked was trying to establish contact with her sister. Or the fact that her sister was still alive. Sam asked the girls to be more friendly because they were relatives. 2 girls attacked him. It seemed like he could die at any second because of his uninvited comments. Inga said that there was no point in sorting things out and asked Lena to tell her date of birth in order to unlock her father's computer. There was a photo of one of the sisters on the computer. Lena asked if her father said that this was her birth date. Inga said that he simply said the date, and she concluded that this was the birth date of his beloved daughter. Sam listened to the sisters' conversation and understood that it would be incredibly difficult to reconcile them. Lena said that what surprises her more than her father's death is that Inga doesn't remember her date of birth. Lena said that, unlike her sister, she remembered her birthday and reached for the computer. Inga tried to stop her, saying that she needed to enter Lena's date of birth and that there was only one chance left to enter the password. Lena said that she knows what she is doing and there is no need to interfere. She entered the expected password, which was Inga's date of birth. A photograph appeared on the computer screen of 2 sisters standing next to their father. Inga was shocked that the password was actually her date of birth, not her sister's. Lena said that as a child, she had the wrong impression of their father's attitude towards his daughters because he treated her so warmly so that Lena would not feel inferior compared to Inga. One day, Lena heard her father say that he considered Inga a genius who would change the world. Tears appeared in Inga's eyes. She didn't know that all this time she had been thinking badly about her loved ones in vain. When she calmed down, she said that even if this was all true, it did not change the difficulties she faced in childhood. Lena said that she was not interested in her speculations, and now the only important thing was to find the first test subjects and create an antidote. All data on the 30 patients was blocked. Everyone was surprised by this. Inga didn't expect anything else from her father. After all, this information cost him a lot. They would have to wait at least 48 hours for the blocking to be unblocked. Sam was only glad about this. They could rest, and in the future a serious battle would await them. To his words, the elder added that there was a good health bath here. She was definitely hinting at something. Our hero immediately realized what Mrs. Inga was hinting at. He would be happy to receive help from such a beauty. Lena was clenching her fists because Sam was planning something bad with his sister. Maybe some kind of indecency. Not a second had passed before Sam began to deny his words, calling the previous dialogue a joke. He was very scared and decided to run away before he was torn to pieces, adding that the sisters should talk among themselves. The elder one couldn't believe that her Lena could be as greedy for handsome men as a vulgar woman. The smoldering cigarette was throwing out clouds of smoke, and the beauty was trying with all her might to convince him that she didn't say that she liked Sam and that she could do whatever she wanted, but that Lena herself was going to bed. The girl was very happy that her sister had taken away all the most valuable things from her throughout her childhood, but here everything would be the other way around. Meanwhile, Brother Sam found the very bathtub that Inga had talked about, but she hadn't said it would be so magnificent. While the girls were arguing among themselves, and the post-apocalyptic life was seething outside the window, the hero tried with all his might to enjoy the bath. His optimism came to an end when he realized that he had no one to share this giant bathtub with. But this is not a problem at all, as long as you have a lot of cards with beauties at hand, who will always come to the rescue in difficult times, like now. Suddenly, his hand slipped and apparently his choice fell on everyone's favorite Maggie. What alarmed him was that the card might get wet underwater, which is not a good thing. Following the fall of the card, our beauty emerged, looking different. We don't remember her like this at all. In such clothes, she was truly beautiful, and she was glad that her turn had come. He was in shock, just like us. He had the misfortune of meeting a gorgeous girl instead of his usual Meg, but she had no time for that. She said that she might be offended if he chose only his little sister Siri and Irene. Until now, he could not get over the sight before his eyes, and asked at the end how long ago she decided to change her image. Truly a goddess. I never ceased to admire these curves and forms. Well, to the point, in fact. She just decided to try something new, and what? He doesn't like it. He scratched his lips and asked if she herself had noticed anything strange just below. The view from below made her breathe harder, and it was true that she hadn't paid attention to Sam Jr. at first. Without further ado, she began to approach the handsome man to do something most incredible. While he was enjoying the bath, and not only, some girl entered the bath and called out to him. And here is our Inga. She was so prepared for this meeting that she even inflated her ring and found a suitable swimsuit. Not even a second has passed, and she is already jumping into the water like a bomb. and Sam does not understand what she is doing there and what outfit she is wearing. Little by little, she approached him and asked why she couldn't swim in such a cool bathtub. In response, she received strange moans from him. She had nothing more to say to him. She really hoped that her friend hadn't started imagining anything bad for himself. Maggie's techniques made it more and more difficult for him, and without thinking, he said that he liked the adult version of Inga better. She didn't like these words, because she was going to prove that all her states were ideal. Sam was about to give in, he was at his limit, and the nurse was getting closer and closer. There was a gigantic explosion that shocked the older sister beyond belief. 2 days have passed since that awkward situation, and the data on the first patients should have already been unblocked. Their first target will be a beautiful professor, with blood type 0, height 167 centimeters, with compatibility to the virus over 90%, weight 48 kilograms, and her name was Lisa. Sam was surprised that their first patient 0 was a teacher, and such a beautiful one at that. Inga had known Lisa before, as she herself had volunteered to receive sponsorship for the treatment of students, but she had not even dared to expect that she would be chosen. It was then that the hero asked where they would look for her, where she thought she might be. She immediately said that the new test subjects could have had many side effects, in which they continued their activities. All this leads to the fact that she will probably remain at her native job, and that is where they will look for her. Samantha was charged with unwavering energy, since they knew where they were going, so there was no time to run. Sam noticed her energy. Her breathing was too heavy. Her eyes were red. Something was definitely wrong with her. Suddenly, she attacked the hero. He realized that she was having another attack. But how could this be? He himself had cured her. The brother was not happy that the sisters were standing aside and not paying attention to what was happening here. Lena responded by saying that the virus still remained in the body of the fierce Samantha, but it was dead, which meant that nothing bad would happen to her. Only one thing. He only has to do one thing, and that is to help her every time she needs it. Well, if that's the case, he can't refuse either her or them. After all, it's all for the sake of saving humanity. There was only one thing that made him wary, and that was that the extra spectators were too extra, and it was very awkward. Inga immediately found excuses. She seemed to need to look at the whole process in order to delve deeper into it. Lena has it simple. This is her office, and everyone must leave here except her. Samantha couldn't argue with anyone. Her animal instinct wanted only one thing. Even if he agreed, his brother could not calm himself down and get rid of his excitement. The girl didn't like the way her partner was moving at all, and besides, he was blocking the entire view. He was furious. What was this? Inga had become an operator. Could someone help with this? After all, Samantha is in such a state that it won't be so easy to restrain her. Lena saw this as just a reason to join in. Even her cheeks lit up. These are girls. Inga also could not stand such bad work and immediately sent her sister to be eaten by a monster, a bed monster. But she didn't expect at all that she would be waiting on this couch. And yet he only asked her to help him. Everything was going well at first, but as soon as he finished with Samantha, he moved on to the second one, and she was only happy. Brother will always find a reason to cleanse the body of his partners. What could happen to them if not him? Inga was amazed by this experiment. She was able to obtain so much necessary information. 2 hours have passed and 2 are knocked out. Time after time, the bed monster wins under unequal conditions. He did this to the girls, and now he says that he was exhausted and went out to get some air. Here, his peace was disturbed by the elder, who from the very beginning thought that he would not be able to catch Lena on the hook. It's all a long story, but they'll have to go with Samantha to find patient 0. And how will he be able to help her in an emergency? She said that if he begged her on his knees, she would volunteer and go with him. But how so, he asked. Why did he need such a little thing? It's better not to joke with her like that, and it's better to keep your mouth shut. This little brat can even shoot off your balls and you'll have nothing to fight with. With her actions, she showed that even in such a body, she is capable of strangling a healthy man. Here, the hero was not so brave and asked her to stop, since the gun might go off. The bullet flew out of the barrel with lightning speed and broke the cup, thereby not injuring Brother Sam. She blew the smoke off the barrel, telling him that instead of talking nonsense, he should just take her with him. Here he has nothing to say, he has no choice, so he has given only one answer, yes. The night passed, and near the academy the life of the dead was seething, standing very strangely in one heap. And the strange thing is that in all corners of the world with zombies, they wandered around and each took their own place, and not like here. The same thing was noticed by the brother, who himself often noticed that they would walk far from each other. She had an answer to this. The fact is that the mind of the experimental sample, so to speak the mother, wants to return to the past, and the zombies themselves fall under its control and obey her. Sam thought they would have to sneak into the locker room and steal patient zero. It's not that simple. Inga said that if they disturb the peace of the main mind, the entire hive will cause destruction, as it will sense a threat. Just in time, an unfamiliar zombie almost made its way into the territory, whom they would not let into the mother's place. As soon as the zombie entered the territory, everyone headed towards him, and all this was only because their chips were half the price of those in other academies. This shocked the handsome man, because if they moved, they would create a commotion that would ruin the whole plan. It was then that she suggested approaching the matter wisely and coming up with a more reasonable plan. Meanwhile, a certain female voice spoke anxiously, wondering if the two of them would get caught doing this. These were two zombie girls who decided to create one during their studies through necessity. Suddenly, Sam intervened in their affairs, noticing that the two were doing such a terrible thing, and if anyone noticed, he asked. One of the dead people noticed a handsome face in him, which immediately made her flare up. She jumped on him and asked him to go out. She won't always meet the most handsome guy in the world. He was surprised that this generation does this when they are not in a relationship, but when they see handsome guys, they jump on them. Just a few moments and the girls are resting on the ground. Apparently they had a hard time, but he was able to find clothes for himself and Inga, which would serve as camouflage for them for the time being. But as soon as he looked down at the little one, he was shocked by her strange appearance, which clearly gave her away. It wasn't a problem for her. It would be fine for the brainless zombies and wouldn't interfere in any way. And besides, they had already completed the first and easiest part of the plan. They then headed to the classroom where our target Lisa was teaching and drawing something on the board. The zombie professor warned her students that they should listen to her, as the topic would not be easy. In response, she received an unfortunate mooing sound that echoed endlessly throughout the entire office. Sam asked his partner if she knew why their target was training zombies. A teacher for the dead, scary. According to the beauty, Lisa is a mother's mind and sees all the girls in the audience completely differently. This is how she sees all the students, with their smiles shining and their skin shimmering in the light. She was not at all happy with those two scoundrels, because they were disrupting her lesson, and that was disrespectful to the teacher. Her words were followed by a sudden attack with chalk. They should dodge it, otherwise nothing good will happen to them. He suspected a great danger in this. What could happen to him if he collided with the chalk point blank? Luckily, he managed to avoid the blow, but it only hit the neighbor behind him who almost flew off her chair. He was horrified, and he immediately turned pale because he realized that this teacher could easily kill. Meanwhile, the lesson was over, and she was already getting ready to go to her office, saying that she would wait for the chatterboxes. Lisa left the office, and Sam realized that this would be the perfect opportunity for him to get all the bodily fluids from patient zero. Only Inga warned him that he could not use force against her, as this would raise the whole academy on its ears. Everything was leading to the fact that he would have to make Mrs. Elizabeth fall in love with him in order to achieve his goal. According to the little one's first plan, everything was supposed to go so that she would warm the heart of the cold queen with her pretty face. In his mind, he saw all the delights of this plan, how Professor Lisa personally would conduct additional classes for him. He slammed his hand on the table and cried out that he could not play with the feelings of his dear teacher. But he still apologized to Mrs. Elizabeth in advance that he was doing this only for the sake of saving humanity. But Inga knows how, at the moment when he has gathered his courage and imagined all the delights, to say that she has a second plan. He won't need this plan. After some time, she herself will see his triumphant return. There was silence and disorder in the teachers' rooms. It was obvious that no one had been there for a long time, or at least no one sensible. While she was working, Lisa was constantly thinking about how nervous she was becoming, and how she must be missing a man at her side, she said. Before entering, student Sam introduced himself to her and said that he had come to talk. Meanwhile, she reminded him of the rules, which stated that students could have relationships, but were not allowed to disrupt classes. He, of course, understood everything and said that this was not his girlfriend and that he loved someone completely different. The godlike beauty of the professor doesn't care whether he likes someone there, she only cares about his knowledge. But he didn't want to retreat, and suddenly grabbed her gentle hand like a silk veil. And finally he said those words, "I like you, Professor." His aggressive flirting technique should work, but this didn't bother her at all. She pulled her hand away from him and said, "Firstly, I'm your teacher. Secondly, I don't like those who don't study in class. He responded with lightning speed that he had studied her subject with a heart full of joy and had put his soul into learning it, so that he knew all her words. She had seen people like that more than once. So if that's the case, then solve the tasks I personally created. We'll check what you're capable of, she said. Sitting down in front of the worksheet, he asked if he solved everything he would deserve a kiss. She decided that let him at least start. Somehow she was flattered by this, since this had never happened to her before. But she can't be led by just a face. Yes, she is a teacher after all. Meanwhile, Sam was much more worried. The sweat of despair was running down his forehead, and in his head he did not understand what kind of questions these were. After all, this was higher mathematics. Suddenly, he remembered the system in which he could buy whatever he wanted with points. He asked Archimedes, Gauss, Descartes, Lagrange, Pythagoras, and all the outstanding mathematicians of all time to give him knowledge. Now these problems are child's play for him. It's not for nothing that he sped up so much when he started writing. Lisa was speechless, her gorgeous eyes growing wider and wider as she saw his unrivaled speed. He confidently stood up from his seat and handed her all her assignments, which definitely surprised her. She had never met such a mind before. It literally exceeded all her expectations by several heads. The speed was incredible and everything was correct. She couldn't recover from what she saw. And he grabs her and presses his lips to hers, and they come together. The heroine immediately became inflamed by this. Her body did not obey her. She could not even push him away from herself. Why can't I refuse a kiss what draws me to him, she asks. Can't I say no to such a smart man? Brother had already hinted at a joint future in which new minds of humanity would be born from their genes. She couldn't do everything so quickly. She was not yet ready for such an important step in life. But he didn't listen to her anymore. He only needed one thing, and that was the goal of saving people or something else. Then some students knocked on the door and had some questions specifically for Professor Lisa. She realized that her Sam needed to hide because the students might suspect them. The hero was furious. What kind of questions could a zombie have? How difficult it is to save this world, he said. 2 zombie students entered the office and came to her with a very important question. How she understands them remains a secret. But they wanted to understand what they didn't understand in the last lesson. She immediately decided to get to work with the girls. Well, what questions do you have? She asked. Under the table, he wondered how influential she was. What she could have done to take over everything here with her mind. But you can't focus on just this, and it occurred to him to try his new technique. While her fellow student was doing something to her downstairs, she was explaining an important topic to the girls with great diligence. His technique worked perfectly, and her face displayed every emotion imaginable. The girls became very interested in what was happening to their teacher. Meanwhile, our hero tickled her heels through her tights, thinking that even though she was a zombie, she was still sensitive. She tried her best to explain to her students that she was just feeling a little under the weather today, but her body was shaking all the time, and she couldn't say a word without groaning and moaning. The heat filled her. In such a state, she could not work and told the girls to go, and they would deal with the issue tomorrow. Then the beauties came out of the teacher's room and wished the professor all the best, which she deserved. Here she looked down at Sam, not understanding what he was doing there. He responded by saying that her legs were too gorgeous. He just couldn't help but remind her that she had to be his girlfriend, according to the terms of the bet. Deep down in her heart, she knew that she could not date a student, no matter how good he was, and she came up with a new test for him, where he had to be not only a thinker, but also a soldier. It will be done, he said. You just need to come to the gym. I will wait for you there. I will show myself from all my best sides. Then he decided to leave after all, saying that she was obliged to come to him. Following him, she cried out that she would not come anywhere, even if he begged her on his knees. All this time, Inga was waiting for him at the entrance to find out how the process was going and if there were any problems. He replied that everything was fine, and that he was ready to do anything to save humanity, even though it was hard to believe. She confirmed my words. She would never have believed what he was doing for the common good. Later, the brother said that he wanted to return the heroine to her previous appearance, which seemed more like the truth to her. And in the teacher's room, Lisa couldn't get that meeting out of her head. She thought about how a second ago she had said that she wouldn't go anywhere, and now she was already doubting it. After all, she had to be strong, be an example. She glanced at the sports building, where the light was burning in the glass. This could mean nothing other than that he had arrived. Time passed, and the clock hands were moving towards night. The sun went below the horizon, and all living things were preparing for sleep. Even at such a time, the Ice Queen worked tirelessly, and more than 6 hours had already passed. She looked out the window again, where she saw the building and the light was still burning in it. What a disaster. She came crashing into the room and shouted, asking if her student Sam was still there. Looking into the depths of the hall, Lisa was very surprised by what she saw, as if she had not expected anything like this. "Here you are, Elizabeth. I knew you would come. What kind of test will you come up with now to make me your man?" this chatterbox kept saying. She picked up a nearby basketball and challenged him to shoot 100 three-pointers. He smiled arrogantly and said that it would not be easy, but for her sake, he was ready to cut down mountains. Then she tossed the ball and announced the prize, whatever he wanted from her. And deep down, she knew that even Stephen Curry couldn't do that. In fact, he has been secretly training for 2 years and can show something very interesting. But it's true, his ball handling is very good. He can still show something. He acted like a child in front of a classmate who was embarrassed when he told her to turn on the music. Here, she did not understand at all what dancing had to do with it and whether they could be called dancing. Meanwhile, he was throwing the 13th ball. So far, everything was going well. At this rate, victory would be in his hands. The 14th ball also flew into the ring perfectly. There would be players like him in the NBA. Another throw, this time from behind, and once again he doesn't miss. 88th three-pointer, and he doesn't even strain, scoring with every part of his body. Victory is his. The 100th hit out of 100. Our hero has once again fulfilled the professor's conditions. It didn't come easy to him, as if he had fought a crowd of zombies at the academy. After this feat, she felt a blow to her heart, which began to beat faster and faster. She can already imagine their spring, when the cherry blossoms are blooming, pink leaves are spreading across the pavement tiles, while she and Sam walk hand in hand. This feeling of youth and stupidity filled her, a feeling of awakened and stormy passion. Am I really young again? Can I walk hand in hand with a handsome young man and imagine a future together? Lisa asks herself. The brother noticed how she was looking thoughtfully into space and asked why she was so thoughtful. She didn't hesitate, and laid out everything that she would like to go to the academy with him, watch movies, bathe in the same bathtub at the hotel, and imagine a future together. He noticed well that she was very worried, and in this state she said everything that was on her mind. Lisa looked away in embarrassment and said with a trembling voice that everything was not like that at all. The handsome man approached her and reminded her of her promise. After all, he had completed his 100 three-pointers. Now it was her turn. The main thing for her is that none of the teachers or students find out about this. Only one thing, but this, however, turned out to be the case that she didn't know if he cared about the age difference, since she would grow old while he was growing up. It was then that he covered her mouth with his finger, hinting that she should never say such a thing again. It's all true. For him, she's like wine, only more beautiful with each passing year, and with him she'll always feel like she's 18. Suddenly, a zombie scream rang out in the academy courtyard, which only Lisa understood. She looked to the side and said that there were screams and calls for help, but Sam clearly did not hear anything and asked if she was mistaken. The heroine jumped out of bed and ran to help the children, but deep down Sam realized that he hadn't heard anything. There was a commotion in the street. The girls were running as fast as they could while someone was chasing them. One of the girls was caught in chains by an unknown person. What will await our hero? The hunt for the students was led by a zombie principal, who in life loved to mock the students, and this fate carried over into this state. Lisa couldn't believe her words. The director of her academy was bullying the students. How horrible. In her eyes, everything looked exactly like that, as soon as she took off her rose-colored glasses. And she will see this horror. So much time she lost, training brainless creatures who cannot even speak a word. The truth appeared before her, something she had not seen before and had spent so much time on. Am I really not a human being, she asks herself. The big guy continued to beat the student, repeating that the mother's mind was strong, but she had absorbed it. She didn't even think about how to find a new target for punishment before she threw the chain at the professor. She had no face. Fear had taken hold of her, and she could not escape this attack. But she must not forget about her beloved, who will always come to her aid in difficult times. The director doesn't waste time and catches those who come her way. If it's a professor, she'll take her. If it's a handsome guy, she'll take him. She threw his blade aside. There would be no pity for him, no matter how handsome he was. This fat girl wanted the same thing as all the zombie girls. They all just wanted to merge with him. He didn't want to have anything to do with such a monster and immediately said that she was walking bacon that no one would need. And then came a strong blow to the stomach, which clearly did not cause much damage to her. It was as if the hand was penetrating into dough. which did not resist it at all. The principal won't tolerate a student resisting her. She'll knock him down and expel him into the bargain. The handsome brother was in great danger under the shadow of a giant third-rank monster who wanted to merge with her. Then came a blow from Lisa, who shocked with her abilities. Sam knows who to cross blades with. He was so amazed by his partner's strength that he couldn't even say anything. The zombie teacher was able to throw such a carcass far, and for a long time, the enemy will not be happy about this. She doesn't hesitate, just a couple of seconds to come to her senses and direct her attack at her. The hero was bleeding, but he could not stop admiring the goddess Elizabeth, who shook the earth. Our Scarlet Witch is magnificent. Her beauty is incomparable, and her character is simply a plague. Simply something. Her gaze shone like ruby. She didn't care who her students were, people or zombies. She would always protect them and wouldn't let them be offended. As soon as she pulled the chain, it broke into pieces. The warrior on heels rushed at the director again, while she was not expecting unrivaled speed at all. The power was just great, one good attack and she was sent flying. The impact left a huge dent, which made the angry headmistress furious. The fat woman tried with all her might to make her understand that these were not her students. These were not the children who sat at her desk and listened to her in class. These are monsters who are ready to do anything to fulfill the needs of the ill-fated virus. She had nothing to say in response, so she remained silent. But the old woman was telling the truth and nothing but the truth. But she didn't want to stop. She kept telling her that she was just deceiving herself. The attack was followed by a mass chaining of female students, all of whom became slaves to the headmistress. Her face was filled with rage. She growled that she didn't care about her original virus. According to her, the whole school, all the students, they are all here to feed her, to give her new strength. This strength is too magnificent. Rose-colored glasses made her see the kind director, but as soon as the fat woman showed her true face, she changed her mind. She understood what the headmistress's attitude was towards the students, towards her dear and beloved students. The heroine will not forgive or let this go unpunished. It is not for nothing that she put such power into her blows. The fight heats up. The headmistress receives blow after blow, and each one makes her fly in different directions. The fat woman doesn't feel any pain at all, but on the contrary, she is sure that with her new strength, no one can defeat her. But she is not alone, and did not say anything like that, Lisa says in response to the arrogant headmistress. Immediately after these words, a hero appeared behind him, concentrating his power in his hand. In his hands appeared the handle of the legendary Hammer of Light, which should bury the undead 6 feet deep. And so it turned out. Just one blow shook the earth and turned the street into ruins. The woman covered her face with her hands to protect herself from the dust that rose above them. He still finds it difficult to use the hammer as it takes too much of his strength. Afterwards, he fell headfirst onto Elizabeth's ample chest, and she didn't even have time to understand what had happened to him. A familiar voice appeared from behind her and told her that he had passed out from exhaustion. This acquaintance turned out to be a little girl who said that only a professor could help him. She was surprised how only she could help the boy, how it should be done. She hinted that her blood contains maternal cells that feed the zombies with energy, and the boy is partially infected with the virus. Well, how can I help him then? What should I do? How should I deal with him? Lisa asked time and time again. She came closer and began to whisper what and how to help him. It was immediately clear what she began to explain there. She screamed that she had never done anything like this before, and she had no idea what or how to do it. The girl was completely disappointed. Well, she would help her with this. Time passed, and Lisa was left with only a shirt on, but she was not at all prepared for what awaited her. She asked Inga how she and he should do this if he was unconscious. She answered that this was true, but he felt everything. Since that was the case, she was ready to do anything to save him, she said, and looked at him with a burdened expression. The little one rolled up the folder and started screaming, pointing out what the professor should do, and she should start with a kiss full of love. She screamed because she didn't like the fact that they were in such a place and in such a position, and Inga was sitting there like a director of a dubious movie. Then, of course, she moved her face closer to the hero, her whole body burning with anticipation of this moment. And so their tongues intertwined. The situation became more and more awkward. The handsome man and the teacher, fate will bring them together. Only she didn't quite understand what happened. Their tongues were intertwined, although he was unconscious. She almost went for another kiss, not understanding why he still hadn't opened his eyes. According to her, this could be explained by a simple reflex, like hitting your knee. You need to move on to the next step. Not a moment had passed before the cries and sighs of the dear professor began to be heard from the office. 2 hours passed, and only then our zero patient was exhausted after a stormy time. Inga was inspired by her as the mother cells. She was about to leave the restroom, but at the end she added that she had tried very hard and he should be perfectly fine. The teacher crossed herself and prayed that everything would be exactly as her friend said. Then she entered Sam's room, where he lay motionless, and she had nothing to say to him. She also suddenly kicked him on the head so that he would stop pretending. He smiled and thanked her for helping him, and not telling him that he was conscious. Then he asked how his bodily fluids were. "I didn't waste my time," she said, and pulled out a flask with that liquid, adding that the mother cells were amazing in their effect. She injected just a little bit and said that only a couple of cells could lead to harm. They can produce such a stunning effect that it transforms her from a brat into a first-class beauty. He felt awkward about this, which made him remember the agreement, well, if he found samples of maternal cells. Inga noticed his incredible pressure. She didn't mind. That's how she flared up. She didn't understand at all how he could cope with her if he had just finished with Lisa. And he, full of power, told her never to say such a thing to a man again. He was only too happy to accept the challenge of such a beauty and immediately called the system for help. A mysterious bottle appeared in his hands, which, according to statistics, should restore all of our hero's strength. He had no intention of delaying and began to swallow the liquid with particular greed. He drank every last drop of this life-giving water, which should give him a lot of strength. It was incredible. The power was overwhelming him. He even undressed after that. There was too much energy. Inga was inflamed when she saw such a sight, and she could not believe her eyes, saying that it was scientifically impossible. The brother brazenly replied that the girl was constantly changing her form and was telling him something about science. She couldn't stand it any longer. Inga wanted to quickly conduct such a large-scale experiment since she had never done anything like it before. In fact, the hero did not expect that this was her first time, but he still asked how she liked this experiment. These questions made her angry, and she asked him not to spoil her mood, but rather to tell her who was better, she or Lena. He couldn't say it directly, but if she had agreed with her sister, he would have compared it in real time. That was a great idea, she said, and asked if the reason he was recovering so quickly was because he had become infected. But it wasn't that important. The heroine ran to the window and noticed something terrifying, then called Sam. As it turned out, all the girls returned to their appearance, and there were no more zombies left in this academy. Everything was leading to the fact that Lisa's maternal cells were able to directly influence the virus and change it. At this rate, they would collect more samples and defeat the virus. He wasn't going to wait for anyone, saying that they were sitting there and sent her to wake up Lena and Lisa, and then they would discuss the plan. A couple of hours later, and our beauty was dreaming, but it felt like she was about to wake up. She had not intended to go to bed earlier, but she didn't notice how she passed out of nowhere. Sam suddenly entered the room to see a naked Lisa, wishing her good morning and asking about her condition. The teacher was scared and told him to put something on himself, although she didn't have a single thread on, which he of course noticed. At this point, she turned completely red and screamed for the pervert not to look at her. She remained silent about this moment. She had nothing to say at all. She probably still couldn't get over that night. The hero decided to gloat to her, asking what he hadn't seen there, but he got to the point that after such a sight he needed help in one immodest matter. She couldn't repeat that stormy night, because her students, they could come in short. He interrupted her, wanting to say that he would help her students if she would help him in a difficult situation. Lisa couldn't believe her ears. If he could help them, then she could help him as much as he wanted. "Well then, you won't get out of bed until you're old," he said, locking the door. Suddenly the girls entered the room, unexpectedly safe, alive and well. A certain joy appeared on the professor's face, which she could not stop. Her students were cured. That was what was needed for happiness. She asked everyone to come closer to see the real them before the end of the world. But suddenly everyone ran up to Sam, to whom they asked for help, so that he would examine them properly. The hero began to deny the girls, saying that he and Professor Lisa would protect everyone. But she was not at all happy with the girls' words. But she was not happy that he definitely did something to her students. It was not for nothing that in her eyes she could see reasons to kill him. She immediately chased after him to make sure he got what he deserved, even if he tried to apologize. Meanwhile, Lena was watching them while smoking a cigarette. In fact, she didn't expect him to be able to capture the subject's heart. Her little sister immediately came up to her and decided to gloat, saying that even before morning had arrived, Lena was already jealous. She responded indifferently by saying that she would never in her life be jealous of this womanizer. Then Inga asked her if she would mind if her older sister took her boy. Here Lena could not stand her, and grabbing her hand, pointed out to her that she was only using Sam, and that she could not love people in principle. It doesn't matter to her whether she loves him or not, that's secondary. What's important to her is to take revenge on the younger one for ruining her childhood. There was no sign of pity or sadness on her face, but deep down, the cold-blooded Lena could be very vulnerable. But it was necessary to get to the point. Samantha ran to the nurses to warn about the loading of the second file about patient 0. Then the hero got new cards with girls. The first was the 4-star Lena, who had a high knowledge of chemistry. Then our Queen Lisa appeared, who was 1 rank higher and had the ability to control zombies, which could come in handy. All this time, Sam tried to explain to the professor in heels about the purpose for which they were hunting her, about 0 patients and mother cells. She explained how she understood everything, that there are 3 0 patients in the world who have maternal cells. The boy confirmed her words, saying that everything was so, and that was the reason she could control and restore zombies. Then Samantha came up and sincerely asked her to help, because with her assistance they could save the world. If so, said the girl, I will help, for the sake of humanity, peace, and my beloved students. Meanwhile, Inga stood at the computer and waited for the download. If we believe her words, everything went well. A girl appeared on the screen who resembled a singer or an idol of millions. Unexpectedly for everyone, Lisa was able to recognize this young girl. Even she herself was surprised by this. Her name was Betty. Sam didn't know her, which was natural. Then the professor replied that she was a famous pop singer who had recently gained popularity. Almost all the students were her fans. At that moment, he was struck by the fact that the idol of millions had gone for an experiment. Why such risks? Inga responded by saying that at that time her throat cancer had worsened, and in order to save her career, she took such a desperate step. The new virus turned out to be her salvation, as it happened just then, when she was at the peak of her fame. And in the midst of the end of the world, there was supposed to be her long-awaited concert, where all the stands were filled with zombies. Since Lisa can control zombies to some extent, Inga instructs her to go to the concert of her favorite idol to sort this out. She wouldn't mind if it weren't for her students and the academy that needed protecting. Wow, the stadium for one concert was gigantic. I think Betty can surprise us. On the posters, she was very beautiful. It's not for nothing that everyone loves her so much and is waiting for the moment to hear her voice. The girl did not hesitate for long and still went with Sam on the mission, where he warned her that he would protect her from any danger. But for this couple, everything will not be so simple. They are immediately met by a crowd of zombie girls who can smell a man from miles away. As soon as he said that, the creatures appeared. What bad luck, he said. Well, so be it. He will deal with them. But his partner knows how to surprise much more. She moved her hand towards the girls and shouted at them to stop. They obeyed her without question, and the zombies stopped, although there was no need for this. She was able to surprise him, as he did not expect something like this from her, that she could use zombie control. Lisa confirmed his words, saying that it was true, but the power weakened the further they were from the academy. She couldn't even imagine what would happen if there were too many zombies. He was not so sure about the latter, since a lot of time had passed since the epidemic, and then he dragged himself to the stadium. They might have been lucky if the stadium had not been filled to the brim with fans. But the culprit of the whole event, her sweet voice is truly charming. It's not for nothing that she has so many fans. She is sure that together they are ready to shout until dawn. And so it turned out. People were delighted. Girls admired her beauty, her voice, charisma, and confidence. The crowd screamed louder than our Betty. Their screams could be heard far beyond the stadium. This mission will be much more difficult, since Betty's situation is similar to Lisa's, who have instilled their way of life in themselves, and her fans are almost living people. She didn't know how to act, since a frontal attack would not lead to anything good. He decided to act immediately, without hiding his intentions, in order to make her understand the real reality, taking off her rose-colored glasses. Meanwhile, in the dressing room, the gorgeous Betty was choosing an outfit for herself, and she better do it quickly, because the fans won't wait. Only now another person had been waiting for her for a long time, and it wasn't a fan. It was our hero, who did as he said, sneaking into her dressing room. She was very surprised that some guy had entered her sacred place and how he had done it. He replied that he was not her fan, and had not come here to look at her charms. He wanted to explain the reality from which she was running away. He poked her in the forehead with his finger, saying that she and her fans, they are all zombies. "Wake up, you fool." Just by her impudent grin, it was somehow alarming, as if this whole situation was to her advantage, as if it had saved her life. It's incredible. She understood everything from the beginning. She understood that her fans, she herself, were bloodthirsty creatures. But she continued to sing her masterpieces to them. He didn't understand, just like we didn't, why she was still here, realizing all this. And for her, it was a real triumph. Fans began to love her much more. More attention, more merits, and no one is blocking her. The other participants blocked her view. They took almost all of her glory, which made her envy them. And where are they now? They are not there, Betty said with pleasure. Now she is a solo artist. The fans belong only to her. There is no one else on stage to interfere. She was certainly smarter than these brainless zombies, and he'd better get out of here. Although, if he was a fan of hers, Sam interrupted her. He didn't wait for the arrogant singer to finish speaking and said that these weren't her fans. They were occupying the entire stadium because she had maternal cells in her. These words never touched her. She does not accept criticism because she believes only in flattery, and all her enemies simply want to take away her popularity. The arrogant beauty decided to shut the impudent man up once and for all and pressed a strange button on an equally strange remote control. Suddenly, the ground disappeared under his feet. This hole was incredibly deep. What could be there? "What a dead fool! Oh, you'll dance to my tune," said the hero as he flew into the abyss. Finally land. But what kind of place is this? How to get out of here? What should he do? Suddenly, strange lights began to appear from the darkness. It was definitely some kind of enemy, Sam realized. Could these two girls really be Betty's old partners who ended up here the same way the boy did? They could smell the man a mile away, and animal instinct told them to pounce on him. At this rate, everything will only go to one thing. He won't be able to tolerate this pressure for long. Brother Charisma can't stand it anymore. Some kind of power, some kind of light shone before their eyes, which blinded them. He stood firmly on his feet and said that they had asked for it, and everything that happened next would be on their conscience. The hero covered himself in a pinkish aura and warned them not to be offended by him later. He worked perfectly with his Buddha staff. Just a few moments, and the lavender color of the girl's skin fell away, and they began to feel a strange warmth. Both of them did not understand anything. How they returned to their previous state. What happened to them before? A veil of secrecy. Sam had more questions, wanting to know where they were and how to get out of here, as well as why they dressed so similarly, like Betty. Betty threw them here, as well as Sam, said the one on the left. Her name was Quinn, and the blonde on the right was called Luna. They performed together with Betty. Luna looked away in confusion and wondered why their friend could control the zombies and lock them here. The boy also did not fully understand the motives of their old friend, why she treated them like that. Quinn initially understood that Betty was the least popular among them, but now she was overcome with envy. Luna asked her not to say that, but the hero himself saw the truth in this. And this means they are destined to bring her to her senses. There's no mood in them because they did not consider themselves opponents of Betty, since they only knew how to sing and dance. "No," said the hero. "Without them, his plan won't work. They have to be present in it." They agreed with him at the same moment, but they did not know at all how to get out of here. The guy took the phone and said that he would solve it right away. Then he called Lisa and gave their coordinates. Suddenly, a few moments later, someone breaks through the wall with a crash behind them. Sam doesn't care at all. Apparently, we know who this guest is. And it was our lovely professor in heels, Lisa, who tore down the wall with her bare hands and found them that way. The girls were amazed by their strength, and also by their unrivaled beauty, which made you shudder. The teacher was not happy with these women. It was not for nothing that she looked at them with such a terrible look. At that very moment, she looked at him and asked why he always managed to find beauties. He answered that it was written on his soul. But it doesn't matter. He had a plan to defeat Betty, but they would have to work together. The next day, the stands were also filled with dead people, nodding their heads and jumping up from their seats at every change of rhythm. She pointed at them and thanked them for their support from the fans, saying, "I love you so much." But suddenly her pressure changed when she heard a familiar voice behind her. Who was it? An unexpected appearance by the old members of the group. Fans have been waiting for this duet for a long time. She was shocked. Her competitors got out of the trap. How they did it, who helped, but no one was going to answer her questions. They decided to introduce the new members of the group. The first to be shown was Lisa, with the interesting nickname Lisa Lisa. She was truly very ashamed to go out in such an outfit. The new members of the group created a sensation. The audience began to scream with enthusiasm. Of all of them, only Betty was unhappy. not understanding why they were occupying her stage. Here a girl we knew very well asked Betty if she would accept the challenge from the new group. But our arrogant heroine will not hide her potential, saying that they are not fit to hold a candle to her after all. She has been on stage for 2 years already. But behind the mask of pride, this gray-haired beauty was hiding her concern. She stood out more than anyone else with her gorgeous face, and she also managed to please Betty. And she has a great figure. Many people dream of one. And here it's as if God himself had gifted her. And so, don't lose your spirit, said the arrogant singer, slapping herself in the face. And she added that all of today's fans are hers, so victory is on her side. With her sweet voice, she wanted to attract the attention of fans to herself. She asked for their support. All the stands heard her. They shouted her name back at her. That's devotion. Confidence began to shine in her eyes. These countless fans were on her side. As soon as the beauty from the new group opened her mouth, my heart stopped in place. This heavenly voice filled the entire stadium. Betty was shocked by this singing, as if she woke up early in the morning in a lonely house in the middle of the forest. A hot breeze with the scent of daisies was blowing in her face, and the birds were singing a morning sonata. It was a performance. The audience did not shout to her as they were trying to listen to her immature voice, but at the same time it sounds even more magnificent. Betty's loyal fans began to admire the new artist's voice. Nobody knows her pseudonym, her name. Only we guess that our hero decided to transform into a girl with his charm and singing skills. She was worried about the excessive attention on the new singer. Why her fans were shouting at her. Why they called her Madonna. It's time to start the real show, where our girls will show how to captivate your audience. Their movements were perfectly honed. They looked amazing. Betty could never surpass them. And all the external beauty was enhanced by the song of our hero, which caressed the ear. The zombies screamed the new member's name. They couldn't stop admiring every word of the songs. Betty began to feel despair. What was going on, she wondered. Her legs wouldn't hold her up anymore. It was a complete fiasco. It only took a few minutes to achieve her defeat. She didn't understand anything. They were her fans. Why did they betray her? Why did she have to go through all this? Suddenly, someone's hand touched her head. She had no idea what or who was doing it. And there she stood, the one who had taken everything from her. They had won. And if she wanted to regain their former attention, she had to help them save the world. It was clear from her that that arrogant nature had disappeared. In front of Sam stood a completely broken girl who was already willing to do anything. The other participants were inspired by this, saying that the guy was very interesting. A little time passed, and our hero in the dressing room was already eager to return to his usual appearance. If she had known that there would be so many people, she would have conjured up smaller breasts. But all this is not so important. He turns into himself. At that very inconvenient moment, Betty bursts into the room, wanting to know something from her. He himself understood what an unfortunate situation he was in, since the transformation stopped in the middle, and she entered. She tried her best to squeeze out information about how she achieved such attention from fans. This made him very worried, but he still asked her to go out and wait while she changed her clothes. Well, Betty is too impatient, but she decided to help the young star with this. She pulled her skirt down, and she had no idea what would be waiting for her a little higher up. What she saw made her sigh heavily. After all, the transformation had begun to act in this place first. Sam replied that this was the source of the charm and asked if she would like to try it. She became very embarrassed. Her cheeks burned with anticipation, and with a trembling voice, she said that she did not dare refuse. Sam came up behind her and began to sweetly whisper if she was ready. She had been for a long time. The sweat of confusion ran down her red cheeks. She couldn't help but accept that this girl was very beautiful, even if she looked a little like a guy. But the last words he whispered in her ear should leave her in shock. She guessed right. He was the guy. What her surprise was, only she knows. Outside the dressing room, screams could be heard asking her to stop, but the hero could not be stopped. The blonde didn't expect that these two would find common ground so quickly, and especially in such a place. Quinn added, biting and licking her lips, that the guy was very reliable, much better than all the guys she had seen. Lisa thought almost the same. She saw in him much more reliability and strength than they could imagine. Meanwhile, the extraction of maternal cells was in full swing. It was hard for her to breathe. After all, she had come across such a male. He ordered her to be patient. After all, she is the idol of many people, and he helps her with stretching. Only they were interrupted by other beauties who thought it wasn't fair if he only helped Betty. Unlike Lisa, they could no longer endure it. After all, they also want it. Betty didn't expect them to come in. How dare they? She said haltingly. They replied that they had a falling out. It happens to everyone. After all, they are a team, and such joys need to be shared. The brother smiled and asked if they had an unspoken rule about this. Quinn replied that of course there is and always has been, and that applies to you, Sam, too. The blonde replied that he could consider it a reward for the work he had done, but he shouldn't tell his fans, otherwise they might be upset. Well, since everything is working out this way, the guy has only one thing on his mind today. Today, they will have a large-scale comprehensive physical training session in which all members of the group will take part. A couple of hours later, news about that concert was circulating around, and the students of that very academy kept discussing the new participants. During this time, Betty arrived at the lab and introduced herself to the sisters, saying that she was joining their project. Lena added that she is not on stage and they are not her fans, so there is no need to introduce herself to them so arrogantly. Then Inga put in a few words of her own, asking if she wanted to use them to build her fan base. Betty was puzzled by the words that the cruel sisters said. She did not understand why they treated her this way. Then Sam put in his 2 cents, saying that he finally noticed their kinship and that they were very cruel and did not spare people. Inga immediately turned to her beloved Sam, justifying herself that everything was completely wrong, and Lena said that she had never seen the older one feel shy. There was no time for arguments for the hero. He realized that information about the third patient had to be revealed, which meant the time to move had come. Only Inga said that they have nowhere to go. The third patient 0 is her. Sam didn't understand why she didn't tell them about it, why everything was like this. In fact, she wanted to live longer. She just couldn't come to terms with it. Friend Sam was very frightened for the elder as it was, what her words meant. She replied that the virus in Betty and Lisa stopped developing at an early stage, but in hers it reached the brain. Lena almost dropped her cigarette, which means that if they extract cells from Betty or Lisa's body, everything will go well. But only Inga's maternal cells are in the brain. That's the difficulty. That's how she will die. The older one noted that her sister was absolutely right. She would become the great doctor who would save the world. No matter how much they annoyed each other, Lena could not come to terms with her sister's words, since she was talking complete nonsense. Lena wasn't going to wait for her sister's approval. She would somehow come up with a solution to this problem. Sam claimed that Inga certainly didn't expect approval from the younger one. After all, she was her sister. She understood everything. She owed Lena too much, and this would be the only way she could repay her. No one could worry. She would definitely come tomorrow. The next day, the girls waited for the operation to begin for them, asking if Inga was ready for it, if they could wait a little longer. She said that they had waited too long, the virus would not spare anyone and would one day reach Betty and Lisa's brains. Sam finally asked the eldest if she had one last wish. He would try to fulfill it. Inga would like him to be her servant. He didn't expect anything else, since she has no shortage of humor. Suddenly, Lena flies into the operating room, knocking down the door and saying that she has invented a vaccine. Inga couldn't believe her words after all. She had lost a lot of time and had only come up with the reverse process. Lena began to explain that this ill-fated virus controls the carrier's libido. If he experiences sexual stimulation for a long time, a hormone will be released from which a vaccine can be made. Now Lena has finally defeated this fool. Sam was worried about whether it would work, but the younger one replied that they had to try it. Well then, what does sexual stimulation over a long period of time mean? Sam asked. Suddenly the girls started looking at him as if they would eat him alive. He wanted to run away from them because he couldn't handle them 3 times, even one at a time. But in front of his face stood Lena, who with one hand stopped the coward before he could escape. She then asked him if he wanted to shirk responsibility at such a difficult moment. The girls tied up the fool, saying that Inga would be the first, since she was already in a difficult situation, and they would hold him for now. Finally, she told him not to be offended. After all, they were doing this to save the world. Inga was in ecstasy. She spoke with heavy breathing about how humanity would never forget him. Betty felt this incredible responsibility better than anyone else, tumbling with pleasure. 4 whole hours passed. Betty finally finished and said it was Lisa's turn. It was painful for the professor to watch this. She thought that the fool needed to rest. Otherwise, he already looks like a corpse that was picked clean by vultures on a lonely sandy field. Inga told her that he was not weak enough to give up. He was just pretending. She then asked Lena for some serum, who told her to be careful as he might not be able to handle it, since it was an experimental sample. When Inga called her younger sister, she didn't feel disgusted at all after that. It was the first time. This special serum was secretly produced and should completely replenish energy. After the introduction of this sample, he was able to open his eyes slightly, and he began to develop some sensations. It was as if fires had been lit around him, giving him energy, as if they had awakened an ancient and dangerous beast. Well, now it's Sam's turn. Now he will punish the rest. They are cowering in a corner out of fear. She said that such a reaction is quite common, and once the effect wears off, it will return to normal. So that's how it is, says Sam, and you'll help me with this. What a beast, I just finished with her, and here it is again. It was already night. They couldn't finish it. At this rate, they would make a lot of vaccine. Then Lena came out of the operating room, clearly tired of looking at this spectacle. Afterwards, Samantha approached her, wanting to know how everything went, how the vaccine and everything else was. Lena said that they can have a party. Everything went well. If nothing happens, the vaccine will be ready soon. Samantha wanted to know how everything was there and asked if she could come in and see for herself. But Lena decided to warn the girl, since it was better for her not to see this, for her own good. Meanwhile, Inga was struggling to keep her wits about her and apologized to him one last time. But he wasn't offended at all, he says, standing proudly by the window and looking at the town at night. But for him, this night is still so young. Before this, he tolerated them, and now they will tolerate him. A lot of time has passed since that night. A whole month. The end of the world was supposed to end. The world began to bloom like this flower. The girls began to return to their usual state. They rejoiced with joy. Meanwhile, the news was that the nightmare virus that had enslaved the entire world was beginning to disappear. But the government was recommending that citizens self-isolate for the time being, all for their own good. Sam is very glad that he completed his third mission and didn't even spend that much energy. Then Lena came up to him, remembering how he said that he was not from this world. Was it true? Inga added, asking if he wanted to leave them with such a stupid pretext. Lisa was not happy with these words either, but the task here was completed. 97 more awaited him, and a portal opened behind him. Samantha was shocked. What is it? She asked. Then Betty, who thought that this was incredible technology, it would surprise her fans. He then said with regret that they were absolutely right. He had finished his mission here, and it was time for him to go on other missions. Inga was against it. She wanted to go with him. But he asked why she wanted to go with him. She had discovered the vaccine. Didn't she want to develop in this area? She became embarrassed, but justified her desire by saying that she wanted to study medicine in other worlds. Lena noticed how the elder one was afraid to tell the truth. This frightened her even more. She then walked up behind her sister, saying that if her dumb sister was going to go somewhere, she promised her father that she would watch her. Betty also wanted to go with them, as she could become an idol in other worlds. Samantha was not against it either, since she had received power and wanted to use it for good, and Lisa was not against it, since everyone was going, and she was going. Then what are they waiting for? Said the brother. Pack your clothes, maybe we'll make it in time for dinner. Meanwhile, he received a new card with Betty, which had the effect of acting. Ah, home sweet home, said the boy when he entered the divine space. The girls were also very happy, as they thought this place was amazing. Lena couldn't believe her words. They had ended up in a different place, and Inga was surprised that the competition here was not small at all. Inga and Lena are not the first twin sisters here. For example, Maggie and Siri, who have been waiting for their beloved Sam for a long time. Older sister Meg was very happy that she won this argument. Siri was clearly not happy. The brother couldn't understand whether they had some kind of competition while he was away. In fact, the sisters argued about how many girls this womanizer would bring with him, and the older one guessed that more than 4 for sure. Siri was very angry with him. Couldn't he keep his stallion to himself? What a Casanova. He justified himself by saying that he couldn't help himself. That was just his nature. Then Lena asked what kind of outfits they were wearing, some kind of cosplay club or something. Meg decided to make fun of the hero by saying that someone had such needs. He didn't like this joke, and he decided to explain everything to them from the very beginning, from the beginning of his journey. A lot of time passed, and finally he explained everything to everyone, and now he can rest for a couple of minutes. But suddenly, out of nowhere, a girl with lovely legs appears, who decided to congratulate the hero on something. This is our fairy companion, who is very happy that I was able to complete this difficult task. But why is she so big? Apparently, he was as surprised as I was. Otherwise, what made him so surprised by her arrival? She too was surprised why this bastard had filled her with water so suddenly. Finally, she asked him why he was so surprised. He had seen her before. Sam asked her if she was by any chance the little system fairy companion. Why was she so big? She responded by saying that her size was affected by the owner's strength level, and her brother had already completed 3 missions. 3 whole tasks, he asked. and I didn't even notice how time was flying." "That's right," she said. But she added, "Does he remember the first meeting?" So then she played the hero, choosing the first characteristic for him, but she didn't expect that he would be able to reveal the potential of charisma. He couldn't understand why she tried to harm him then, what the motive was, what her goals were. The fairy understood his tactics. He wants to use women to achieve success. Then she decided to teach him a lesson for this, but only made it better. But at that moment, he thought that it was just a game in which there was nothing like that. After this experiment, she realized that her martyr treats women with all sincerity, and now she counts on his help. He unquestioningly agreed to help her, but for some reason he began to stretch out his hand to her. Suddenly, he grabbed her by the cheeks. What was he planning? The fairy wondered. Suddenly, he put a bottle in her mouth and began to force her to drink. "Well, listen to her," he said. "Did she really decide to punish me? Now I will punish you." Her whole face was flushed. She could not understand what he had given her. What kind of drink? It was acacia wine. He wanted to give it to some beauty. But since the fairy of 1,000 worlds herself came to him, he gave it to her. She began to speak in a way that was impossible, since she belonged to the system. But he would not tolerate such statements. Shutting her mouth, he said that she belonged to him, just like the system in the game. Just as suddenly he moved towards her lips, she didn't even dare expect it. After another marathon, he received his illegal points, but he was puzzled as to why there were so many more of them. She responded by saying that these glasses come from her body and it would be better for him not to do this anymore. "Wow, that's a bug in the game," Sam asked with delight. "It would be a sin not to use it. We should use it more often." She's very ashamed of the way she treated the system. Will it forgive her? The night was stormy. He yawned and asked where his favorite fairy was. They went to bed together. And here she is. But why is she so small? How is that? Where is that beauty from the night? He couldn't understand, just like we couldn't, why she had become so small. Only yesterday she had been so big. The fairy replied that it was all his fault, that he had spent a lot of energy yesterday, and that he also had to return the money he had earned through a mistake. He replied that he had not used a mistake, but had earned all the points through back-breaking labor, and that she could suck out her points. "Well, you asked for it," she said with a catch. "This time it will be even more difficult than he thinks." He confidently replied that he had also been living here for a long time, so he was ready for anything. Suddenly, a portal began to appear under his butt when he least expected it. He cried out to her to give him time to prepare, but it was too late. This time, he found himself in some ancient village in the backwoods. And what did he have to experience now? In this world, everything was somehow strange. In that very village, there lived only men who looked very poor, unlike women. A warlike woman asked her partners if they had collected tribute for this month. He begged the women to stop, as they had already taken everything they had from the village, then asked her to leave them some grain, as they still needed to live. According to her, women here are some kind of deities with a capital letter, and they are much stronger than pathetic men. They don't even dare to talk to them. It's better to give them the grain in a good way. Suddenly, in the middle of all the men, some muscle man stood up and said that they were women, but he was still stronger. "Wow!" The girl was surprised, saying that a brave man appeared who showed character. He pointed his fist at the impudent woman, saying that it would be a matter of life and death. Only his fist full of aspirations could not be stopped for long. One touch destroyed all his pressure. But he couldn't stop her slap, he couldn't even react to it. One attack was so strong that the big guy fell face down in the dirt. According to the leader, the guy's name was Quint. Then the girl with the straw in her mouth put forward her conditions. Either they simply give them the grain, or she kills several men so that everyone has enough food. The other partners didn't give a damn about these weaklings, saying that these worthless people would never become stronger than women, real worthless people. According to the beliefs of the men here, a heavenly man, a holy guy, should come who will save them from this routine. She's already sick of these legends. Since the beginning of time, women have been superior to men in everything, and their stories are like laughter. After her words, "Our friend falls from the sky," has the legend really come true? The men can rejoice. It was as if a divine punishment had fallen upon her. God had punished her for her sinful words. Sam didn't expect to fall right on his head. "It hurt a lot," he says. "This little brat always sends him away and doesn't even let him dress properly." And he hit the nail on the head. That arrogant girl was unconscious, and he didn't want any problems for himself in the first place. Immediately after that, he began to apologize to her for what he had done. But he didn't do it on purpose. Panic broke out among the girls. They noticed how he defeated the second Great Queen, Could it be that the heavenly man exists? They have big problems. They need the help of the first great queen. After all the fears, they took the girl and ran to the queen, who didn't even have time to explain. The leader couldn't believe his eyes. He had defeated the woman, which meant that Sam was the legendary heavenly man who would save men. He couldn't understand anything this weirdo said. After all, he wasn't from this world. Yes, that's right, the man said. Long ago, women were put above men. But in their village, there is a legend that their savior, a heavenly man, a messenger, will come. In the old world, there were two deities. Together, they kept the balance in this sinful world. Once upon a time, these deities had a quarrel with each other. These two were a goddess and a god. Between the battle of love and hate, the goddess decided to divide the power of the god into 5 parts and imprison them in her disciples. After this, the balance completely disappeared. Men, having lost protection from their patron, began to weaken in front of women. And then this became the norm. Everyone got used to it. Sam finally began to understand why only men lived in this village. "What about the legend?" asked a puzzled Sam, sitting on his knees in front of the chief. "The legend says that a man will fall from the sky, who will restore the old balance and conquer women." The brother put his hand on his heart and said that he didn't understand half of what he said, but he wanted to help them. The power of the god is sealed in the strongest disciples of the goddess. They are all queens of different kingdoms. Only Sam can defeat and collect their power. The hero doesn't really like to beat women, but he's ready to do it to save the world. "And where can he look for them?" he asked. "Unfortunately for us, each kingdom is very far from each other. The closest bandit queen, Maya, has many subordinates, and they collect tribute from the villages. Because of this, the men here live poorly." Suddenly, a man burst into the room with news. "Things are bad," he shouted. "Queen Mia is approaching their village." The old man told Sam to run away. He was the men's last hope, the last salvation. They would hold off the bandits. But the hero was not going to retreat halfway. After all, he was destined to meet her. Meanwhile, a fierce battle is taking place in the village, which the men are not destined to win. And here is our beauty Maya. Unlike all the bandits, she looks beautiful. But here she is, looking for that very man who raised his hand to that woman. One of the men was a tough nut to crack and said that he wouldn't tell this bitch anything. She noticed his courage and said that she would grant him death if that was what he wanted so much, but she would still take a couple of men for interrogation. But there was no need to interrogate anyone. Sam appeared behind her, guessing that this beauty was looking for him. Luckily, the queen noticed his cute face and said that she would take him with her, and they would do something incredible with the girls. For the first time, the girls saw that their queen was interested in a man, and he really was a handsome man, added another. He also said that she could do whatever she wanted with him, only on the condition that she defeat him. Maya didn't even think about retreating because she understood that he wouldn't be able to compete with her. The girls started to think he was an idiot, so he decided to challenge the bandit queen. Even though he was handsome, he was such a dumbass, he said. "She's always good at wagging her tongue." Sam began to be cheeky, then added, "Was she really afraid to accept his challenge? This will never happen. She was never afraid of a man, and she could knock him down with one hand. Well, let him show what he's capable of." He started with his signature move in sword fencing. He will not leave her a chance to win. After the attack was announced, he disappeared before her eyes. Look at the speed, he can surprise. Just a couple of moments, and he was behind her. She didn't even notice how he got there. The girls were shocked. They didn't expect any of the men to be able to fight. "That speed," they said. With his attack, he could only tear the drawstring on her neckline. She was surprised. He would be able to amuse her, she said. He said that she didn't have to hold back because he had put his spiritual energy into it. "Into the sword?" she asked, the one that only shattered when it hit her. He couldn't believe his eyes. How his sword became like this. Why it was so fragile. She replied that a man could never defeat a woman, such was the law of heaven, even if your sword were faster than lightning. Now it's the turn of the bandit queen. She accumulates a terrifying energy in her hand, which disperses the air. There she is, definitely faster than lightning, faster than everyone here. One moment and the enemy is no more. He took only one blow from her, but he was unable to stay on his feet. Her power was too great. "Behold the difference between us," said Maya. "This is the power of the gods. From this moment you belong to me, handsome." But the brother did not want to give in. He rose from his knees and told her to give him 3 days, and if he did not hold out then she could do with him whatever she wanted. She asked him why she should make concessions to him. Her decision was the law, and there was no other way. Suddenly, An old man intervened in the battle and decided to put forward his bet. They will support Sam if he does not win then. They give the queen an eternal oath that they will become slaves of his majesty. The rest also wanted to take a risk, since it is better than to endure all their lives. They believe in the heavenly man. She was not happy with this at all, but decided to remain silent. It was obvious that she liked this proposal. Maya agreed. They had 3 days. In 3 days, if he did not show up at her estate, she would personally slaughter the entire village. After they all left, Sam approached the elder and said that he underestimated her. Or rather, he didn't know that there was such a gap between the genders, more like a rule of the gods. No matter how strong he became, he would not win. So how is he going to defeat her in 3 days? The leader decided to ask. Sam said he was just bluffing and that he would spend the next 3 days at home figuring out a way to win. The guys immediately started to panic, which meant they were all screwed. They wouldn't be able to escape anymore. Only Sam was positive, since of all the problems, there was never one that did not have a solution, and asked if the queen had any characteristics. The old man understood that he meant weaknesses. This one had very strong pride. One day they escaped to the village. She stumbled and felt very ashamed. She immediately left. They then miraculously escaped death. Such a beauty also has such a cute weakness. It can definitely be used against her. Finally, confidence in victory appeared in his head. He said that he had thought of everything, but he needed the help of the village. A couple of days had already passed. The entire estate was probably waiting for the arrival of their warrior, who would definitely lose to her. At that time, Maya decided to take a hot bath. In this form, she is even more charming. But she still sees this impudent fellow who repeats over and over again that he belongs to her. She can't believe it, and ever since then, the image of that man hasn't left her head. At that very moment, the second bandit queen burst in and told her about the strange news from the village that the scouts had reported to her. Maya threw a towel over herself and asked if they had escaped from the village yet. The bandit added that they would never hide from them, but the strange screams frightened her. She noticed that the man fell on the bandit unexpectedly and she lost consciousness. Besides, there were 4 more great queens with her. She didn't have to be afraid, but that very towel let her down and fell off the queen's lovely skin at an inconvenient moment. She immediately blushed and began to cover her charms, ordering her to turn away. So we were transported to a village where our hero was training with the villagers. All this screaming was happening because of the men, who were very happy that he had finally finished with them. Only why were they all naked? It was strange. And in his hand lay a strange sword with a blood-colored blade. He thanked everyone for helping him. It was time for the great battle. The May Queen was sleeping soundly while someone was beating the gong at such an early hour. She was furious that someone had dared to disturb her light sleep. She screamed and knocked down the door of the estate. "Wake up and sing, my darling. I've come to conquer," he shouted after her and struck the gong. The other girls couldn't believe that this handsome guy had come. They had never even met men like him in their dreams. She asked, and for this he woke her up. He was completely tired of living. Sam waved his mysterious blade, saying that he almost felt hurt by her words. She continued to be cheeky and decided to ask if this was really his new weapon. "Your blade was a bit short." The hero answered her that the main thing is definitely not length, but strength, speed, and technique will help in any battle. The girls began to cover their faces so as not to show their emotions. They were very embarrassed if anything happened, and she constantly repeated that he must understand that a man is always weaker than a woman and cannot hurt her. "Right now you will see my new power and rush towards it." He dealt her a lightning attack. There shouldn't have been a single living spot left on her from that. Then she said that she was absolutely right. She didn't even feel the blow. There's just one thing, but he didn't intend to hurt her. What did he do? How is he going to defeat her? He snapped his fingers and her entire blouse was torn to shreds. That was some power. Maya covered her chest with her hands and asked what this scoundrel and impudent fellow was planning. He replied that he had been able to perfect and practice a new fencing technique and had also obtained a clothing blade that did not harm the living, but was excellent at destroying clothing. This sword was used by a great monk who never wounded his enemies but always won. But that is not so important. What is important is that these men believe in him. The old man believes in him because only he is their hope, only he can save them. Moreover, he is the only one who has clothes. Only thanks to their clothes he was able to practice the blade and technique. She realized he was going to undress her, but she didn't realize that it would change anything. He replied that she wasn't the least bit ashamed to appear in such a state in front of her subordinates. Where was her honor? The beauty said that she would show him where the crayfish spend the winter, directing her attack at him. Attack after attack, he again got away from her, but again managed to cut her clothes. The girls couldn't believe that she wore such underwear, and that she had such well-groomed skin, although she said that she never looked after it. Could she really be that weak? Maya ordered them to turn away from her so that no one would look at her like this, but Sam added that the next blow would expose her completely. She was very angry. He'd clearly driven her to the point where she wanted to finish him off without mercy. The queen concentrated her energy by pressing the palms of her hands together. This force accelerated the air much more strongly than before. The bandits can't believe she uses this technique. Could the handsome guy really bring her to this? A dragon fist was rushing towards him. He was in great danger. How was he going to escape this attack? The impact created a massive explosion that would have wiped out the entire village of men. What a hot fire, said Sam. Only such an attack would not touch it. It was hard for her to accept this. Could a man really withstand her strongest blow? Yes, he agreed. The attack was strong, but not as effective compared to his, and after these words, he completely tore all her clothes. They understood that she had not lost yet, but it felt like she was about to give up. What a shame. She was very ashamed. She blushed all over and barely wanted to say anything. That's it, she lost. She decided that she refused to continue this obscurantism. Her brother tried to stop her, telling her to respect the terms of their fight. But here's the problem. He didn't make it in time. The door stopped him and she ran away from the pervert. With a broken nose, Sam secretly laughed at Maya's behavior, who began to cry because of defeat. Suddenly, behind him, he heard the angry voice of a crowd of girls who were determined to destroy him. And so it turned out. There were angry girls standing behind him, and he was already hoping that they wouldn't kill him for what he had done. But something went wrong. They fell to their knees, creating a loud roar in the area. From that moment on, these girls are crying in front of him, and all because they wanted the hero to appease the queen, and then they will be able to fulfill any of his wishes. He laughed sweetly and said that he would somehow solve this problem, and at the same time he realized that no matter how strong a woman is, she remains a woman. Before entering, he warned her about this by knocking on the door like a true gentleman. All he wanted was to talk, but the girl didn't want to see him and drove him away, hiding from everyone under the blanket. But his pressure could not be stopped. He came closer, saying that she was still a grown girl. They could talk calmly. He didn't react to her screams and continued to pull the blanket off. From the outside, you wouldn't even know that she's so vulnerable, but in reality, she still can't hold back her tears. But this didn't bother the hero. He looked and was amazed at why she still hadn't gotten dressed, and in his head, he was thinking about what a good figure she had. After feeling his vile gaze, Maya decided to immediately deliver a passionate kick. She was all red, covering herself with a pillow. She said how pleased Sam must be because he had disgraced her. The impudent fellow continued his flirtation, saying that it was simply impossible to disgrace such a beautiful girl. She couldn't believe his words and tried to say that he was trying to appease her. But everything was completely different, and Sam wanted to prove it, and you already know it yourself. Immediately after his words followed a kiss as passionate and daring as her blow, which surprised her very much. "Well, you asked for it," she said, throwing him down and towering over him. Maya realized that he had won after all, which meant that any desire was on her side. What he wanted interested her. His desire was to save all the men in this world, which meant removing the 4 seals. But how? His appearance made her believe in this absurd legend about a heavenly man, but she could not help him in any way with his request. He continued to press her, saying that she allegedly did not want to accept the terms of defeat. In fact, all the seals are inside their bodies, and to remove them, you need to perform a very interesting ritual. Apparently, he still couldn't understand what ritual she was talking about. The beauty, embarrassed and looking away, says that this ritual requires male strength to shed her blood. He still can't understand what she's talking about, how a man can hurt a woman if heaven forbids it. The queen began to explain that he did not need to hurt, but to shed blood, to have a child. But still, he did not understand anything. She shut him up by saying that she would do this not for her own interests, but only for the sake of the fulfilled condition. Suddenly he began to show initiative, but such a powerful woman will not allow a sycophant to be above her. The other girls began to look into their secret place, not understanding where men got their tales from. Half an hour had already passed, and according to the girls, Maya still couldn't figure out what she was doing here. Sam was already in despair. He began to ask questions about whether she understood what she was doing at all. She screamed and was very embarrassed. It was the first time she saw such tales, but now everything was about to happen. Not even a second had passed after her words when a pillar of light of incredible strength and power struck the sky. The girls were delighted. They did not understand who was creating this strange light. This pillar of light was visible on all sides of the world. Something incredible had happened. The old chieftain was clearly glad. He had met such a person in his lifetime. It would go down in history. The men also began to hug themselves and rejoice. They succeeded. The heavenly man is their hero. However, there were those who were not happy about this. The owner of this terrifying halberd, for example, this will be our next target, who is very unhappy that this fool Maya allowed the seal to be released. Time passed, and in the kingdom of the bandits it was already night. Only in the estate of our beauty the light was still burning. Meanwhile, a crowd of envious bandits stood at the door in the morning and stared at it, waiting for something new. And while they watch, their leader enjoys all this novelty with every thrust. Sam already wanted to stop, since it was definitely not easy to do something like this for the first time. He himself understood this. For all his time in this world, he realized that a strong woman gives him much more power, and now he already needs to improve the experience of infinite magic. He sat in the lotus position and burst into flames. A crown of flames appeared above him. This was his new power. Suddenly he found himself in an endless desert, where in the middle of it stood a stone altar with a girl chained in chains. This girl was terribly chained in these chains, and from her torn clothes one could tell that she had been here for a long time. Suddenly these chains break, like a rope that has held a bridge for hundreds of years. The girl rushed down, her body like a feather falling quietly onto the sandy floor. Luckily, the hero managed to catch her, asking if she was okay, if everything was normal with her. She lifted her eyelids slightly, revealing ruby red eyes. As it turned out, she recognized Sam, as she was sure that he would come here to her. He did not understand her words since he had never met her, and they had never seen each other. In fact, he looks very much like her old friend. Was it fate that brought them together, she asked. Then she looked at the wrong pillar, which she called the place of the seal. She was surprised, since one of the seals was destroyed, and it was here. Could it really be the same one? He was surprised by the amount of knowledge this gray-haired girl had. Where did she know so much about this? When that very god and his power were sealed, the goddess began to deeply regret what she had done and left only a piece of her soul in anticipation of that very man who would help her. It immediately became clear to him that this beauty was that very goddess, but everything is not so simple. She's a piece of her soul, and her name is Lindsay. The shackles on her snow-white legs fell apart just like the chains a little earlier. Brother Sam wondered what those shackles on her hands and feet meant. According to the girl, these shackles represent seals. He removed one. He will remove 3 more, and she will release the power of the god and restore the balance of power. Still, he hasn't quite figured it out yet. He was originally going to remove all the seals, but one thing bothers him. She became interested in what was bothering her hero so much, why he was so uncomfortable. In fact, he feels uncomfortable when there is a half-naked girl in front of him and he asks her to get dressed. She also felt awkward. But in reality, they didn't need clothes since they were alone here and she couldn't help him with them. He wondered how she was going to help him, especially in such rags. She touched his chest with her finger, saying that he was training techniques that would feed the power of both gods. But there is no balance in this world, and only she can help him with this. The hero instantly believed her words, because it sounded like the truth. But how could she help him? Lindsay said that she knew a secret technique of dual cultivation, so if they used it, then Brother would be able to absorb the power of the goddess. He began to figure out how she would help him. But was she ready for this technique herself? It seemed to her that he was the one underestimating her, since he was in the place of the seal, and Lindsay was capable of doing things here that she never dreamed of in reality. However, she understands that she can hardly cope alone, so she comes up with a new moon phase technique that will create a couple of copies of the goddess. His confidence knows no bounds, since even these 3 will be no match for him in his favorite activity. But this was definitely not the end, as she told him that a real test was waiting for him behind him. Incredibly, behind him there were dozens, if not hundreds of beauties standing in a row, already waiting for their turn. As soon as he turned around, the blood rushed to his head. It was a real nightmare. How could he cope with such a quantity? In his sleep, he had already tried the 24th beauty. He would never wake up at all. Well, the moment has come. The level of infinite magic has been increased to the 6th level, which Sam had previously wanted to achieve, but could not do it. But something was wrong here. After the double cultivation technique, rays of light poured into the estate. The girls thought that it could have been done by a man. Suddenly, a man's hand appeared from the door, followed by a brutal voice. Sam was surprised that so many girls came to him. He shone with an immense light, but he wanted to try out his new powers and abilities on these bandits. By adding that every girl who wants to feel like a woman can go, he attracted even more attention to himself. The bandits couldn't understand what this madman was talking about. They had never heard anything like it. The unpleasant feature of this world is that the opposite sex does not contact each other at all, and they do not even have basic knowledge. Sam thinks about this. But he decided to act differently. All the girls here will feel the same as their leader. The second queen decided to go first, since she did not know what the scoundrel had planned. Among the crowd, there were those who were dissatisfied with the decision of the head's right hand. They also wanted to be first. The right hand is right for a reason, to be first. And if you don't like something, you can solve everything in one way, says Clara. The girl answered her by saying that she is not afraid of her. Sam with the tail said that there was no need to quarrel. There was enough for everyone, and they could go in threes. Then Clara turned to him and asked him a question. He completely lost his fear, then added that they would only listen to their boss, and he was just a pathetic man. Before she could finish, all the girls stood in 3 columns and waited in line. Clara was shocked, but the girls thought that Sam had defeated the queen, which meant he was in charge. She never dared to think that everyone would take the man's side so quickly. She still became interested in how he would cope with 3 girls at once. "Now I'll show you everything," he said, and then he invited her to the estate. 2 were already knocked out. 1 was barely breathing, and the second was already sleeping for the 7th time, and the last and strongest one remained. There were multiple beads of sweat running down his face, but he wanted to show Clara more. Our heroine still didn't quite understand what it was like to be a woman, which meant she wasn't enough. Finally, after some time, they came out with wobbly legs. The girls had never experienced anything like this. They began to love their lives for that night. The bandits were shocked by the girls' condition. Their interest became more brutal, and their desire was indescribable in words. In addition, a hero looked out of the window, who wanted more, expecting a new batch of beauties. The whole village wanted him. He didn't even dare to expect that there would be such a stir for him alone. He was aware of how long his night would be tonight, and whether it would end at all. However, for some people it was already morning. Our Maya didn't notice how quickly the night ended. Yesterday was too overwhelming, which made her fall asleep as soon as it was over. As soon as she left the estate, she saw a horror that could not be imagined even in dreams. Before her lay her charges, half naked, but no one was wounded. Suddenly, the culprit of yesterday's event appeared, who decided not to wake the head since she was sleeping very soundly. It didn't matter to her as much as what he did to her innocent girls. It was a duty for him, since they asked him with great pleasure, and he could not refuse the lovely ladies. And why does our leader not like to hear this? Did our proud queen really want Sam to be only hers? Maya asked him not to carry nonsense from a painful head to a healthy one. It would be better for him to say what he would do next. He answered that he was going to destroy the remaining seals, restoring balance in the world. After the answer, she decided to go on a trip with him. But Sam did not understand why she wanted to do this. Her whole face turned red, but she replied that she could not be there since he had defeated her, and she wanted to see what she would do to the other queens. "But how is that possible?" asked Clara. "Will Mrs. Maya really abandon them? And what will they do without her?" But it's true. Those girls didn't want to commit robbery anymore, but they don't know how to do anything else. Well, Sam always has a solution to any problem. In his case, the bandits will never have to think about food and shelter again. As a result, they ended up in the very place that would once again come to life with new colors with these bandits. Seeing so many new guests, Siri wasn't surprised how this freak could find so many girls. The girls were very happy to see this place. It was very beautiful here, in their opinion, and the man did not lie to them, as it turned out. Maggie greeted them, saying that here they would no longer need to think about food and clothing. This was a real paradise. Clara and the others couldn't believe it. Could it really be that simple? They were sure there was some kind of catch. In fact, he is. Here she will teach them to please their master. The younger sister blushed in surprise. "Is it true?" she asked the older one. She confirmed her words. "And when Sam returns, they will definitely be able to surprise him with a portion of pleasure," Meg said. Meanwhile, the main action will take place in a very gray state. The absolutely colorless walls only worsening the picture of gray masses in the sky. At that very moment, a lot of people were heading into the city, and they were being drizzled by an annoying rain. Sam decided to ask his partner if their target, the second owner of the power of God and the seal, was in this city. Maya confirmed his words and then added that she rules this city, and her name is Cindy. Adjusting his hat, he asked if Maya could introduce her to him, since they were colleagues after all. Things aren't that simple with Cindy. She's very irritable and vain, and they haven't communicated in any way before. Moreover, she had dared to despise a certain great swordsman before, so her image was incredibly dangerous. He began to be cheeky to her, saying that Maya was also irritable and vain, only a little more tenderly. But in their line, things were not so calm. The guards decided not to let the old man through. He didn't have enough money to get in. She replied that with his whining, the price wouldn't go down. Sam ran up to the old man and decided to help him. After all, old people need help. He quickly expressed his dissatisfaction, since the old man must be respected, and he can pass for free. After all, he is not a merchant. In response, she pointed to the sign above, which said that girls had free admission, but men had to pay 12 coins to enter. This was already a tradition, but she can give our hero a discount if he pleases her. He grinned impudently at her offer, as if he was preparing a very interesting surprise for her. Lightning flashed in his eyes as he used the face charm technique to make her fall under his control. It was as if something had hit her head. The blood rushed. The pressure in her increased. The technology had not failed. She was under his control. Immediately after this, she became kinder and waited for orders from the master, who ordered her to apologize to the old man. She came up, bowed, and asked for forgiveness for her behavior. The brother didn't like such apologies. He wanted more sincerity, asking to remove the armor in front of his grandfather. Completely naked, she leaned towards him and apologized to the old man with great sincerity. According to the man, he lived for 70 years, and during all that time, he never saw a girl apologize to him. He didn't live this life in vain. Maya asked him to stop the performance and continue moving, but he believes that he did everything right. Finally, the line began to move again, and little by little the heroes began to approach the entrance. But suddenly the old man stopped Sam to thank him for his help. He replied that he could take care of himself, and then he could think about us. But his pressure cannot be stopped. These books contain all his knowledge and experience. He used to be a shepherd, and then became a sage who collected 4 books about stretching, about 18 movements of Bruce Lee, Mike Tyson Publishing House, about the roots of the old tree and kung fu of the lotus. It was only thanks to this knowledge that he lived to this age. What a mystery the old man was. Well, since the old man was so kind, the hero respected his kindness. But the old man added that a good man needs good knowledge, said the man, wishing him good luck. Maya was surprised by what this old shepherd called himself. She had never heard anything like it. He also laughed and did not believe the wanderer's words. But it was vitally important for him to find a hot bath and a soft bed. She feared that it would not be easy for them to even find a roof over their heads. Her words were confirmed by the signs on every hotel, which prohibited animals and men from entering. The owner of the hotel came out and explained to them that the men could not pass through, as the rooms would not be rented out after them. Although there were some privileges for this boy, he could stay in her room, the innkeeper said. Maya grabbed his hand, saying that they would do without such proposals, and dragged Sam along. But she added that no inn would let them in, and her doors were always open for them. Time passed, and our hero was able to find himself a wonderful hot bath, where the local beauties did not expect to see such a handsome hunk here. Sam thought he wouldn't disturb them. Since these were shared baths, everything was shared. One beauty with mint-colored hair was bathing alone in the bathtub, and she became very interested in his appearance. She called herself Sarah, and she did not expect to meet a daredevil who would dare to enter here. Then Sarah asked the impudent fellow's name. He became dumbfounded and didn't answer, but he still decided to be cheeky to her, telling her to guess his name herself. What a scoundrel. Sarah noticed that he had no manners. He was too ill-mannered. To this he replied that he had every right to enter here, and he had the same right not to say his name. Holding the rapidly evaporating water in her hands, she said that he had better find another pool. Since she was training fire techniques here, the temperature was constantly rising, and men were a fragile people. Then he proposed a bet to her. Whoever could stay in the water longer, and he won. Argument. Who are you to argue with me? What can you offer me? Sarah asked him. He squared his shoulders proudly and put his hand to his chest, saying that he would become her slave if he lost to her. At that very moment, she called the girl to increase the temperature of the water to show what a gap there was between a man and a woman. The girls behind him giggled and warned that they would not be held responsible for him if he lost consciousness. Apparently, he decided to fight her persistently and asked to add heat. But deep down, he notices that he can only outwit a woman in this world. 10 minutes passed, and the entire bathhouse was filled with fog and steam from this pool. The water is already too hot, and the hero can barely hold on. Are all the women in this world really that strong? The other girls can smell the heat from here, but they have a hard time admitting that the man is capable of anything. Even Sarah herself admitted that he was not a weak man, but Sam was no match for her. He continued to be cheeky to her, pretending to understand why men don't come here. They like hot water. Sarah thinks he has a real hope of winning, but says she's not Sarah if she loses to a man. 20 minutes later, the terrifying heat only intensified several times. The girls could barely stand on their feet under the influence of the steam. Sarah began to consider these girls worthless and a disgrace because she had wasted so much time on this city and the people there. Her words caused the strongest girls to fall, losing consciousness under the influence of the fumes. She began to reason that few people could withstand these temperatures, and this handsome man still hadn't escaped. And suddenly, in the midst of a cloud of thick steam, she saw Sam, who was glowing in the water, as if all the heat was coming from him. He noticed that her technique was strong, but definitely weaker than his kung fu of snow dyeing under 6 suns, which Miss Lindsay had taught him. "This can't be," she screamed. "She is the second most powerful in this city after the ruler, so there is no way she can lose." The girls tried to stop her, as she had never raised her temperature higher than this before. She ordered them to shut up and asked for more heat, more fire, more power, but her body could not withstand it. Her pressure was bright, but her strength did not allow her to win. Luckily, Sam managed to catch her before she drowned in the hellishly hot water. He believes that the whole world will suffer if such a beauty is boiled in water, and it's scary to imagine how men will suffer. The girls began to call him a scoundrel with apprehension, because they did not understand what he had done to her. But he was annoyed by their useless chatter. He was going to save her and wanted to know where they had any cold place. They were charmed by such impudence, he got points for it, and they even liked how rude he was to them. The assistant led him to the basement where the ice was stored and asked him to do everything he could to save her life. Then he added that they shouldn't worry, firstly, and secondly, they should wait here. If he didn't save her in an hour, then there was no way to save Sarah. The room was freezing cold, with hot baths and an ice storage room, complete opposites. She could finally see, but she felt something strange with this man. Why was she listening to him? And he noticed the strange bottles and asked what they were filled with. What kind of white liquid was in them? She replied that she likes to drink cold milk, which is precisely why she cools it here. Sam asked what the problem was with drinking cold milk, and the reason was that she was close to the ruler of Cindy, and it would be awkward if someone found out about such a cute habit of such a stern girl. He added that now was just the time to use cold milk to remove the fire from her body. Then he began to greedily drink her milk, just a little, and the bottle would be empty. She couldn't understand why he was drinking my milk. It was my milk, she wanted to say. Only now he decided to pour milk into the beauty by force, especially since he clearly used some kind of technique for healing. This only made her feel hotter. Sarah could not understand the origin of this strange feeling. She started yelling at him. Who is he? How dare he do this to her? Still, her voice was so trembling, only it was trembling not because of the cold and fear, but because of anticipation. Only he didn't want to do anything bad to her, and along with the milk, he used a technique that would expel all evil and fire from the body. In his mind, he was thinking about how good the dual cultivation technique was, after which both Sarah and himself became much stronger. This wonderful power was pouring into him, a terrifyingly strong ability from Mistress Lindsay. After cultivating, it was as if he had been set on fire. Fire enveloped him as he was able to improve the fire attribute. Then he received Sarah's card, to which the increase in the power of the fire attribute increased by 30%. And behind the door, the girls were very worried about their sister, as they were tormented by a feeling of not understanding what would happen to their sister. Suddenly the doors opened, and steam began to flow through a large crack. He was surprised that everyone was there, and thought that he had probably kept them waiting for a long time. The brother walked forward, and they started to shower him with questions about what happened to their older sister, what he did to her. She told them not to touch him, since it was he who saved her from death. Later, she sat down tiredly on the nearest chair, saying that he had won the bet and could wish for whatever he wanted. The younger ones couldn't believe that she lost, but it's true, it's not often you see her lose. She started shouting at them to stop repeating these words and threatened to lock them in a basement with ice so that they would finally wake up. From this moment on, Sam is a respected person in this city and can declare it, and also has the right to make any wish, What he wanted to know more was how to challenge the local ruler of the city, Cindy, who was known for her irritability and vanity, and her strength as well. The girls began to condemn him for this, since no man had ever challenged their Lord Cindy. But Sarah believed his drive, saying that if he won all the girls in the tournament, he would have a chance to challenge Lord Cindy. But in 14 years, no one has been able to overcome a girl of such a level. Even Sarah herself lost the tournament against Cindy, which is why she is the second most powerful girl in the city. Since that was the case, he decided to ask when the last tournament with Cindy was and when the new one would start. The point is that Sam arrived on time, since the tournament was in 3 days. The girls started whispering that she had failed in that tournament and that it was her shame. She did not want to hear them and ordered them to shut their mouths, since everything was not as they said. But he was in no mood for jokes, as he wanted to know how strong Cindy was, since only Sarah should know her word well. Then she began to pull off her shirt and say that it was not for nothing that she was given such a name. She ended each fight with one blow, one swing of the halberd. All these scars were made by Cindy, made by her terrible halberd. For Sarah, these 3 scars became a reminder of the shame she experienced 3 years ago at the tournament. Sam doesn't consider these scars a disgrace. In some ways, he even likes them. After these words, he came up and touched them. She didn't feel so good when he started touching her scars. She needed him to say something nice. Then he thanked the beauty for the information he had received, and she replied that she was simply fulfilling a condition, and asked in the end if he had anything else for her. In fact, he had one request that he was afraid his older sister would not agree to. Honesty is the most important thing, Sarah said, adding that he should say when he goes out to play that he will never be stingy. By that time, 3 days had already passed. The day of the battle had arrived. A crowd of girls stood and waited for their leader to come. Here she is, the magnificent Lord Cindy, never defeated. What will happen today? Our beauty showed herself in full height and declared that today they have the 15th annual battle for the Lord, and now it is time to choose the strongest among you. But deep down she mocked them, because she understood that they all hoped, but would never win the final battle. But her words were interrupted by a mysterious participant in a cloak, who dared to challenge the legendary warrior. This wanderer turned out to be our Sam, who decided to interrupt the prestige of Cindy's victories. The crowd immediately came to life, as they could not believe that a man was in front of him at a tournament. And he also issued a bold challenge to the Lord. They had never even dreamed of meeting such handsome men. At this statement, Cindy moaned angrily as if she wanted to jump on him. And so it turned out, she soared into the air and clearly headed towards the hero to intimidate him. She descended gracefully and with a crash, preparing to deliver a powerful blow to the scoundrel. Immediately after landing, she made a giant swing with her halberd, which was supposed to scare our brother to death. The blade of the halberd reflected Sam's frightened gaze, but he didn't move. It was unexpected that such a warrior would not simply kill the man, which gave her the opportunity to be surprised by his courage. She had never seen anything like this before. The boy didn't even hide or dodge her attack. It turns out kids have courage. But he didn't even think about dodging. Why would he need to do that if he understood that no one would kill him here? But in reality, he had no idea why he didn't react to her attack, because he was so scared. She immediately realized that it was he who defeated May. But to his regret, she was much stronger than this weakling, whom she called a guy. Maya was unhappy with the Lord's words and wanted to fight her if she wanted to. Cindy told her that she could not fight the leader of the bandits, since she herself was the majestic ruler of the empire. If the bandit wanted to fight, then let her sign up for the tournament. Sam asked me not to be so impulsive, as it could have a bad effect on the tournament. But Cindy continued to talk about how unfortunate it was that such a warrior not only lost to a man, but also broke the seal, which was a real shame for a woman. In fact, she changed her mind. Previously, she was mistaken that men were slaves and nothing more. But now she believes that both genders should be equal. The other participants began to laugh at her because they did not understand why such weaklings as men should be equal to goddesses. She noticed their persistence. If they showed the same pressure at the tournament, she would give them a cool knife. The referee then told all the participants that they would start, however. There were too many participants, meaning 8 of them would fight in knockout fights. In fact, he understands that there will be group battles here, but he immediately realized that he would be a target for each participant throughout the entire game. Cindy looked down on them and knew that if they couldn't beat such a small fish, they weren't ready to fight it yet. It turned out, just as he said, that all the girls were against him because he showed himself to be too arrogant. Once again, he pulled out the blade of the legendary monk, and asked his enemies to attack him. The girls began to attack. They decided to immediately destroy the most irritating guy here. Just a moment later, these two didn't even feel how they lost from a single attack. He watched his opponents and saw how their clothes were about to turn into shreds. There wasn't a single piece of their clothes left. He didn't hurt the girls, but he was able to strip them naked. Maya finds this trick very strange, but it seemed to her that each time it became stronger and stronger. Cindy could admit his superior speed and swordsmanship, but these tricks were somehow very strange. The girls also couldn't believe their eyes. How could he do this to girls? Meanwhile, the battle is in full swing. A barrage of attacks is pouring down on him, which he tries to dodge. He understands that his opponents are very strong, but they better not underestimate him. Otherwise, they won't succeed. The next beauty was seriously determined to defeat him, as she did not expect to lose. As soon as she called someone, a wolf made of blue energy appeared behind the hero, who wanted to cling to his back. Behind the enemy, when she managed to, he was puzzled by the question of his brother, who would no longer have time to escape the attack. And so it turned out the spiritual wolves were faster than his reaction and seriously wounded him in the shoulder. The girl analyzed his dirty tricks, which only affect clothes, but her spirits have no clothes. The wound was tormenting him, but it was not time to give up, as he just needed to get closer to her and attack. He acknowledged her strength because her actions were very intelligent, but he should not be underestimated. As soon as he began to approach, she pulled out 2 pieces of paper and began to summon the spirit of a tiger and a wolf to defend themselves. His speed is amazing. The wolves do not have time to react to his maneuverability. The brother easily escaped from the wolf. He was truly useless as long as the hero saw him. Once again, Cindy admired his speed, as well as his combat experience, which were at their best. So she allowed him to approach her. Now he would be able to attack her without hindrance. But here's the bummer. This girl thinks he's too naive, because he doesn't even expect what awaits him. Just when he had hope of winning, his rival was surrounded by a spiritual bodyguard, a crane, who protected her. This attack turned against him. After that, anyone would have despaired. But he hardly looks like anyone. Cindy was already sure that the outcome of this battle was predetermined by fate, and a man would remain a man, no matter what he did. And in his case, he was just a clown. In this sect, she is the only one who can control 3 spirit beasts at the same time, so he cannot win. Just 3, Sam began to be cheeky. It seemed that she would not be able to surprise him anymore, no matter how many trump cards she had. In the system store, he was already thinking about purchasing a new weapon. This time the new weapon is a pistol, which, without any paid add-ons, only works on animals. The real battle began, in which fate again sided with Brother Sam. A flurry of shots followed from the revolver. Only the bullets there were not lead, and gunpowder was not needed there. The bullets hit all these creatures perfectly, but it can't be said that they were in pain. The trouble is, according to her, spirits are not material, which means no harm can be done to them. They don't feel anything. However, the hero was sure of the opposite and suggested that she check what happened to her animals. As soon as she turned around, her confident look changed. She could not admit what had happened to her favorites. We forgot to say yes, this gun works only on animals, but also spirits, only they must be animals. And it works in such a way that it turns any animal into a girl and gives them the body of a beauty. Since they are now women, he can continue to attack them with his legendary blade. He didn't hesitate and got into the mood to defeat her cutie beasts. The cutie's clothes were torn and there were no covered areas left. Even our little bird has become a victim of a terrible pervert who attacks innocent women. In this form, she continued to order them to fight, despite their desire and will. However, no one listened to her anymore. The spirits began to disappear, and they did not react to her orders in any way. And finally, he asked her what right she had to be their master when she didn't even try to understand them. The girl didn't immediately understand him and asked what she meant by that. What he wants to say is that he will not feel sorry for her and the further battle will be completely serious. She didn't want all her clothes to be torn apart in front of everyone. Not that, she said. He doesn't want to embarrass her in front of the public at all, but in return, she must fulfill his condition. She became interested in what condition awaited her. Then he came up to her and began to whisper that after today's game. Still, she agreed to the secret condition. After all, she understands everything, the girl said. Sam asked the judge to announce the results, as his opponent had voluntarily surrendered in this battle. Finally, the judge raised his hand and with a loud shout announced the winner. The magnificent Sam had won the battle. The judge's shouts completely destroyed Cindy's idea of men. Her gaze froze in one place. Still, he was able to surprise her. And not for the first time, it's not for nothing that she looks back with such puzzled eyes. The girls in the stands also couldn't believe their eyes. Could a man really defeat a woman? In their lifetime, this had never happened. Maya was the first to greet the winner with questions about what he wanted to say to the girl. In fact, for him, it was just a good deal with her, and his beautiful boss should be glad that he won. She responded by saying that each next enemy would become stronger, and the battles would be more difficult. Not everything is so simple, my friend. But his satisfied grin told everyone that he was invincible and his stripping technique was unshakable. An hour passed and the moment came to fight against the next opponent, who he immediately disliked. In one corner stands the Iron Girl, Mary, who crushed the previous stage and is moving on with the same force. In the other corner stands the lucky Sam, who was lucky enough to get here. He immediately became angry. Why was he being publicized like that? Why was his victory being called just luck? And how can this beast in armor be a woman? He is too big, the hero does not believe it. Mary says that this is a woman's armor. There is even a skirt. What else is needed for proof? Are they trying to play a trick on him? Sam thinks about this since his opponent is very suspicious. Iron Maiden loudly stated that her armor was too strong and his technique would be useless against her. The last rival said exactly the same thing. But you know how it all ended, you impudent tin can, Sam said and pounced on her. Today's defeat is just a failure and you, man, remain a non-entity. Well, said the hero, if that's the case, then turn your back and prepare to accept defeat. Still, she turned around and followed his orders without question. As soon as he started lifting up her skirt, which greatly embarrassed her, he asked her to let him relax her muscles and do some light stretching just for her. How do you feel now? Sam asked her. She lied that she didn't feel anything, but in fact she felt something strange, something incomprehensible. If she didn't feel anything, Sam thought he'd have to try these palms to see how they worked on her. Then there were cries and pleas that he spare her, that he stop, since his tail was too small. Since that was the case, he decided to show her the real blade that was hidden in his sheath. She looked back and began to hum quietly in anticipation of what awaited her. After the procedure began, she began to talk nonsense that did not fit together into a single picture, as if one piece of the puzzle was missing. From this moment on, the path of Master Quinn began, who had to choose among 3 spiritual beasts. She immediately wanted to take all 3 of them to become the best master of controlling spiritual animals. From her memory, they were always together, started together, walked together, trained together. There were also difficult moments when they had to practice against dangerous animals, and then they coped with everything together. But now she doesn't know if she dares to call herself their master when she did this to them. Then she began to approach Sam's room, where she could hear the cries of her little animals asking for more. She thought that they were calling her for help, that they were calling their master, who would always arrive in difficult times. Unexpectedly for everyone, the heroine burst into the box with the words that she would carry out his punishment if he released her crane, tiger, and wolf. In fact, her spirits are very happy to spend time with this scoundrel. Sometimes they call him Master, a second master, who so pleases their animal instincts. The girl couldn't believe that they were calling some guy in addition to their master. Yes, said the wolf's soul. They call him master, but in her heart she will always be their mistress. Tiger added that he simply makes them happy, and they themselves will always be with their master. The crane asked her not to be so jealous, since he had simply captured them. But she has no idea where they got these bodies from, no matter how much she worries about them. But they don't even think about her. After her words, the tigress and the wolf came up to her, saying that she was absolutely right, but she herself must fulfill his wish. And immediately she pushed her onto the hero's bed so that she wouldn't think of leaving here without punishment. Sam noticed that her spirit animals thought and cared about her, but would she mind if they called another person master? Still, he must understand that it is difficult for her to find a compromise in this case, but if he does everything right, then she will not bother him. An hour passed, and she wanted more, for him to pour more spiritual energy into her. How good the master was. He told her that if she fully immersed herself in the process, she would definitely feel a significant increase. But she wanted to tell how strong Cindy had become in the field of fencing. With her impenetrable body and incredible strength, it would be very difficult for the hero. However, she need not worry about him, as he had thought of everything. And he thanked her for the inspiration, which greatly surprised her. Brother, with his grin, said that Quinn would see tomorrow what he had prepared for the undefeated Queen Cindy. Then he was able to get Queen's card. From now on, she is with him on any trip. A day has passed, and the time has come for the final duel between the majestic Lord Cindy and the fighter of fortune, Sam. The judge announced that there were no more rules in this fight. It was either live or die. The fight had begun. From the very beginning, the lady began to be impudent, because she thought that he would not dare to come, but he could. But still he must understand that he will not see victory, only death. Unfortunately for her, he didn't want to die at all, because there was still a lot of beauty in the world. Delicious food, immense natural beauty, and beautiful girls to meet. It's a pity, Cindy continued, that you won't be able to see this beauty of life after this battle. But he was against it, because he would definitely like to meet the beautiful Cindy. Doesn't he have the right? She waved her halberd and said that he would hardly be as bold when his head was lying on the arena floor. Then she will have to give it her all, because in this case he will not feel sorry for her, because he will not be able to. The referee waited for the start. He endured for a long time. Now he can declare that the fight has officially begun. After the battle was announced, the brother rushed at Lord Cindy at breakneck speed. A whistle went around the arena as the stripping technique's lightning-fast attack was witnessed. He managed to rip a piece of fabric from her armor. For him, that should be a certain success. Then he started to be cheeky about how at this rate she should be prepared to be completely naked. She did not turn fully to him and began to say that he did not understand anything yet. His dirty tricks were created to mock women's pride and personify their shame. He didn't understand what Cindy wanted to tell him with this. What didn't he understand this time? In fact, she deliberately did not dodge the attack, as she did not care about the shame, and all because she had arranged it so that no man would enter this arena. The stands began to applaud their mistress, saying what a cool mayor they had. Everyone would envy him. She initially understood how he was going to fight her and prepared herself well so that none of his techniques would work. She is not afraid of his threats that the man will be able to expose all her charms. Does she really like him so much? If the hero is always this far away, then she can easily attack him from afar. Then everything is just fine. Now she began to concentrate her terrifying power into the halberd, preparing to show off her unique skills. She then took to the air and began to create a flurry of slashing attacks that cut through the air and flew in all directions. One of the attacks was heading straight for him. What awaits him when they collide? The judge knew these unique attacks in advance. After them, no one could stand on their feet. Our Lord is magnificent. Sam understands that this blow will be truly serious. He should be on guard. Maybe his rival has something else hidden up her sleeve. His legendary blade cracked under the girl's barrage of blows. In its place, a powerful explosion was formed. This force terrified not only the public, even I myself began to worry. But it's not time to announce the results. Our boy is still standing on his feet. He was able to stay on his feet in front of her. It's amazing, Cindy said. He's the first one to stay on his feet after that devastating attack. But he doesn't need this praise. He's going to win and wants to try a new trick. She noticed that all his actions were in vain, since there was a huge gap in physical strength between men and women, and he could not win. That would have been the case if it had been a simple attack, without any trickery. Her soul left her body. She could not understand at all what was happening here, how he managed to do such a thing. He called this technique the separator of soul and body, and that is exactly how it works. He also decided to separate his soul from his body to fight Cindy. She found such tricks funny, but her interest was awakened in what he wanted to do in such a state. All the other spectators could not understand why their bodies stopped moving, as if they were paralyzed. In fact, only the Masters of Souls saw the souls of Sam and Cindy, and our Quinn is one of the only ones who can see them. Irritated, Cindy wanted to know from him what the purpose of these tricks was, what he was going to do with her. The thing is that he wanted to check how his attacks would work in a spiritual state, since he can't injure the physical body in any way. In her opinion, a weak person will always be a weak person, and he will never be able to defeat her. She decided to prove the truth of her words with a sudden swing of the halberd, which previously could have killed anyone in this arena. But the hero didn't want to dodge at all. On the contrary, he stood motionless, holding out his hand to repel the attack. In a spiritual state, he is able to destroy this cutting attack with his bare hands. Cindy struggled to believe that this guy could stop her attack with his bare hands. But there was no time for idle chatter. Now it was Sam's turn to attack Her Majesty. She lost her spirit from what she saw and could not gather herself together to avoid the blow. Now the first damage has been done. This magnificent slap has left her with a slight abrasion. After this, she will definitely be furious. This incredible aura is already clearly felt. He was already beginning to think that this attack was too cruel. What would her reaction be? As it turned out, she was not angry. She was offended, because no one had ever hurt her before. This had never happened. It became even more incomprehensible to him, since such a majestic warrior felt pain from such a weak slap. Lindsay warned him that now was the perfect time to remove the seal from Cindy. He immediately realized that he needed to finish the tournament as soon as possible and prepare to remove the seal. The brother began a conversation with the offended warrior, explaining that in her state of mind, she was not capable of defeating him. But he can give her a choice. The first option, they will continue the battle, but it will bring her much more pain. She did not agree to this and asked to move on to the second option. In the second option, he will multiply all the damage he received by 1,000 times. She couldn't understand how he would do that to her with so many spectators around, but it wouldn't be a problem since normal people couldn't see them, Sam said. He then snapped his finger to transform Cindy into a different image. All of her armor was replaced with a cute bunny costume, which only made her more embarrassed. She was very ashamed of this shameful costume. Could the boy really have decided to disgrace her like that? As it turns out, this costume is not the end. There are more shameful things waiting for her. Suddenly, he used the spirit binding technique and immobilized her. Finally, he had everything completely prepared to carry out the punishment for the defeats. The girl in the stands obviously had spiritual power, which gave her the ability to see everything that was happening to them. Only the mother does not understand why her daughter sees something, since, in her opinion, those two have not moved for a long time. Quinn hoped that this bastard wouldn't teach this girl anything bad. The stands were already getting bored as the two stood there, but Quinn decided to show Maya what was really going on, and she was shocked by it. The proud warrior was completely humiliated. She never thought in her life that she would be treated like this. He noticed that Cindy's seal was hidden much deeper than May's. That's where he could sense it. Suddenly, a giant pillar of light hit the sky. The same reaction happened with the first queen, meaning the second seal was broken. The fans couldn't understand where this light came from, what it meant, what was going on in this arena. Only a few understood that another seal had been removed, but no one believed in the hero. And here comes Lindsay. The second shackles have been broken. It's only a little while before victory will be within their grasp. She realized that this boy was able to do the impossible. He was able to succeed in another mission. Sam came to her to tell her about his new success, about the fact that he was able to get the virginity of the great Cindy. She was incredibly happy. To some extent, she liked him for his honesty and zeal for victory. After that, he should feel a surge of moon power, Lindsay said, moving closer to him. Then she kissed him passionately. What a reward for all his hard work. And here is a new Cindy card. With it, the hero received a unique skill, Cindy's 8 cuts. Finally, she woke up in her body. Everything was over, including the battle. She fell to the ground as she realized that she had returned to her body. Her soul had returned back. Sam stood confidently in front of her and said that the girl should accept defeat. And so it turned out she accepted defeat. It was not easy, but she still managed. The stands were in shock. In their lifetimes, never had the great Lord Cindy admitted defeat. How did the scoundrel manage to do this? She turned around saying that following the rules of the duel, he had won, and she calmly accepted defeat. To his regret, he understands that it is not easy for her to accept defeat. Her character is much more complex than that of any girl here. What cute carp. Our heroine stood by the pond for a long time and looked at them. At the same time, she looked at her reflection with a burden, where she saw a woman who had lost to a man. She can't come to terms with this. She lost and lost to a man. This shame will torment her for the rest of her life. Suddenly, Brother Sam appeared behind her and pushed her into the water, saying that he didn't want something. Large splashes of water flew in different directions. She was wet to the skin, but still asked him what he was going to do with her. There are fools, he thought, that our fragile queen wanted to commit suicide in this pond. Who is he that you would commit suicide because of him? Cindy asked him. On top of that, how could she end her life in such shallow water? Is he really that stupid? But she still asked why His Majesty Sam did not go to take the throne of his city, why he came to the loser Cindy. He doesn't need this useless throne when he can feel with his ass that he has to worry about Mrs. Cindy. What if she does something to herself? How will he live then? After these sincere words, she pounced on him. Clearly, these were the words she was expecting from him. It wasn't a victory, just dirty tricks. Since he's so stubborn, he might as well accept a second challenge from Mistress Cindy. Few could match him in such a battle, or our fragile queen decided to lose a second time. That time in the ring, she was completely disorganized and not ready for anything like this. But now, she is ready to give it her all. He just needs to come to terms with his mind. After these words, she pushed him into the water. He didn't expect her to start hitting on him in such a place. He wanted her to hold off on it. Only God and these cute carps know what happened next. After that, finally, after so many difficulties and expectations, Sarah, who was the best fit for this role, stood up for the post of City Lord. On top of that, our heroes received a lot of money, which will definitely make their journey easier. That's true, Maya said, but something is bothering her, or rather, someone is making her worry. She was worried about why this irritable queen was going with them, what she was losing here. In fact, she had nothing more to do here, she said proudly. She was no longer a lord, especially since she had been defeated by a man. And besides, it is very difficult to look after this fragile man. It will be much easier if two strong girls watch him, Maya agreed with Cindy. He didn't like the way these two foxes talked about him. Even though they spoke in a whisper, he still heard everything. But Cindy brought a nice gift with her in the form of a cool payment card that will help their journey. Maya noted that some greedy official would earn much more than a pathetic robber, and how difficult this card would be. She didn't like this insolence after all. These were her savings from tournaments, which fans donated to her. Okay, girls, Sam said to them. You'll fight later, and this card will help them in the future. He reminded them that they would still have to negotiate among themselves and find compromises. But it was not so important. Someone suspicious was eavesdropping on their conversations. It was a very suspicious wanderer who had been watching them for a long time. Time passed, and night had already fallen. A large, shining white ball rose into the sky and shone along with multicolored dots on the black canvas. And our heroes decided to make a stop by the fire and discuss the next plan. Cindy had a bun for lunch, which was not as tasty as she expected. Maya said that this was her manor house, and no one would bring her medallions and cream sauce, no matter how much she wanted it. Sam decided to take action and told about how there were a lot of different animals near the river, then suggested that they go and collect fish and animals. As it turned out, she had lived in the mountains since childhood, so there would be no problems with hunting. She would like someone to cook. Sam didn't want to cook, and Cindy had never tried. All this made the beauty extremely angry. But really, why are they so proud when they can't do anything? Then he asked her not to be angry. Yes, he can't cook, but he can call that assistant who can easily handle it. Apparently, our hero decided to call the lovely salon owner from the very first task. And here, in the middle of the cloud of smoke, appeared our beautiful owner of the intimate salon, who was thrilled with surprise. The girls nearby were also surprised, having no idea where she came from or how she appeared from the map. It would take too long to explain all this, but in reality, it's your new little sister who is a great cook. She didn't like that he called her just to be his cook. What a shame. They were not so interested in listening further, as they hoped that her level of cooking was equal to her beauty, and went to get ingredients. When they left, she continued to complain about him calling at the most inappropriate moments. He answered her that not only was she beautiful, but she cooked better than any Siri or anyone like her in the divine space, so you could help them very well. As soon as he remembered about Siri, she started sneezing loudly in Wonderland. Lisa began to worry about the girl, but she replied that everything was fine. Maybe someone remembered her. Then she decided to show the lovely dish she had prepared and offered to try it. Lisa replied that it looked simply gorgeous. When she swore, she didn't mean it. She meant that he calls the other girls when he is in danger, but he calls her when everything is normal and calm. It was then that he approached her and said that the hostess sister deserved more than just a battlefield. She deserved much more. When he touched her stomach, she became very embarrassed. He asked not to blame him for not being able to restrain himself when such a lovely girl also dressed like that. At the sight of her, his pistol is ready to fire. His appetite becomes brutal. He can't help himself. His hunger was too strong, and he asked his sister to help him and feed him, showing him her little oven with buns. She became more embarrassed, but she was able to agree to him eating with her. So they started to eat dinner. What a wonderful woman. She will always help in difficult times. He finally finished with dinner. Then he thanked the hostess for her hospitality. She hid behind a tree and began to button her shirt, muttering something under her breath. There was someone standing behind her, waiting for the right moment to put a knife blade to her neck. That same wanderer has been standing there for a long time and waiting for a good moment, since he saw clearly how she showed him how to bake pies and all that sort of thing. Sam asked him, puzzled, not to harm her, and wanted to know what he wanted from them. The strange bandit said that in the building where their next target lives, this beauty can be bought for a lot of money. He decided to raise his voice at him so that the bandit would let the girl go, since he would not allow even the tip of a hair to fall from her head. She had hope for salvation after the words of Sam, who was very confident in himself. She began to state her conditions. If Sam did not go with them, then his girlfriend would be very upset. He was frightened by the fact that they were hunting him, and not such a charming beauty as the owner of the intimate salon. The bandit explained everything by saying that their inn and sect are based on the fact that they catch handsome men. Behind him, two strangers appeared, ready for any trick the pervert might pull. He wanted to know if there was any law that allowed hunting civilian men. He was very sorry that he was such a weak person, but this would be the last warning for him. The stranger poked the girl in the face with the tip of a knife and said that if he did not go with them now, something very bad could happen to her beautiful face. She had no face, but she had enough strength to say that these freaks were underestimating her. Her words struck him, as he was sure that she was an ordinary, fragile girl. She told Sam that he could run away from here and she would save him. However, Sam will never allow his girls to be harmed. He owes them his life. After all, he already told her this. Later, he winked at her, proving that everything would be fine and he would never despair. She noticed how he moved his eyelids cutely. It made her understand that everything would be okay. It was not for nothing that he went out on such a mission. The other bandits noticed how smart this guy was and added that he would be very well received in their house. This mission turned out to be the most problematic, but that doesn't mean he won't pass it. They still led him along. Sister Freya didn't know if Sam had any plan, but she was sure that she would save him herself. And then some fabric got in her way, which was definitely used by that girl in the cape. And so it turned out, Freya could not understand why her eyes were getting dark, and the bandit was saying that it was time for sleep. The girl muttered, "If there is an opportunity, then maybe he will be released. As soon as that moment comes, then she will come for Frey's sister." So we were transported to the Shawshank family house, where men's bodies are sold to various beauties and others. The girls behaved much more gently with these guys than with their own kind. In the room behind the doors, a very important topic was being discussed with particular interest. And here is our famous sister Garnet, who wanted to know that there is a much more interesting product. The bandit says that this man was worth 100,000 silver coins in other houses, and that was before they caught him. This figure shocked her, because she did not dare to think that these thieves would come and announce a price of 100,000, although previously all the men cost 5,000 silver. If Sister Garnet doesn't want to believe it, then the bandit decided to personally look at this specimen and verify her words. She says he must totally blow her away to be worth that much money. Garnet looked up and saw those beautiful blue eyes, those expressive cheekbones and gray hair. He definitely stood out from everyone else. She had seen countless men before and hadn't felt anything for them for a long time. But as soon as she saw his eyes, her heart started beating faster. The bandit had already begun to insist that Garnet buy it, because if she didn't buy it, someone else would. She handed him a bill worth 100,000 and told him to take the money and get lost. Once they were alone, she realized that such a handsome man could earn back his entire cost within a year. Still, he wanted Miss Garnet to untie her. Then they would figure out what to do with him. Untying him is not a problem for her. The main thing is that he does not run away anywhere and does not arrange any tricks here. He answered her by saying that he was very happy as long as he had such a beauty as Miss Garnet before his eyes, who had asked him to hold back his feelings. She took the rope off him. Sam thanked her for it and asked what this place was, why Garnet bought it, and what he was supposed to do here. This is the Shawshank House, where handsome men from all over the world gather. They spend time with the local girls, making them happier, spending leisure time with them. Then, she asked him if he would help her with this. He replied that he could not help her in any way, since he did not know how to do anything. To this, the miss replied that she had people who would teach him everything he needed. She called Katya, Anya, and the twin sisters, who were to become her teachers. The lady warned them to teach him how to please a girl in one day, but they should not overdo it with this, as it is a very expensive specimen. The girls were shocked by his beauty, as they had seen many handsome men, but he looked simply stunning. The sisters couldn't wait for his training to begin. They were already glowing like the summer sun. He began to fear that it would be difficult for the four sisters to cope with him, since he was not a weakling. But they didn't understand him, and thought that they had to play along with him. But he was sure that their legs would give way after this stormy training. After he took off his clothes, they were even more delighted. Against the backdrop of these beautiful flowers, the sighs of four beauties could be heard. She was very happy that this money cow would be well trained, and would then bring in gigantic fortunes. Meanwhile, the girls returned from hunting and tried to wake up Freya, who barely woke up. Then they wanted to know where their beloved Sam had gone, had run away somewhere again. The former owner of the brothel said everything to the point. He was kidnapped by bandits, who put her to sleep. Cindy began asking her if she knew where he had been taken, as she knew the area very well. Freya remembered that the bandits took him to a place called the Shawshank House, a kind of brothel for women. Cindy knew that if Sam was sold into that house, it would be a lot of trouble for them to get him out. Earlier, Maya also heard something about the Shawshank House, something connected with men. Cindy reminded her that this was a place where women spent time with men, and that was precisely why there was a serious hunt for handsome men there. And when the guys become unnecessary, they are forgotten. In short, a terrible place for a handsome guy. Maya understood what they could do to her beloved boy, how the world would look through his eyes. This is exactly how his world will look. A bunch of beauties will be waiting for their turn to get their hands on such a product. They will fight to possess him until his rose finally withers. She believes that they cannot delay. If they do nothing, it may be too late. If they just barge in, they won't have any privileges, because they have to be either very rich or very valuable. Maya was very upset, as she was very afraid of the consequences, since they couldn't just wait here. Freya's sister had an idea, but she didn't know how feasible it was, so Maya asked her to share what they had. In fact, she knows little about their world, since she is not from here, but she is sure that the female sex reigns here, which means that they cannot break into their house, but legally meet with Sam as the first clients. For Cindy, this was a very good idea, but no one had ever been to such places who would be responsible for everything. She became determined, saying that it was very important to her to save Sam, and she was ready to lead the way. 2 days passed, and the Shawshank House was quiet, but not for long. These three entered very boldly, asking where the hospitality was in the Shawshank House. No one even greeted them. Miss Garnet began to feel guilty, although she was very busy, but she still asked for forgiveness and in return decided to personally receive them. The lady added that our guests have everything they could wish for their money, of course. Maya got straight to the point and wanted to say that they were looking for Sam, but Freya interrupted her. Freya said that they are looking for the most interesting option. The main thing is that it is worth it. Cindy added that money is not a problem for them. Their fortune is much higher than she can imagine. Garnet was interested in the appearance of one lady with green hair, as she looked extremely familiar. This worried Cindy very much, as she was very popular, and a woman like Miss Garnet should know her well. But Freya was confident in herself, and explained their secretive appearance by the fact that they did not want anyone to know that they visited such places. She really liked our Freya. She is very beautiful and even brought her friends. She's simply lovely. She stated that the three of them could expect the best service and the best men here. Maya couldn't understand why the girl didn't immediately start looking for Sam, since he was their main target. She understood everything, but it would be very dangerous for them, since she, Miss Garnet, would immediately understand who they came here for. Cindy noted her impressive intelligence, as she had thought out the entire plan perfectly, and hidden the girls' faces in advance. She explained her knowledge by the fact that she has been working in a similar business for a long time, and is an excellent marketer herself. For her, such knowledge is typical. Suddenly, a strong light began to stream from the doors, where some strange voice said that the three sisters had been waiting for him for a long time. They were brought some muscle man who was much bigger than they imagined. She asked him to stop because the product was of terrible quality. Then a wolf came out, a handsome one from the western regions, who was much more brutal than they expected. "And you brought in some flabby dog," Freya was indignant. "They are definitely looked down upon here." Suddenly, she began to apologize to her friends for stopping them in the middle of their journey in such a terrible place, adding that the Shawshank House was not worth its rave reviews, poor service. She asked them to stop because they had a new guy who was the best in the whole city. If they were interested, they could stay. The heroines initially said that they were only interested in the best goods. "Money is not important. Show the most valuable," Freya said. She led them to the very room where the golden boy was, the most handsome one here. The girls entered a room where someone very familiar was waiting for them. "This is him. Our hero came out after a shower, and he became interested in whether these were new clients. This time, he makes a promise to Miss Garnet that he will please them." As soon as he looked back, he saw his beauties and said that they could feel at home. So they found him. 3 beauties were already standing in his room and saw how well he lived there. Garnet warned him that these clients were very important to them, so he had to give it his all. He understood everything at once and tried to drive her away with the words that he would cope with them on his own, and that she could go. Then the handsome man slammed the doors loudly so that no one could hear anything. From that moment on, he began to understand that the girls would be very angry with him for not even trying to escape. And so it turned out. They were burning with rage. Some were shaking their fists. Some were baring their teeth. He was immediately pressed against the wall, which scared him a lot, as he was anticipating the taste of the pain that awaited him. Maya was ready to strangle him for not even trying to escape from here, although they were so worried about him. For Freya, it was not so important to punish the scoundrel. She wanted to know why he did not even try to escape. In fact, he wouldn't want to be here, all because he is physically unable to free himself. And the reason for all this is the giant guard of commanders and generals. He is not able to injure any of them. For Cindy, they did not pose any danger to her, since she was well aware of the abilities of these shrimp soldiers. With such strong beauties, it will be easy to win, but there is still something that prevents him from leaving here. Cindy continued to not understand the hero, because she thought that he no longer wanted to go anywhere. This can't be. He really wants to leave here. He needs to destroy all the seals, but it's not about wanting. The thing is that handsome guys like him are exploited as a commodity, and there are a lot of them, so you definitely need to take them with you. Maya understands that a man can never be equal to a woman, and they cannot carry such a gigantic burden on 4 humps. Yes, Maya is right. But Sam has already come up with a smart plan that they can only carry out tonight. And until night falls, he simply has to serve such desired guests in order to while away the time. Freya didn't agree, because they had spent so much effort to save him, and now he wanted to fool around. They didn't have time for nonsense. Maya decided to interrupt her, as she was not against such a good offer from the hero. She said they still had a lot of time to sort everything out. Cindy didn't mind either, as it would be an ideal opportunity for them to take a break before the difficult task. Everyone agreed, which meant that the brothel owner could no longer refuse such a tempting idea. Besides, Miss Garnet can eavesdrop on them behind the door, so they must make characteristic sounds. Otherwise, it might be suspicious. He started shouting loudly. "Which of the 3 guests will be the first? Let's choose using rock, paper, scissors." The girls agreed to the proposal and decided that whoever won would be the first. The first round began. Only 2 people participated in it. Freya won. The girls said that Cindy wasn't playing, so she would be last, and that was the rule. But she wasn't so stupid and climbed on top of him first, which made the girls shout at the top of their voices about what a cunning friend they had. She is ready to use it until the evening, until it runs out of steam. There were also those who were not happy with the fact that Cindy had been alone with him for so long. Sam didn't see any problems, as everyone would have their share, and there would be a place for you, Maya and Freya. Suddenly, he decided to use a strange technique that turned 1 into 3. The girls were amazed by this. It turns out they expected something like this from him. Cindy had already jumped on him and was expecting the best, and that's exactly what she was going to get. She asked him not to make them be lazy. They should work to the best of their abilities. Finally, Garnet heard the sweet voice that heralded the beginning. And she also understands that the boy will be able to bring her a lot of money this evening. So he finished with them, but soon night was approaching, and it was just time to make an escape. He told the girls that they could begin to carry out our plan. Maya didn't understand anything, and immediately thought that Sam wasn't satisfied and decided to start all over again, all the service. He understood this well, but they already needed to start escaping. Everything was according to plan. They needed to finish with the vulgarity. Cindy said there was someone who still couldn't get over it, referring to Maya's sister. Freya asked Sam what his real plan was, what he had in mind. He started getting dressed and said that when they started their escape, she would make sure that their escape would be magnificent. After his words, for some unknown reason, he began to whistle loudly. Suddenly, the birds began to sing outside the window with their magnificent voices, and our head of the house became very uneasy about this. Such a girl's head is constantly filled with all sorts of thoughts, as if everyone wants to interfere with her, and she is preparing for every blow in the back. In one of the rooms where the guys were pleasing the clients, the noise of birds was also heard. This guy heard a strange whistle. He knew that the escape had begun, which meant he had to run out. In one room, a girl was furiously mocking a handsome man because she wanted to hear his cries of agony. How could she have spent money on this? He also heard a loud whistle. He recognized it and realized that their salvation would soon arrive. She began to beat him with more fury in order to hear the sweet cries that made her so happy. But he no longer wanted to tolerate her. The day had come that would change everything, and women would no longer be able to mock them. She didn't like what he was muttering under his breath. Now was not the time to be insolent to women. As soon as she said this, he threw her into the wall with all his strength and hatred. She couldn't understand why her body was feeling so heavy, why she couldn't use the power that God had given her. The thing is that the poison he smeared on his lips started to work. Sam is a genius. He succeeded in everything. She, crawling on the floor, tried to stop him. Since he is her property, she bought him, which means he belongs to her. Only today the day has come when they will no longer be property, they will be free. Here they arrived in some strange basement. Sam brought them here. Cindy couldn't understand why they couldn't escape from here, as this place was the perfect place for a silent escape. As soon as she looked into the depths of the basement, Freya saw something strange. In front of them stood a crowd of handsome men who saw Sam and began to call him Commander. As soon as everyone noticed him, they began to shout in unison, "Commander, Commander has arrived. The escape will begin soon." Warrior Cindy was shocked because they didn't understand when he managed to become their commander. Maya couldn't believe her eyes, all because she didn't understand how so many guys got here and no one noticed them. There is a secret passage from each of the boys' rooms, from which they came here. He will accompany them, as he must rescue them. They began to thank their savior in chorus. Some had been indebted to him their entire lives, while others wanted to repay him with their bodies. He was not interested in paying with his body, since he was not saving them for that reason. But just like that, better just like that. Fortunately, the girls stood up for him and said that he had owners, and he himself was more into girls than boys. Freya decided not to waste time since they already needed to escape from here. They finally reached the first exit. Sam looked around. There was nothing suspicious yet. Then almost everyone had already gotten out. Sam encouraged his brothers to be quicker. Otherwise, they would not see a successful escape. The situation touched Cindy, because her hero saved so many men and did not worry about his life. He initially believes that both men and women are very valuable, and a world where men and women are equal is an ideal world. But their brilliant escape was thwarted by the guards, who realized that they were going to run away and hide here. The boys were immediately scared, because they didn't understand what to do in this situation, how to act. The guards were on their heels. Cindy already assumed that everything, as always, would have to be solved by force. Power is the only solution to all problems. For the second time in her life, Maya agreed with Cindy that they would have to fight, even if Sam's plan was completely perfect. Only he himself decided to destroy everything by deciding to surrender without starting a battle. Why is he doing this when he almost escaped? The girls couldn't believe their ears. He was joking, they shouted, but Cindy considered this moment very touching. He had already thought about this situation, but he still wanted to talk to the guard general. If she wanted to get all the guys back, she had to make sure that these 3 girls lived with her. The general began the conversation with aggression, since he was not in a position to try to find a common language and come to an agreement. He noted how well the guards at the Shawshank family home had worked all this time. "It's just that in this house all the rich women are having fun with men. But doesn't she want to know that guys want to have fun too? That they have feelings too?" Sam said, flirting. Then he pointed to these handsome men who were very scared. Maya liked the hero's proposal and suggested that the general accept it along with her own proposal. Cindy didn't mind either, since it might be partly to their advantage. Since they would have to bother taking action with such little men, the girl asked them to be less arrogant, and they would not be able to make a good impression on themselves. The rest of the guards' faces turned red. They liked this proposal, since they themselves loved to have fun with the boys. The girls clearly hit the nail on the head, as their words began to greatly worry the general. It was a great opportunity for them, since no one would give them anything for their capture, and during their entire work over several months, no one escaped. Later, Sam himself decided to tell the general to stop pretending that what her subordinates were saying was not true, because she herself had done something earlier while our handsome man was in the shower. In fact, she watched with great interest as he wiped himself with a towel. She started screaming loudly and asking the devil to shut up. In exchange, she gave them half an hour to hide in their rooms. The guards were very pleased that the general agreed to this wonderful proposal. Immediately after the agreement, they ran up to the boys and began to treat them kindly in order to take them to their rooms. "From the outside, their service looks very unpleasant," the girls said, their faces showing all the hostility. While the girls were showing their displeasure, Sister Freya was laughing at them and everything that was happening here. Maya asked why their sister was laughing so much. She replied that she found the sight in front of them funny. Half an hour had already passed, and the general still could not get enough of Sam, her beloved Sam. Finally, he asked her how they liked the service. "Whether they liked everything, give me 5 stars for a job well done." The daring beauty replied that no matter how good his work was, they still had to make sure that no one escaped. Then she asked the sisters to leave from there. But she didn't receive an answer, all because her friends were lying on the floor without any strength. Her whole face was covered in sweat. She said how her body was getting heavier, how her eyes were getting cloudy. Sam replied that she and her comrades had kissed him, and his lips were saturated with that very poison. She began to call it a very dirty trick, and this arrangement was part of his plan. Maya confirmed that it was his idea from the start to lure them here and weaken them with poison. And he continued that women have women's weapons, that men have men's weapons. Each of them fights for freedom, their own freedom. Freya became curious about what the hero was going to do with the bodies of the guards after defeating them. And Cindy asked the second question, where would he put the little guys who, after being freed, might be made slaves again? Suddenly, a boy came out of the crowd and asked them to take him to a certain paradise villa, the strangest place in this world, where women and men are equal. This interested Sam, as this was the men's hideaway. Maya briefly explained that there was a third owner of the seal that was so interesting to them. This beautiful girl's name was Rise. Her silky red hair, like a stream of flame, and fiery clothes, all complemented her masterpiece image. She is the ruler of the Paradise Villa. Sam was even more surprised by the fact that the owner of the seal herself protects and guards men from women. As suddenly as some time passed, Freya began to disappear little by little. Apparently, her time had passed. Maya and Cindy couldn't understand why their friend suddenly started disappearing. What happened to her? They asked. She explained to them that her time here was exhausted and that she would wait for them and Sam in divine space. Maya was still sad that their new friend, who had been so hard for them to get, had simply taken and disappeared. Cindy decided to cheer her up by reminding her of her words. They would definitely meet after completing this mission. 3 days passed, and our comrades finally came to a place called the Paradise Villa. Sam couldn't wait to see this beautiful Rise who lived here. Cindy explained how little contact each of the seal owners has, that they know little about each other. But she is sure that their Rise is different from them in a good way. As soon as they finished talking, a crowd of guards and our Miss Garnet appeared behind them. She loudly declared that she had treated Sam kindly, and he had taken all her money, after which she asked him to return everything he had taken. Maya became angry with her and decided to show her what happens when she doesn't know that she needs to run when trouble is heading her way. Behind them, a gentle female voice was heard demanding that this farce be stopped. Sam's face began to turn red as he realized that the third owner of the seal was standing behind them. And so it turned out, behind them stood Rise, a beautiful girl who wanted to know who was making noise in front of the Paradise Villa. Miss Garnet became indignant because Rhys, who was supposed to negotiate some royal decree, came between Sam and her. In response, Rise asked her to behave more carefully here, since she herself was much lower in rank and should not interfere in such matters. According to her, men are biologically supposed to be the weaker sex, and they themselves were not against this decision, so women should be above them, and men are just a commodity in their world. On the territory of the Paradise Villa, men are no longer their property, so you should voluntarily take your dogs and get lost. Garnet couldn't stand such antics, since her army should be equal in strength to the army of the Paradise Villa Rise. Then she asked the guards to attack them and take away their goods. The girls agreed with Lady Garnet without hesitation, shouting in unison, "Yes." They were outnumbered, and there were only 4 masters here, so they would easily defeat them. Fire Rise considered their attack stupid, since she had not touched them for many years, but now they would test the power of the owner of the seal. No one heard the warnings of the Fire Princess, and for this they paid with a powerful blow that did not give them a chance to win. Their clothes were in tatters, and they realized with loud sighs that there was no way they could win here. Garnet was scared by this, as she had no idea what Rise had done to her guards. She replied that no one living could hurt her, no one. Then Sam added that Garnet had better run away from here, otherwise if she didn't listen, he would leave her without clothes too. She was furious, but still suggested that the girls go back and retreat for the time being. But it would all be so easy if they had at least a little clothing on, but they were completely naked. Sam was being too generous today and offered them a bag of clothes, since Miss Garnet had been kind to him in the first place. Only this clothing was even more shameful. It would have been better if it had not existed at all. Then Garnet turned to the side and leaned down, but she definitely wouldn't leave it that easy. After they left, Sam bowed before Lady Riza and thanked her for her help and salvation. She replied that she knew him. He was the one who removed the seals from the 2 masters. Maya began to justify herself by saying that he did not defeat her, but on the contrary, she decided to fulfill the terms of the agreement. Cindy explained that he constantly used strange tricks during the fight, and that's how he removed the seals. Rise had already begun to think that Sam was hoping to defeat her and then calmly remove the seal. But it was not like that at all. He came here to negotiate with the owner of the Paradise Villa Rise. so that she would allow these poor boys to stay here. She did not refuse and decided to let them in to discuss everything first. As soon as they entered the villa, they noticed how polite the girls were to the guys, how nicely they talked. Sam definitely noticed the cute couples walking along, who were so cheerfully discussing interesting topics. He has been in this world for a very long time, but he did not dare to imagine what a world where women and men are equal looks like. Ogonyak replied that he was absolutely right. She was tired of watching the eternal disputes between men and women, so she created a paradise villa, without disputes, in peace and harmony. For him, she was a gorgeous girl and their plans coincided. He asked her to help create a world in balance, and she would help him remove the seal. Incredibly, she was willing to help him. In fact, she wasn't at all against his proposal. He began to rejoice greatly, as she was ideally suited to him. And he himself did not expect to get down to business so smoothly. But apparently it won't be that simple, since she said that she couldn't help him remove the seal. There was a reason for everything. He himself had to see how she made all of Miss Garnet's guards fly. He agreed with her. It was the miraculous power of Kung Fu that Rise must have trained for a long time. But it's not about training. She never practiced this power. She has had it since birth, and this power protects her seal all her life. Cindy wanted to know if what she was saying was true, and if she could kill with this power. Reese said that she could try. Immediately after this challenge, Cindy attacked Rise with her halberd. As soon as she made a strong swing, the entire blow was reflected, and Reese's fire did not receive any damage. The heroine was shocked by what she saw. How did this happen? The cruel warrior wondered. The girl was thrown back, and all her clothes were torn. Cindy couldn't understand anything. Where did such strength come from, she asked. Why was it not only her that was injured, but also her clothes? She replied that her internal energy counterattacks with the same force as it attacks her enemy. A weak attack tears clothes. A strong attack destroys internal organs. Maya became interested in how she could be defeated, how to remove her seal. Sam didn't see anything wrong with his clothes being torn to pieces. Besides, he can simply remain without clothes and there will be no problems. Cindy noticed how confident Sam was. It suited his image perfectly. Maya asked him to quickly put on his clothes and stop disgracing her. Rise said that his antics had no effect on her. No matter how hard he tried, she didn't even blush. He felt very uncomfortable that there was a girl standing in front of him who didn't give a damn about his naked body. She replied that she had learned to restrain herself from male charms since birth, and that Sam's body was no different from wood or stone. Well then, in response to such a statement, he decided to appear before her in all his glory. After seeing him, the girls nearby were shocked by his beauty, and he received double points for charm. Even our unapproachable Riza was able to be surprised by Sam's male body, which made her feel embarrassed by him. He noticed that this trick worked on her. This was his opportunity to strike. The handsome man gathered all his will into a fist and aimed it straight at the fiery princess. Her shield received a crushing blow from the male beauty. It felt like this attack would be able to cause some damage to Riza, but she said indifferently that no one would ever be able to touch her. This power does not allow her to do so. I wonder how happy she would be if she could touch a bird or a cute little animal. His confidence is off the charts. He is not afraid of the consequences. He hopes that everything is possible, even to remove this power. Incredibly, his fist almost passed through the impenetrable defense of the beautiful Rise. It shocked her. She had never seen this before. Her incredible defense was superior to everyone else, and now some man could break through it. Cindy saw it too. This guy can even do this. Is he really that omnipotent? Sam himself was delighted with what he saw. He asked if she felt it, felt that he had succeeded. But after these words, he was thrown so far away that his scream could be heard throughout the entire Paradise Villa. In one of the houses, the girls asked God to give her a man who would enjoy living with her, with whom she would be happy. Suddenly, our hero fell into her house, which scared the girl greatly. He was completely naked. The fall was very painful for him, but he was confident that he would soon succeed in achieving his goal. The girl looked around and saw a handsome guy lying right under her nose. Could it really be that God had given him to her? It seemed to her that God himself had fulfilled her wish, after which she pounced on him. The girl did not stand on ceremony and took off all her clothes. Since it was a gift from fate, she decided not to behave culturally. Sam asked her to stop. Rise doesn't believe in them because no one has ever been able to touch her and they won't be able to do it. Maya believes that this guy is capable of more than she thinks. He is the only one who did the impossible with them. Cindy added that he was also able to change their thinking, although no one believed it except him. In fact, she was incredibly happy that they could be defeated and could be defeated at all. But Cindy thought that this girl was pretending too much, as if she was pretending to be a poor, poor thing. Maya told her that they weren't going anywhere until Sam removed the seal from Riza. Rise allowed them to stay here, but no one will treat them like queens. Everyone here is equal, but they can do whatever they want. By that time, it was already deep night, and the lights were still on in all the houses in the villa. Maya could not find a place for herself, since it was still light outside, and the hero did not return. Cindy noticed that Maya was worrying too much about him. Did she really miss him that much? She, of course, said that everything was wrong and her friend was wrong. And while they were arguing, someone entered their room, saying that he had returned. It was Sam who said that he had spent a lot of time, but still managed to get a lot of information about the beautiful Rise. Information was information, but Maya was curious about what had happened to his face while he was wandering around the city. But it's true, his entire face was covered in lipstick stains. He was almost kissed to death. He later removed his cape to show how valuable this information had been to him. And if we were to draw conclusions, the scars on his back would indicate the difficulty of the mission. Now they must understand why Sam spent so much time trying to find out anything. Cindy understood everything. So what information did Sam have? What did he manage to find out about Reese? He scratched his chin in confusion, trying to remember what those girls had told him. The first was Anya, who said that Miss Rise is a very good person. But she is too cold with everyone. They say that no one has seen her smile. The second was Angelina. It was hard for her to talk to Sam, but she considered him too pathetic compared to Rise, and she also doesn't know how to communicate with men, which is why she is so lonely. Lana was third, but she also said that Ogonyak is completely incapable of finding interest in a man. But Malika, the fourth girl, thought it was strange that Mrs. Rise would even begin to protect men. But they were able to meet many good people here. Well, one of the girls said that in the dining room there was a duck neck that smelled strange. Maya approached him with a puzzled face and asked how many more women he had interviewed. Of course, many, very many. Cindy suddenly came up behind him and hugged him passionately to whisper to him that he smelled like wild flowers, which were much better than domestic ones. Maya was very shy and wanted to ask him if she wanted to do something, because it was not too late yet. Meanwhile, Sam and Cindy had become too close, but asked if Maya wanted to join. She replied that she wasn't hinting at anything, but her stuttering voice said otherwise. He pressed her to himself and asked her not to pretend if that was what she wanted. Maya was already completely red, but she said that she was still against it, and she didn't want to cope without it. Suddenly, Sam felt something. He was as if frightened by it and asked the girls what they felt. Maya was not thinking about this at all. She thought that he had not yet changed the subject and was trying to set her up for something. But Sam wasn't talking about that at all. He meant that he felt Riza's aura. Maya was also surprised. Was Rise really that close? Yes, the aura of the Fire Princess was very close. That's right. Rise passed by their apartment as if she wanted to come to them. What a strange feeling. Like surveillance. Cindy has long noticed that she is much stronger than her friend, who sometimes slows down for no reason. Maya only became more embarrassed and explained her stupidity by saying that she had simply gotten distracted from the topic. But it wasn't that important, the warrior thought. Why would the third master of the seal be here? Had she really come to visit? Maya replied that they were guests here, so they could not drive Rise away from here, no matter how much they wanted to. But Cindy didn't want to waste time and suggested that her friend show her what she had lost before she tried to remove the seal from Sam. She continued to tell the girl to be quicker, since there might be those here who don't know how to wait. Some time passed before Maya became worried that someone might see them while they were doing this. She thinks that it will only make her worry, as it will stimulate her. Even Sam himself didn't mind them doing this in front of everyone. And now our Maya has stopped acting up. She no longer cared. Her patience ran out, and she pulled off her shirt. And our Rise watched everything that was happening with special interest, which made her worry to the point of losing her pulse. Watching this, she bit her elbows, her nails. All her eyes were filled with interest, but still considered it too shameful. She couldn't stand it and decided to just step out of that dirty place as it shouldn't bother her. Sam's voice was heard behind them shouting that they were doing something very strange. No, she couldn't. But the interest was much stronger than her pride. She couldn't stop herself. That's it, she couldn't hold back. As soon as she approached the door, she began to look with much more interest. Only it was interrupted by rain, or rather, a heavy downpour, which began to shower everything around with drops of water. Water started dripping on her too. What's so strange? Where is her impenetrable protection? She also found it strange that drops of water began to drip onto her face, and all because the protection stopped protecting her. The door opened and Sam looked out, sure that the girl was still there. And so it turned out. The light from the house covered her face. Rise was sure that he saw her, which meant she had to leave here. Cindy asked why Sam was suddenly so serious. Of course he would be serious. And all because this plan began to work. He clearly noticed what quick steps he began to take towards the Fire Princess Riza. Meanwhile, it was getting light outside, but the rain still didn't stop. The boys and girls walked in pairs, exchanging glances, enjoying their life together. Even the rain was no obstacle for them. Only Rise walked through the alleys completely alone. No smile, no joy, nothing on her face, and her protection seemed to lock her in a cage of loneliness. Suddenly, a roof appeared above her head. It was an umbrella, which would definitely protect her. Sam came up to her and said that the rain was not that heavy, but if she walked without an umbrella, she would definitely catch a cold. Our unapproachable Rise indifferently said that it was useless, since her energy would protect her and separate the water. When suddenly he asked a very sharp question, whether it was she who had been spying on them last night. She immediately ran away from him and tried to justify herself by saying that she wasn't there or that it wasn't her. As soon as she became worried, her defenses would weaken. The raindrops would be able to reach her, just like Sam, who was able to touch her soft skin. He looked at the finger and said how glad he was that he was able to touch her. The Fire Princess had no idea how her absolute defense failed. She couldn't admit it. Sam already understood everything. He understood that her heart was starting to beat faster. He understood that she was worried, and her energy was no longer working as it should. She was completely embarrassed. It was written on her face that she could no longer contain her emotions. Suddenly, he extended his hand to her to prove that he could break through her impenetrable defense. And so he asked why he could touch her body, why her defenses no longer worked. She tried to explain something, but her voice trembled from time to time. Her excitement knew no bounds. The handsome man explained to her that if her heart were still water, its protection would be absolute. But as soon as a raging sea was created in the water, the protection would fall away from her. Now her heart is touched. She herself allows the protection to disappear without reason. But here's the problem. She herself didn't want to fall in love with just anyone. She will love her true chosen one. As soon as she said this, her defenses kicked in again and sent the impudent fellow flying far, far away. She threw it straight into the river water, but the girl looked at it with cold blood. When he emerged, Sam swore he would make her heart beat faster, many times faster. But she answered him indifferently that he could do whatever he wanted, but recommended that he give up. After a while, he decided to let off some steam and go to the public baths to wash away the shame. On the sidelines, he was noticed by those same beauties who considered him an incredible, handsome man, and that he was a godsend to them. They wasted no time in approaching him to tell him how lonely he looked, which was precisely why they decided to keep him company. He had no time for this. He apologized to them, calling them very beautiful, but he had to solve one problem. As soon as he resolves all the issues, he will definitely return and repay them for the information they need. They sighed with delight because he could reject such beauties when they themselves were pestering him. Suddenly, he remembered something that he really wanted to know from them. They were very glad to see him here. If he wanted, he could always come to them. Sam said that they don't have to worry. He will definitely come again, but he needs to know when their master Rise takes a bath here. Several hours passed before our favorite fiery beauty came into the bathroom and slammed the doors. She tasted the water and plunged into the water. Spreading her arms wide, Rise began to take a bath. Today was the strangest day because water dripped on her, and this guy touched her, although no one could do this before. He couldn't get out of her head. She thought about him all the time, but she tried to forget him. As soon as she turned her attention away from the hero, some silhouette appeared under the water and approached her. As expected, the only one who could be here was Sam, who met her here too. As soon as he got out of the water, she began to cover herself with her hands and ask how he ended up there, why he was underwater. He replied that he had been here from the very beginning and that he had been hiding under the water to get to her. She asked him if he always hides underwater with strangers and parades around naked in front of them. Sam thinks he has every right to be here, but he didn't expect her to not only wash herself, but also try to forget about him. She was killed by these words. Reese asked him to shut up, since his words were not true. The handsome man in this form asks her why she is trying to drive him away from here. Is it because his body excites her so much? Looking away, the Fire Princess said that he and his body were no different from a tree. So why did he continue to mock her? If this is true, Then he can stay here, and the owner of the villa will not be against it. She confirmed his words, saying that he could stay there until he got tired of swimming. Then he asked why Miss Reese was not looking at him if she was not at all worried and excited. With all her might, she tried to look away from him and say that there was no need to look at him. There was nothing special about him. It was then that he came closer and cheekily asked a short question as to whether everything was really so. He couldn't agree with her at all, since all the other girls said that he was a real handsome guy. As soon as she looked up at him, she struck her first blow and threw him aside so that he would never come to her so quickly again. Only someone managed to catch him, some girls who came to his aid. She was shocked. She saw someone familiar and was surprised that they were there too. Incredibly, it was Maya and Cindy who decided to help their friend win over one unapproachable princess. So she doesn't think that the three of them will be able to pass her flawless aura, even if they unite. The one-eyed warrior believed that the girl was absolutely right. They believed her. And in fact, Rise is not their target. Their target is someone of the opposite gender. Their target was Sam, in front of whom they stood and began to pull off their towels. His eyes narrowed in surprise, all because he didn't call them, but they came to help. Cindy told him that only with their help could he break down the wall to this lady's heart. And Maya was the most embarrassed of all and said that she was only here to complete the plan. Nothing more. She was irritated by the scenes they were playing out here, but she asked what they were going to do here. Cindy noted that the lady had understood everything correctly, and they would do something not shameful. Maya added whether Lady Fire had any objections to this. The Flaming Princess realized that no one would let her bathe in peace, but she decided to ask them to go to another bath and do it there. The warrior, pulling off the towel, says that in Rise's eyes they are just dead trees and unyielding stones. Maya confirmed her words and asked if this sight somehow bothered the unconscious master. For her, this method of provoking the generals does not work at all. No matter what they want, they can do it. Since this is so, she can open her eyes and take in the spectacle with her whole gaze. Maya could no longer find a place for herself to start the process as soon as possible. Then she asked who would be first. Sam replied that it was easy to handle too. He had plenty of experience in this. Rise couldn't believe that this was possible. But really, how was he going to do it? The handsome man replied that one should never underestimate human potential. She felt very awkward. She looked at all this. Her face was constantly a little red, and the sounds in the background heated up the situation. Then these sighs and gasps became worse. They sounded even more frequent, even more vulgar. Cindy and Maya began to scream louder, the mooing becoming a melody that drove her like a machine. At that moment, she felt even worse. She heard all this. Her innocent heart could not allow herself to watch it. Deep down, she thought about how strange her body felt, and it was all because she was looking at it and barely holding back. But suddenly she remembered that entering a state of sleep and music makes her unperturbed by everything, which can save her. After these thoughts, she shook her head and sighed heavily. Still, she was able to enter a trance. Her eyes became empty. Her face did not blush without reason. She became completely calm. Sam was worried that Sister Rise had become so calm in a few moments. He was afraid that nothing would work out between them. Cindy kept telling him that he didn't have to be afraid of anything. Just let him continue doing it. Maya reminded him that they were only here for one thing, to break down Rise's wall to free her from the bars that were locking her in alone. The warrior continued to flirt with him, making Miss Fire Princess feel truly awkward. He started working with her, which made her very nervous and blush. Finally, the handsome man noticed that she had gone into a trance. If they continued, she would not hear or see anything. Maya didn't understand how they could win if she was under constant protection in her physical shell. Cindy was also lost in thought as she could not understand what they should do in this situation. Sam guessed that in her physical state she felt nothing and was protected by her energy. But what if she got into a spiritual form? Would she also be inviolable? He put his hand to his face and began to use the technique, and his body was covered in aura. She was actually hiding here to avoid them. Great move. Deep down I told myself that this provocation trick was good, but hidden here it was completely in vain. As soon as Sam entered the spiritual space, he repeated her thoughts word for word. She was pleasantly surprised at how he got here, how he was able to get into her spiritual space. For him, this does not constitute any extra effort since there is nothing special about it. Yes, sometimes no one could break through to her spiritual space. Everyone, as they say, for the first time. But he behaves too vainly, and in her space, he is not her opponent. He was surprised by her words, but it obviously didn't mean anything to him. She continued to say that here she is much stronger than in reality, and her defense is high. The hero noticed how pleased she became. With his impudent grin, he says that there will be no problems if he comes closer. She thought that this guy was always trying to trick her and ruin her mood, but he wouldn't succeed. Only she saw much more complacency, as if a wild beast stood before her that would not let her win. Raising her hand, she began to read a spell to strengthen her defense and energy. A pinkish light began to flow from it, filling the entire space around. Rise began to warn him that he should run, as his consciousness could be damaged under the influence of energy. But he didn't care about the words of the impudent beauty. He pointed his finger at her, and it was worth pulling the trigger. As the most powerful shot happened, it pierced her defense through and through, leaving her with no chance of winning. After the shot, the spiritual garments were torn off their hinges, her defenses were destroyed, and she was finally defeated. She was having a hard time accepting reality, but she couldn't understand how he could defeat her in the spiritual space. He didn't answer her questions. He simply reminded her of the conditions. If he approaches her, he can do whatever he wants. Ryaz asked him what he would do with her. Her voice sounded abrupt, as if she was anticipating only one thing. With great reluctance, she nevertheless agreed, and the hero began to approach her. He also abruptly reminded her that he just wanted to finish everything, nothing more. There was a battle of contradictions in her head. She thought about how he would do the same thing he did with Maya and Cindy a minute earlier, that he would mock her. But he took her tighter and pressed her to his chest. All the ruddy redness subsided, as if he had cured her of a fever. Suddenly, she began to tremble again. This redness on her cheeks made her look cuter. You want to look at such a sight longer. Sam understood her better than anyone else. Understood what it was like for her to watch those who were chatting nicely in the parks. And her protective aura did not allow her to even hug anyone. She just needed someone to hug her, just to warm her soul. She was grateful for this hug. She just needed to feel this warmth. The range of temperatures, the fiery princess with an icy heart needed someone to melt it. But his hand spoiled all the beauty and romance of my story. Not a minute had passed, and this pervert was already reaching for the charms. She was unhappy about this, but he explained that he wanted to remove the protective aura. She didn't understand how he was going to remove her aura, what he was going to do with it. Her feelings are like a flower that needs warmth to bloom, and no crust of ice, which is a protective aura, is needed. If the flower is shrouded in cold, it will be weak, and the protection will hide it from danger. He just needs to remove this icy crust and warm the flower inside to free it from the cage of loneliness. Anticipation made her interest more exciting. She saw what awaited her in a few moments. With a snap of his finger, Sam conjured a bed into her mental space that would help in destroying the aura. Sam took off his robe so that he would be fully prepared to remove the third seal. Her subconscious couldn't understand how he did it, how he was able to transform her spiritual space. He replied that he could do it because of her. She accepts his subconscious and the space changes, but for some reason she felt everything as if it were real. Everything as if it were real, she said. He explained to her that they were in a mental space. She could imagine everything as if it were a dream. It was a dream, she says confidently, and from that moment on she believes it. Since everything was going so well, Sam realized that he could begin completing the task. Her hands grabbed the blanket with pleasure. Her hands shook with convulsions, as if she had been shocked with 220 volts. She held back a scream with difficulty. She felt everything as if she were in reality, as if in life she was losing her innocence. Suddenly Lindsay appeared, wanting to say something to Sam. The goddess reminded him that she could use her new power to remove the aura and remove the protective energy. But why? What was she planning? Sam didn't doubt her words and began the cleansing with the new ability he learned from Lindsay. Riaza didn't mind, since she would be able to fly out of the cage covered with an icy crust. She managed to notice how the aura subsided, like a cold after raspberry tea. Sam can proudly say that he was able to complete the cure for Riza from the curse that had plagued her for so long. Time passed. The morning had come from the previous night, and outside the window the birds were singing, which served as an alarm clock in this world. Under the rays of the sun, the beautiful Rise raised her eyelids with a heaviness in her head. Feeling the summer breeze, she noticed how quickly everything dawned around. What new does our heroine feel? It felt like yesterday. It definitely wasn't a dream, because that bastard Sam was lying next to her. Rise reached out her hand to wake him up while he was sleeping so soundly and drooling. As soon as she touched his face, he started whining for her to let him rest and sleep for some time. She was surprised that her protective aura didn't work at all. Could it be that last night was real and he was able to cure her curse? Getting out of bed, she decided to open the windows and the rays of the sun began to fill the room. She looked around at the beautiful view outside the window, at the birds flying and the leaves of the trees being carried away by the wind. One of the birds flew up to her and landed on her finger, her protection not stopping them from touching each other. Her eyes were so wide with joy that she couldn't hide. As I said, her joy knew no bounds. Warmth filled her chest, like a newborn child who saw a chick on his hand. She left the room, and in the corridor she met Maya, who was walking without any purpose. The girl saw the happiness in the eyes of Riza's mistress as she ran towards her. She found it strange. She flew into her at speed and hugged her tightly, wishing her good morning. This made her even more surprised. No one had ever seen Rize like this before. But here she was so happy. She began to throw herself at everyone she met. All the maids were hugged and everyone had a good morning. Maya still didn't understand anything, but she guessed that Sam was to blame for everything, as he had driven her to this. After such thoughts, the culprit of the incident himself appeared behind her. He told her that she had lived for many years without the warmth of hugs. Today was her holiday, in which she would make up for lost time in one fell swoop. Rize didn't pay attention to what was in front of her nose. She ran to hug everyone in the Paradise Villa. The maid spilled water on her during the collision and began to worry about what she had done, for which she apologized to her. But Riza had no desire at all to scold the poor court servant for this. She was inspired by the fact that her protection did not protect her from the water. While she was admiring it, she didn't even notice how Sam pressed himself against her back and said that it would be difficult for her to get used to the new thing. These hugs began to excite her, but she asked him to let her go and stop pestering her. But he was not going to back down and reminded her that she had given him her word that night that he could do with her whatever he wanted. The maid collected all the water and asked them not to worry, as there was nothing strange in her mistress's joy. And here is that bird that was looking at the heroes strangely, as if it was getting information. The bird looked with great interest, as if it was being controlled by an enemy, wondering what was wrong with it. A strange bird took off into the sky and flew along the forest, heading nowhere. But not her. The bird flew up to Miss Garnet and began to chirp something to her. She clearly listened with interest. The bird told her everything she had seen, and that the Fire Princess was no longer cursed by this monstrous power. And from that moment on, the owner of the male brothel was not going to feel sorry for them. Meanwhile, in one of the rooms, sighs and gasps from Rize can be heard. Our hero can't get enough. She just woke up, and already in such a depraved pose, she is waiting for her savior. He looked at her greedily, saying that she had not let him near her before, but now she was lying down under him. She gave him a choice. He could get lost if he didn't want to, or he could get on with the job silently. The handsome man hugged her and began to speak tenderly in her ear. He would make up for the 10 years of loneliness she had lost. Suddenly, Cindy interrupted their enjoyment, apologized, and wanted to tell them something. She was as if struck by lightning from shame. She couldn't understand whether they really had a tradition of entering a room without knocking. The warrior replied that half the whole house could hear them, so they had nothing to be embarrassed about. This news left her completely unconscious, shame and disgrace to our innocent Riza. Sam asked what else Cindy wanted to tell him, why she burst in so suddenly. She replied that those troublemakers from the Shawshank house, those same people from Miss Garnet, had come and wanted to see the two of them. The owner was outraged that they dared to brazenly come to her villa and set their own rules here. Now she would definitely show them. The one-eyed warrior was not against Rize going to the showdown, but first she had better get dressed. These words embarrassed her greatly. She blushed all over but could not answer. At that time, there was a crowd of guards standing at the entrance to the villa, who clearly did not have good intentions here. Garnet prepared for victory and ordered Riza to leave here. Our fiery princess came out of the gate to meet them with the sound of her heels, reminding her that she had spared her just recently. Well, Lady Garnet hasn't learned anything since the last time, which means she came here for her death. She decided to lay out all her cards that the owner of the villa no longer possessed a protective aura. Rize understood that she knew everything, but where she got such information from, no one could know. After some thought, she laughed at the girl and said that she could try to attack her, but this time, no one would spare anyone. There are contradictions in the girl's ranks. Maybe the information from Garnet is not true, or maybe Rize is lying. She saw how her girls became afraid, and she decided to loudly declare that the girl was trying to scare them. If she could attack them, she would certainly have done so and settled the issue with them. The guards also pounced on her. They did not even doubt her words, since Garnet promised to return all the men back. Riza felt terrified that the guards believed her without question and rushed at the beauty. Suddenly, Sam appeared from the shadows and blocked their path to the owner of the villa, saying that Sam would not be able to attack them all, but he would be able to leave them without clothes. Garnet was angry with him and told him not to forget that men can never hurt a woman. Only he didn't intend to fight them, he just used his new ability on them. The opponents were already near him, but his attack with a protective aura completely took away the chance of victory. Their attack was completely repelled, and nothing was left of their clothes, just like last time they had no chance. With one wave of the hand, there was no trace left of their attack. Everyone dreams of such power to undress everyone around. The naked warriors flew against the wind and screamed loudly in fear. This was the second time they were sent flying and in the same place. This time no one is going to let them go, all because graceful ladies appeared above their heads, carrying a net with them. This net perfectly covered all the guards. They tried to break out, but something was wrong with it. The girl was very angry and gave her word that she would be able to break the network. They would see. But the net was not simple. It began to narrow and squeeze all the girls inside. They had no idea what was going on here, how this grid was getting smaller every time. Sam told them that the net was unusual. When they pressed on it with force, it narrowed, and the more they pressed on it, the less space they had left. So their only option was to give up and not fight. The net became narrower and narrower. The girls stopped resisting so as not to harm themselves. Garnet was furious. She said that she had paid a lot of money for Sam. All men were her property, so she ordered the vile network to be removed. The guards were in a terrible position. They had nothing to say to them since they could not win anyway. But the heavenly man did not torture them. He snapped his finger, thereby removing the net from them. The girls swarmed out of the net screaming as if they had just been born. Sam didn't want to bring them to death. The whole world would suffer if such beauties died because of him. After these words, they realized that they were on the wrong side for which they were fighting, which is what made them make such sad faces. Garnet kept adding fuel to the fire. She pointed out to them that they were only capable of dirty tricks, and that a man would never be able to defeat a woman. But one of them stood up and answered the impudent hostess that a woman was quite capable of hurting another woman. These words scared her to the point of shaking in her knees. She wanted to know what she meant. One blow was enough for her to explain to her what her warrior meant. She lay on the floor and asked if they had decided to start a riot against her. Their job was to watch over the Shawshank house, not to hunt down her servants, and Miss Garnet had no regard for their desire to fight over the boys. She began to intimidate them by saying that they would be in great trouble if she mocked their employer. Sam finally caught the best moment for himself to take action. He asked the girls to stop temporarily, as he had come up with something to negotiate with them. Sam asked if they would mind if they taught their owner, Miss Garnet, a little lesson. The guards replied that there would be no problems for them, since they had long been thinking of leaving this employer. So what are they going to do after they stop working for Granite? The girl replied that they would no longer be able to work as mercenaries because they had now violated their employment contract. Since things were so bad, he decided to make them an offer that he could hire them to protect the estate. Rise was pleasantly surprised that this guy had specifically taken away her curse, then hired them to protect the estate. The warrior was also surprised, but said that it could cost them a lot. Hiring an army is not a cheap thing, but he guarantees them that he will pay them 10 times more than Miss Garnet if they work well. In fact, Garnet promised them that the girls could spend the night with the men they captured. Cindy knew they would have to multiply everything tenfold. "This means that I will have to spend 10 nights with everyone," Maya said. "In response to them all, I am ready to go to hell so that such a beautiful place remains safe." And suddenly those same handsome guys appeared, who asked their old commander not to forget about them, since they could also help. He, as a real hero, as a savior of the world, as a heavenly man, decided not to involve the boys in such a serious task, since mercenaries, like wolves and tigers, are very dangerous in this matter. Warrior Cindy was puzzled by this, but was sure that the pervert just wanted to have all the fun alone. Rise was afraid that he would hardly be able to cope with all of them, and so many times. Maya stated that this is his only ability that will ensure he will never lose to a woman. After some time, they gathered at the estate. Then he asked them if their deal would work, if he could serve them for 10 days. The girls reminded him that during this test, he cannot leave or run away from the room. And besides, he must survive by any means possible in order to complete the deal. She said that he could take a break every 3 days, since he was human, and might not last for 10 days. He found this proposal interesting, but how would they divide these days? Something like an installment plan. In any case, he and his sisters will spend all 10 days using it, and he won't be able to escape from it. He said that he had no time to rest in between. He would do everything in these 10 days. Since that was the case, the mercenary agreed to this with a strange grin on her face and was preparing to announce the beginning. The start was announced. She raised her hands and said that the girls could begin the reward. The girls couldn't find a place for themselves and began to pull off their rags, showing off their charms. They started arguing. Everyone wanted to decide who would be the first with him. The head reminded them that they would spend 10 days with him, which was enough time for everyone. Only this cunning mercenary decided to be first and pounced on him while no one was expecting it. Outside stood Maya and Rise, who heard all the shouts about how their leader was cunning, why she had to be the first, and so on. Rise still hadn't stopped being afraid that Sam would actually be able to handle everyone. Cindy wasn't afraid for him because he was doing this not only for himself, but for them too, so they didn't have to worry. At this point, they can just wait and see what happens to him. 3 days passed. Maya carefully tried to listen to what was happening inside the room. She didn't hear anything. It seemed strange to her, since there had been constant screams before. Suddenly, Cindy came up to her and touched her, greeting her, which scared her so much. Riza was with her, and the warrior suggested that they go inside since everyone was so worried about their beloved Sam. Maya was embarrassed and thought that it would be better for them not to go in there, as it was a bad idea. The Fire Princess said that she herself was also very worried about the hero and that her heart was not at peace. Finally, she reached out to the door to open it. The Bandit Queen looked around inside and wanted to see Sam, hoping that he was okay. Inside, there was a pile of bodies of mercenaries lying like corpses, unable to move. And here is Sam, who was in the prime of his life, saying that on the contrary, this guard was not enough to serve him. They could barely contain their delight. Maya wanted to say something, but her emotions were off the charts. Rise and Maya walked up to the bed, and Cindy took the time to push them towards him. The girls flew into Sam's arms with a pleased Cindy standing behind them. The handsome man began to wonder why they were here. What was going on? What brought them here? The former queen explained that they thought something had happened to him. But since everything was fine, they were leaving. Sam was getting bored, and they could keep him company, so they had better not leave. Cindy began to happily pull off Rise's clothes in order to be ready for what was to come. Sam, however, gave the basic phrase that wild flowers will never be more fragrant than domestic ones. Cindy had said the same thing earlier. Much time passed. The day came when everything was supposed to end, and at that time a maid approached the room. She wanted to bring food. When she opened the door, a terrible hand reached out from it. What happened and with whom? The girl was very scared by this. She was already thinking that she had gotten into a nightmare and someone would pinch her. The monster turned out to be a completely exhausted Sam, who had completely dried out while he was completing the deal. The maid was so scared that beads of sweat were already pouring off her like Swarovski crystals from Kim's dress. His skinny hand reached out to the food tray to eat whatever he could. Then he began to greedily gobble up all the food she had brought. She would remember this day for a long time. The hero ate everything with such pleasure that there was no tray left. After all, he spent too much energy. It needed to be restored. Rise approached him and told him to brew a decoction of ginseng, deer antlers, and tiger penises, all of which would give him a lot of energy. Maya and Cindy came after her, and with their chests wide open, they began to tell her how he would suffer again. Suddenly, a frightened beauty ran up to them, screaming that everything was bad. She asked with great interest what had happened there while she had been busy. She said that they had guests at the villa. Rise replied that there was nothing special about it. She would greet the guests right away. But everything is not so simple. The guests were not looking for Master Rise. They wanted handsome Sam. Maya was hardly surprised and assumed that Sam probably had a new fan who was chasing after the beauty of her idol. Cindy wanted to teach her pursuer a lesson, since she hadn't fought with anyone for a long time. Sam decided to calm the girls down and ask them to go to his guest. He was wondering who was looking for him like that. Rise and Sam sat down in the living room and formally decided to greet the guest, saying that she could speak. The Fire Princess initially asked the guest what she wanted, where she was from, and what her name was. She didn't introduce herself, but said she was from the Lightning House and her master wanted to talk to Master Sam. Ogonek asked coldly, thereby putting pressure on her, what her master's name was. She stated that Miss Reese must know her mistress well. Her name was Ding Dong. This name made the hero laugh a lot, and he even considered it a little cute. Rise explained to him that this girl with a funny name was the last keeper of the seal. This scared him a lot. The girl said that her master personally wanted to invite him to the banquet to meet him in person. The Fire Princess said that the banquet could be very dangerous, and it would be better for Sam to stay here. The girl asked the lady not to worry about him. If Master Ding Dong wanted to kill him, she would have had the strength to do so long ago. The guy said that he himself is not afraid of anything, but he doesn't want to move his ass. If the master wants, let him come here personally. His words greatly irritated the messenger, as she would not allow anyone to speak so badly of Ding Dong. She pointed her fists at him and asked him not to blame her for him acting so arrogantly. There was no fear on his face. He looked death in the eye sockets, but it never reached him. As the student approached Sam, Cindy's halberd appeared out of nowhere. Maya came after her, and together they stopped the crazy fan of Master Ding Dong. The warrior stated that she should not have attacked the master under their noses. Maya added that 100 years would not be enough for her to achieve the same strength as they had. She was not delighted that 3 great masters took the man's side. It was a real shame for women. Cindy told her threateningly that she would only understand them when she felt like these pathetic men. Sam asked them to be calm, to say that her master could come with him personally, but he himself would not go anywhere. She took the strange seal in her hand and began to read the spell to activate it. This seal was sent to her master Ding Dong and burned in her hands. The letter slowly smoldered, and the student said that Ding Dong had agreed to a meeting and they could wait for her for 3 hours. Rise asked how her teacher could be here in 3 hours when her home was thousands of miles away. The lady replied that with her strength it was impossible, but Ding Dong's cultivation was at the level of a royal transformation, which was a cut above her. The handsome man was already completely desperate. Since he had to sit here for another 3 hours, the others could rest, but he would have to wait. 3 hours have passed. There is not a cloud in the sky. Everything is still clear, and it is pleasant to look at these hills and peaks against the blue background. While he was waiting for Mrs. Ding Dong, he had already fallen asleep, but she still hadn't come to meet them in person. But the messenger stood there all this time and thought about the charm this young man exuded. Her interest prompted her to find out what power this aura that was oozing out of him had. She put all her strength into the blow, but the terrifying power completely stopped her onslaught. After reflecting the damage, all her clothes were torn to shreds. This power is still shocking. Sam knew that she would try to attack him and put up a barrier just in case. Then he began to call her action very bad, since she attacked without warning. But he was not too angry. On the contrary, he offered her a cape to put on, since her master might not understand what was happening here. Suddenly, after his words, lightning struck the estate in the middle of a clear sky. This lightning was too sudden. Could it be that the master had already come to him? A beauty with ideal forms appeared before them, her curves and beautiful face, and she was also strong. In the distance, she saw a student lying all disheveled under this boy's cloak. She didn't like this sight. She didn't understand what had happened to her messenger. Had she really come at the wrong time? The girl began to apologize to her master and say that it was not her fault, but that she had not understood everything correctly. From strong excitement, she began to rise to her feet, but began to fall. Sam happened to be in her path and she fell on him, right on top of the bells. From the impact of the steel balls, her head had to endure a lot of pain, which she complains about. Sam tried to hold back tears from the terrible pain, but asked her to get dressed first. The student stood up and began to explain that she had put the master in an awkward position. Ding Dong knew how much power this boy must have. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to defeat the 3 masters and remove their seals. But she herself would not allow him to take possession of her. The hero explained to her that he had his own tricks to accomplish his goal, and he was used to being friends with girls, and he would ask her to help remove the seal. This interested her, but what would happen if she did not understand him and refused to help? He doesn't see any problem with this, since he himself can achieve cooperation, even if she doesn't agree. But she shouldn't complain about his rudeness later if he is so cruel to her. He began to create his first attack on her, so that he could take off all her clothes right now. But this speed was surpassed by her. She was much faster and more agile than the pervert. He couldn't believe his eyes that she was evading every attack so easily, which meant that everything wouldn't be that simple. Ding Dong analyzed him completely and revealed the secret of how he defeated the bandit Queen Maya, who he simply stripped naked in front of everyone. Once she realized his full power, she decided to pull off her already revealing dress to deprive him of his chance to win. She showed him all her charms, saying that he had seen many women before, and he just had to say that she was above them all. He was no longer listening to her. His head was clouded, drooling like a waterfall. He was delighted by her beauty. Ding Dong noticed him looking at every curve of her, saying she could see him drooling and asking her to give in, so she could give him more pleasure later. His face was filled with a redness that would not go away, and he was already ready to voluntarily surrender to her beauty. The girls also felt strange. Cindy wanted to help the handsome guy, but Maya told her not to do anything. Meanwhile, Ding Dong began to attack with her beauty, charm, and charisma. But our handsome man won't be taken in by that. He will never fall for a woman's body, especially in such a place. Immediately after that, he separated her soul from her body so that they could fight on equal terms. The girls stopped worrying about him. They liked how he outsmarted her. The beauty was delighted that this young man did not fall for her charm and behaved so strangely. He asked her if she was joking about him falling for her dirty tricks, and having said all this, he separated his soul. Again, everything became clear to her. He cannot hurt a woman in the physical body, but in the spiritual one, he is quite capable of doing this, and this is exactly why he uses this ability. And that is how he defeated the reckless Cindy. He couldn't delay with her for this very reason. He asks her to worry about herself and not about others. His blow hit her in the chest, but it had no effect. The girl seemed not to feel its power. In one fell swoop, his strength was reduced to 0, and before he could even comprehend anything, he realized that there was no chance of defeating her. A drop of fear ran down his cheek. He felt a sense of anticipation of what would await him in a moment. She had already heard about this method of winning over girls, so she was prepared for it in advance. Ding Dong threw him back and shouted at him to go back to his body. He should not have expected that his soul would be able to be returned to his body on its own. She is much stronger than any idiots who cannot train physical strength, since it is useless against girls, and in a spiritual state she surpasses even him. The Lightning Princess decided to attack him with her instant strike, but Sam was prepared for this and put up an energy barrier to reflect the blow. The attack of terrifying power almost destroyed the protective aura that was barely holding on and protecting him. He was pleased that he was able to defend himself from the monstrous attack of this lightning monster. Ding Dong was pleasantly surprised by this, but she considered it weak since he showed his last ace up his sleeve. With one wave of her hand, she destroyed the barrier, causing it to shatter into tiny pieces. The game was over. She grabbed him by the neck, lifted him up, and told him to finally give up. In response, he only laughed and realized that even a protective aura could be destroyed by a monstrous force. Because of him, the 3 seals were removed. The world's respect for girls was weakened, which gave rise to many problems, and she is here to solve them. The girls rushed through the door, clearly wanting to stop the cruel Master Ding Dong. Maya and Cindy both asked the girl to let the boy go. Otherwise, she might get into trouble. She didn't want to listen to them at all, since they had lost their seals. And with them, they had lost a significant part of their power. The beauty arrogantly explained to them that they should not be so confident in themselves when they were not fit to hold a candle to her. Immediately after that, she didn't want to see them. Using the technique of wavy hands, she was going to throw everyone away. The attack was too unexpected and sent them flying far, far away. The beautiful Rise entered the room and said that it was not nice to conduct such actions in her estate. She didn't know why they all took his side, why they liked this man. Wasn't the world a better place where women were taller than men? Lying on the floor, he explained that the equality of women and men, yin and yang, creates justice, for which he fights. It was very pleasant for the Fire Princess to hear this, but his little tricks would not work. Now he decided not to waste his time to agree that if someone wins, the loser will fulfill any wish. She was especially interested in this since she could make him a slave, and he would lose either way. He just has one more trick left that he thinks will definitely work. The living room was filled with a cloud of smoke, which caused the lady's dress to fly in all directions. She confidently stated that no trick would work on her. And here comes a new attack. Her confidence has disappeared somewhere, and for good reason. The blow looks very dangerous. It's incredible that Sam was able to harm a woman. What did he do? How did Ding Dong get hurt? She couldn't stop herself. With every hit to the ground, she seemed to fly further. Wiping the cuts on her cheeks, she tried to understand how he managed to do it. It occurred to him that in a man's body he could not harm a woman. But what would happen if he himself became one? That was the result. The stunt brought the bandit a lot of conflicting emotions. She thought that all his tricks were sophisticated. But this time, he outdid himself. Cindy is shocked by this. It was too much for the warrior when her beloved handsome man became a girl. Ding Dong herself recognized Sam as a strong opponent, and he would even be able to entertain her, and she would have a lot of fun. Two opposites meet, a fighter for justice and a warrior for the power of women, both fighting for their foundations. Rise knew that the clash between the strongest man and the strongest girl would be very exciting. In fact, everything looked as the owner of the villa said. Each collision released a lot of energy. Beneath their feet, The ground was covered in a shining light, as if two gods had collided. Only further on, something more interesting awaits Sam, but more on that later. Ding Dong was overcome with the desire to defeat him, as he had intrigued her, and she wanted to see more from him. He said he would show her much more, that he would make her beg for mercy after his victory. Sam began to throw a lot of punches, and in just a few moments, 100 fists flew past Ding Dong's face. There is no way this attack would work for her. She confirms this with her words and flawless parries of blows. Only the hero had some more aces up his sleeve, which he wasn't going to spend much of his time on. The next attack went under the skirt of the arrogant Master Ding Dong, who was surprised by the dirty trick. She is very worried about what the scoundrel is going to do to her, while she was not expecting anything like that at all. He came closer to her, all because she was weakened and the attack was not over. Sam reached his hand deeper into her and began to massage vigorously to achieve greater effect. The effect was not long in coming. Her whole body was shaking in convulsions, as if an eruption was about to occur. Removing his fingers, he said that he had still managed to find a weak spot even in such an unapproachable girl as Ding Dong. Only she wasn't at all happy with the way he was fighting and grabbed him by the hair, which Sam didn't like. She was outraged that he was acting like a jerk, so she wouldn't be able to fight, but she also had no right to lose. In response, the handsome man grabbed the Lightning Princess by the hair, just as she did him. The fight became like a quarrel between children in a sandbox. They behaved like children. They continued to fight together, but from the outside it looked like the girls were fooling around. Maya asked, and Rise calls this a battle of the strongest and the strongest. She had nothing to answer. Cindy was also disappointed, but she thought that this was how normal girl fights should look. They still didn't try to stop, as if they themselves didn't want to stop this horror. Sam was thinking only about one thing: how beautiful she was, and that was precisely why he was giving her the opportunity to use his services if she asked nicely. She looked forward to what was to come but asked how he would treat her now. Instead of answering, he kissed her so passionately that she began to forget herself, lying on the floor. The student was worried about the master, all because she saw who took her first kiss. She wanted to intervene in the battle, but Cindy stopped her because it was a face-to-face fight and no one had the right to interfere. Riza felt uncomfortable watching her beloved Sam won a real battle. But it all came down to one thing. Maya wasn't surprised at all, as if she knew him like the back of her hand. After all, this was his fighting style. He wondered why she didn't resist him. Did she really like it that much? She replied that in this situation, she was not able to use her physical strength. Now she definitely could not do anything. Everything led to the fact that she had to give up, says Sam in Female Guise. She didn't hesitate for long and agreed that with his dirty tricks, he was able to defeat her. How quickly she accepted defeat surprised him greatly, as she had been very persistent in protecting her seal. The agreement with defeat made her agree to lose the seal, but she wanted to know how he would do it. Here, all the girls surprise him, since none of them knows that they will have to lose their virginity in order to remove the seal. There is only one way to remove the seal, to lose her virginity, but she only realized this now. As soon as she understood everything, the handsome guy decided to show her his hidden weapon, which only girls know about. She was shocked by this sight, as she did not understand whether he was a man or a woman. It doesn't matter to him what gender he is. In any case, he will be able to deprive everyone around him of their innocence. And she, our beloved Ding Dong, will help him remove the last seal. He asks her to be prepared for anything. With him, you never know what to expect. The student ran out to him and asked him not to touch the teacher so that she could take the punishment instead of her. Shame filled her, but she tried to stop the heiress from accepting the terms of defeat. The messenger wanted to repay the master for teaching her everything, to finally pay off her endless debt. Cindy noticed the love between the two, like that between a devoted teacher and servant. Maya saw this as them wanting to get Sam by any means possible. Here he and only he decides. Children do not choose anything, but an adult will choose both. This amazed the heroines, since both of them would get what they wanted from him. He threw them onto the bed in the most comfortable position to bring both of them to ecstasy. Miss Ding Dong asked the student to step back and endure the pain first. The same thing was tried to be conveyed by the messenger who wanted to take Sam first. He got tired of listening to them and decided that having fun with the two of them would be enough for everyone. It is difficult to imagine this even in the wildest fantasies, since they do not believe that he can handle two at once. He replied that he showed them the ability to transform, and with it, everything and even more is possible. Their faces showed grimaces of fear and surprise, but really this is too much. No one could wait for it to begin. Patience was running out. Sam confidently stated that he was already on his way. They should be ready for anything. The first to go was Ding Dong, who was in total Ding Dong mode. Her heart began to beat faster and her face twisted in pleasure. The fourth seal was broken. A beam of light shot out. This was the final beacon. The task must be completed. The energy beam rose higher and higher, like lightning in the middle of a clear sky. Maya was one of the first to see this lighthouse, which meant the final removal of the seal. The other girls waited to see what would happen next. The Fire Princess felt something strange. Here is Lindsay. Her eternal sleep in chains has ended. The hero had to save her. The shackles on her hands flew into pieces. The moment had come when it was necessary to restore the balance between women and men. She was certainly glad that the Heavenly Man was able to remove the final seal. A whole hour passed. Sam was finished with the girls. He managed to complete his last mission. But something is bothering me. He removed all the seals, but there was no notification of the completion of the task. Suddenly, Maya screamed. She was scared by something strange. What happened? This is how the restoration of balance works. In the divine space, Sam's avatar was passionately kissing Maggie. Siri was nearby, but she looked tired, which worried her, as this illness was very strange. This avatar was gathering energy to fight a very strong enemy as the main character fought the final boss. Maggie is shocked by these avatar abilities, energy and some strong enemy. The little sister didn't like that they were just a reserve of energy for Sam. She herself wanted to fight. But the avatar reported that he only needed energy. The enemy was very dangerous, mortally dangerous. Meanwhile, in the world with Sam, everything is not so calm. They should not expect a balance between a man and a woman. The main enemy turned out to be the one who helped them almost from the very beginning. Lindsay returned to him with renewed strength. She didn't just ask to destroy all the seals. She wanted to torture the strongest and most charismatic guy in the universe. He tried to attack her, but she easily pierced him with her blade. But he laughed at her, because soon more copies of himself would come to him to replenish his strength. In fact, he never fights alone, he said proudly, pulling the sword out of his chest. After the blood starts to flow like a stream, he says that he will easily recover from each of her attacks. Goddess Yin, that's what she's called now. She knew that he had shattered his soul to replenish himself with energy. He expected something like this from her, as it turned out. The most serious battle would be the battle of Yin and Yang, Lindsay and Sam. We already had suspicions about this girl. Yin was ready to fight him until his avatars ran out and his girls tired of giving energy. If everything is so, then he is ready to look at all this, although he is sure that everything will work out for him. Ginevra and Irina were swimming on the beach when suddenly Siri called them. Her voice was painfully familiar. It was she who wanted to say that Sam needed help. They could go after her. Irina believed her and said that she would go soon, and at the end she praised her swimsuit as it was very beautiful. It made her feel self-conscious, but she was already used to wearing it. After all, they were on the beach. In one gazebo sat the beauties from the third task. They decided to hide there from the scorching sun. By the way, they are alien to excitement and love for big wins. They just played cards, probably poker. Samantha looked at her cards with great pleasure, as she hoped to win big. Suddenly she was stopped by a woman's hand, Maggie, who came to say that Sam needed help. And so it turned out. She told her to finish the game and send for her. The hero is waiting for them in a complete mess of trouble. The sisters began to worry about the boy as soon as they heard the bad news. Professor Lisa also jumped up from her seat to help her favorite student in trouble. Only Samantha wasn't happy that she was interrupted at such a good moment to win once. Meanwhile, Sam tries to win through blood and sweat against an incredibly powerful enemy, this time a real god. He was already at his limit. Yin was incredibly strong. The difference between them was too big. The girl understood well that his trick was becoming not as useful as it had been before. But Sam still has a few tricks up his sleeve, and he has a chance to win this game. A crowd of beauties lined up at a lonely tent, waiting for their turn, and their patience was running out. Suddenly, a replenishment of clones arrived to help them. They came here to speed up the replenishment of energy, so they should come closer. The she-devil was pleasantly surprised by the number of new copies. It could turn everything into chaos, she said. They asked her to stop talking nonsense and start extracting incredibly valuable energy for them. While he was fighting, he realized that all the clones were currently busy gathering energy. He was grateful for their help. A certain magic appeared around him, and he began to hope that he would not lose this ideal opportunity to win. Yin said that he could stop dreaming, since she was the true god in this world. Even if she couldn't deal with him, he still wouldn't be able to defeat her. Thanks to her, he was able to come up with a way that didn't require defeating her. Pretending to be a ghost won't give him a chance to win, and he can't believe it all the time. He decided to create a protective barrier to keep himself alive for a while. Maya didn't understand what he was going to do. Immediately after her question, he grabbed her tightly and kissed her passionately. He asked them not to waste time with this and to come to him so that he could also kiss them. Yin was very pleased with herself, since she could easily win here, which is precisely why she says that they can prolong the pleasure. Only she did not expect that the very seal that hit her in the place of the seal would appear on her leg. She was very surprised by what happened. Her seal came back to her. How did he do that? And he was able to understand that he could not only remove the seals, but also impose them on the evil goddess. She didn't like this and decided to attack his protective aura. He asked them to be quicker, as the shield could save them from this monster for a short time. Then they came up to him and began to hold him tightly, kissing him to death. The first was Cindy, who began to suck the hero's lips with particular intensity. Rise didn't go far from her partner, and she enjoyed this kiss very much. The girl continued to attack them, but this barrier did not give in to her, as if she became weaker with each kiss. Then she had to pet Ding Dong while telling Yin that she wouldn't be able to defeat him. Their tongues intertwined, the kiss filled with a sincerity that would put that devil Lindsay in chains forever. Bracelets began to appear on her arms, which contained her incredible strength. Steel wrapped around her legs. She couldn't do anything about it. Sam had her almost completely trapped in chains. The seals began to appear one after another, and her students locked her back in chains. The last seal generated the very same column of energy and light that appeared only when the seal was removed. She seemed to be remembering how she was chained for the first time, when she lost all her strength and wandered on a stone pillar, bound in chains and seals. She seemed to see a nightmare. Behind her was that very pillar that she did not want to see, since she could not be sealed again. Yin was ready to listen to him, but he could not leave her here or lock her in chains, since she might be rescued from here. At that moment, she was ready to do anything. She was ready to leave the world, just to avoid being sealed. Sam was ready to take her to a place she didn't even dare think about. A familiar circle appeared beneath her feet, leading into the divine space, the very place for an evil goddess. The girl couldn't believe her eyes. There was a circle of movement under her feet. She was sent to the mansion of the system space, where she would not be so bored to live. She was sent straight to her new room, straight to the bed what awaits her. Yin looked around, trying to understand where the handsome man had sent her. And in this place, Sam's clones were waiting for her, who began to punish the bad goddess. Her cries that she did not want any punishment could be heard throughout the entire estate. He completed this mission. After the imprisonment of the goddess Yin, the balance of men and women was restored, and he received a reward, but he did not understand that this was all. Suddenly, a fairy appeared and congratulated him on completing such a difficult task. She hadn't even expected such a result from him, and he reminded her that she had specifically chosen charisma instead of strength for him, and remembered the good news. He made an idiot face and started asking questions about what good news awaited him. He completed this challenge perfectly and received a perfect reward. He can completely recreate the picture book. However, he realized that if he pressed the button, all his progress would disappear, and he would be able to return to reality. It looked tempting, but he didn't fall for it and destroyed the remote control so that she would never bring it to him again. The fairy was scared and didn't understand why he did this with the button if he could come back. He replied that this console is like plugins. He values progress, not results. Why does he need a full illustrated book when he can spend time creating one? However, in other worlds, there are still many beauties waiting for him to win and capture their hearts. And how could he abandon these beauties? Cindy and Maya, magnificent girls who deserve a lot. What about the funny name Ding Dong and the fiery Princess Rise? He has so many memories with everyone. However, she didn't understand either he was a pervert or he had ideal life principles, but he would still receive the reward that she held in her hands. For the first time, he sees such a thing. "What is this strange cube in his hands?" asked the handsome man. It was a box with a legendary enhancement, a hypnotizing eye, with the help of which, with one glance, the victim falls under the control of the ruler. He decided to use his new skills on someone he met along the way. Now he decided to go out to the beach to find someone in the gazebo. This time, he was lucky to meet Samantha, who was cleaning up and at the same time was surprised by Sam, asking him if this was a real body. This is just right for him to use the spell on her. His eye lit up. "It reminds me of someone." To the point, he ordered her to show her belly while she was talking to him. Not a second had passed before she stopped reproaching him for anything and lifted his shirt. And she spoke as Sam ordered her. Only she reminded him to keep the clones in check. Otherwise, they would cause chaos here. He noticed how she listened to him without complaint and carried out his order, a powerful thing. But suddenly she felt strange in Sam's behavior, as he froze in thought. It was then that he fulfilled Samantha's requests by returning all the clones to his body. Incredible energy began to return to him. This power filled him to the bottom. He might not be able to withstand it. He received 2,000 points in total for returning all the clones. His body became very heavy. Samantha became very worried about him. He knew deep down that this power could not be used often. Sweat was running down his tired face. He asked her to help him rest. After some time, the hero found himself at his estate, where he was resting after recharging. Only now did he realize that he had been sleeping all this time. This skill had made his body much heavier. 2 lovely girls met him in his dreams. They were clearly worried about him. One even helped him with her healing techniques. He laughed at this situation, because before he could even wake up, they were already there. But no one wanted to let him go, so they had to check him for clones in his body for his safety. He understood what they were hinting at. For this reason, he concluded that they behaved like wild cats, which meant he would behave the same way with them. Some time passed, and the whole room was filled with female voices. The sound enveloped completely. How many notes were in their voices? But they were not in good shape with it. Samantha was extremely happy that the hero was okay, and besides, he was so energetic. She didn't have time to notice how her friend fell asleep. Was she really that tired to death? He had long since turned away from his girlfriend and turned all his attention to the beautiful Samantha. After these words, they kissed so passionately that beads of sweat ran down their cheeks from the internal heat. Some time passed and Sam was finished with them in the bedroom. Finally, he at least opened the curtain. In the meantime, he thought that after his new strength, he had become much more powerful, since he had been handling 2 too easily. Afterwards, he said that he would be in the hot springs if she wanted. She could take revenge on him. At the hot springs, he wanted to spend time alone, singing melodious music. The moment of calm was interrupted by Freya, who thought Sam looked too happy. Also with her was Anya, who wanted to do new stretching exercises with him, but the former brothel owner was afraid that he wanted to avoid and not see them. He replied that this couldn't be. Since he was always happy to see them, he just went out for a swim. The girls did not hesitate for long, and thus they pulled the towels off themselves. They entered the water. As soon as they got closer, they smelled a terribly strong male smell of sweat from Sam. Miss Freya offered to wash him, and Sam wanted to spend time with them after washing. Freya noticed his love for music and fussed to make his life better, and he was grateful to her for that. But Anya didn't understand why he was talking about other girls in front of 2 beauties. It would be better if he looked at them. The music lover thought that she was absolutely right, but they should lower their voices, since there were many other people in the bathroom besides them. Not far away, girlfriends Siri and Irina were swimming and chatting about something interesting, and they discussed how good the open-air hot springs were. This water, the perfect temperature, there was nothing better. Irina decided to have some fun with her friend and began to splash water on her, which her little sister didn't like. Behind her, she suddenly heard the bushes moving, and they also rustled in a strange way. Irina began to get scared by these strange splashes. Then Siri asked who was in the other sources. Sam and Freya appeared there. The second one was hard to notice, but the hero stood at full height and was surprised that they were swimming there. She said that she and Irina are here. They have been having fun here for a long time. He was surprised by how long they had been swimming there. He barely heard the splashes of water. He finally finished with them and was just about to start on Siri and Irina. By this time, night had already fallen on the estate, and here it looks even stranger than simply unusual. This time he finished all his business. After all, 2 days had passed. He improved the surroundings, dressed decently, and the hero could no longer stand it when he met new beauties that the world had never seen. The fairy noted that the child inside him was getting older and older. She raised her hand high and said that they could start a new level, love in all worlds. "Wake up!" the fairy shouted loudly, then began a new journey for our beloved hero.